listen to this. Bad boy. Funky time.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Pro League North American Division. We're into season number 5 and it's match day 1. My name is Selfless. Joining me is Brainstorm, and if season 4 is anything to go by, then this season is going to be fantastic and extremely interesting as well.
Absolutely. I mean, season 4, we saw some amazing matchups coming out. We even saw perhaps an unexpected result with Cloud9 dominating the group stages and then taking it over SK of all teams in the final. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully we get some similarly amazing games.
Yeah, definitely. I think SK, you know, last year certainly were looking like the team to beat. They were really the world beaters, winning both the majors, but not able to pick up the North American Pro League. Obviously, we've got them coming in through this season as well. Let's have a look at what we've got coming up today, though. We don't have SK or Cloud9, apparently. On our second stream, we do have, of course, OpTic versus Selfless. Over on the other stream, there is Cloud9 and SK, interestingly enough. But after that first matchup on this channel, we do have NRG and compLexity. So 2 relatively interesting matches coming up. I think the first one probably maybe a little bit more one-sided over towards OpTic, but the second one certainly a little bit harder to call.
Absolutely, and as you said, the first one leaning towards OpTic, as they are the stronger team. They've been making a strong contention recently for perhaps that best NA team. I mean, there is quite a few teams in that contention for that #1 spot now, but OpTic have looked very good recently.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, they've had a few changes in their roster. It will be interesting to see how they go. I mean, in saying that, almost every team, or nearly every team coming into this season has had a roster change. You know, there's a lot of changes going on in CSGO as well. We've seen Dust2 taken out of the map rotation, Inferno coming in. This week, though, we do have Dust2 in the rotation. Next week, Inferno will be replacing it. So a little bit of extra time for those players to maybe get used to Inferno. But obviously, you know, we've spoken a little bit about what's coming up this season. We have seen a great year of CSGO last year in 2016. Let's go ahead and have a look at a bit of a recap of what went on last year.
Smoke this overstill. Fast play. Very fast play. There it is. Oh my gosh. G2 certainly has to be convinced. It might be the end. Absolutely perfect round. Nice shot on Firm. Hit the ground and Taco low in HP. Easy to pick up again. Magnificent. It's all on shots. He picks up one in overtime. He's looking for the shot. Shot's going to pick up one more. Triple wave. Oh, he gets the quad kill. Are you kidding me, Shoxy?
That's going to volley it off. This gives away the indication, though. They should know he's here. They do
with the knife. DW.
He goes through.
It's in the same place there. Simple just jumping. Catching into the side. He's going to fall down the character. What is it?
Snacks. Does find one. As he dances back and forth between the box. What a shot. What in God's name is that from Snacks?
Caravan drops him and Fallen. He turns back on. Takes a second as well. And a third. That's going to be the point to go there. Oh, what are you doing?
These opening smokes are going to. They are putting one down at the very start of this round, but it's config just greeting the edge. Oh, switches up! Config!
They're going to move in, and once again, very quickly, they've tried it before. They're going to shut down time after time again. Automatic!
The left side. First shot's very easy. Knows that they're on the right. Lovely shot and get right with the aim.
Challenging towards connector. Sick shot from Kenny, and again.
The opponents were being that passive style, but now you can see Scream doesn't care anymore. Scream's doing the no stuff. 4 quick headshots and the ace. That's beautifully done. That is sick.
So many great moments last year in Counter-Strike. I'm hoping that this year is going to deliver as much as it did last year. My favorite moment probably that 2v1 clutch from Simple, jumping off Cage and picking up the 2v1. It was excellent. I remember almost jumping out of my seat when that happened. Did you have a favorite moment from last year?
Well, my favorite moment, or at least my favorite event, would have had to be IAM New York, and my reason for that would be we saw Na'Vi come through with the win of that one. Now, Na'Vi have been these teams, like, yes, they've had a few lineup changes in recent times, like you said, bringing in Simple, but they've been this team who for so long have been just on the very edge of greatness. They've been in finals so many times, they've been just in contention for the win so many times, but we haven't seen them take it. And then IAM New York, they finally managed to win for themselves a large event. And that was just, I think, such a defining moment for them and for Counter-Strike, really. Because it seems we've just been waiting for them to win something for so long.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of winning moments, obviously, Cloud9 had a pretty good time last season in Season 4 of the North American Pro League. Let's have a look at the finals recap for that one.
The first time ESL Pro League hit South America to bring the biggest esports event the continent has ever seen to the mega city of Sao Paulo. As both SK and Immortals qualified for the tournament, it was a question of honor for the home teams to impress the crowd and, if possible, win the title. However, after a weak group stage, Immortals got kicked out of the competition quickly, and all hope rested on SK's shoulders, led by their in-game leader, Gabriel Fallen Toledo. The crowd was fired up for a Brazilian team winning the title on Brazilian soil.
I think it's natural to really want to win, and there is a little bit of more pressure, but we try to handle it the best we can.
But in the grand final, another American team showed up. After losing to SK in the group stage, Cloud9 battled their way through the playoffs, defeating OpTic and Mouse Sports for their chance to take revenge on the Brazilian superstars. The first map became a close affair, and Cloud9 pushed SK to overtime, but in the end, Fallen's squad was victorious. However, the pressure Cloud9 put on SK seemed to be too much. On the next two maps, the Brazilians got overrun, and Cloud9 won their first ever Pro League title.
Well, it's definitely going to be a bit of a difficult run into the finals this year for Cloud9. They definitely have the potential to do that, but there are certainly a lot of teams in contention for that spot.
Of course. I mean, in Cloud9, obviously, they'd love to pull off their second season win. They'd love to get the back-to-back, as I don't think we've seen a team do that yet, or at least not in recent times. But Cloud9, of course, wanted to get in there, but the contention is going to be very fierce this time. There's a lot of teams in very hot form right now.
Yeah, well, we might see Cloud9 there, but if we want to obviously attend that one as well, you can check out our website here. We do have tickets available for that Dallas one. It is going to be at the proleague.com/Dallas if you want to find some tickets for that one. It'll be interesting to go. Obviously, I don't think I'm going to be making the trek all the way over from Australia to Dallas, but certainly some of you might be able to jump on in there and pick that one up. Apart from Cloud9, I think, probably going to be seeing maybe SK. I'd like to see Renegades in the final. Obviously, I think they actually qualified last season but weren't able to attend the final, so definitely a lot of potential for a lot of teams in this scene.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, I'd love to see Renegades or Winterfox or any of these Australian teams really get there. No bias at all. Naturally, why would we do that? But love to see them there. Another team I think is going to make it though is Astralis. I mean, we've seen the form they've been in. They won the last major, beating out a lot of very good teams on the way through. So, yeah.
All right, well, speaking of a couple of teams that are probably going to be attempting to make their way through to the final, let's have a look at our first matchup for today. It is going to be OpTic up against Selfless. Now, OpTic, they've had a few roster changes. Tell me about what's going on here.
Well, we've seen this OpTic lineup. They've been mostly the same for a long time now, but they have very recently actually made a roster change, as you said. So that was, they lost Stanislaw. He was their IGL. He's moved over to Team Liquid now. So I think that was a bit of a surprise one for them, as it was for a lot of fans as well, but Stanislaw is out. Now, in his place, they've done a swap with Team Liquid, they've brought in Hiko. Now, Hiko is one of those players who, if you asked me about Hiko 12 months ago, you'd think, great, Hiko, clutch player. If you put him in a 1vx, he's going to win. In the last 12 months, we perhaps haven't seen as much of that from him, but maybe this change over to the OpTic lineup, new organization, new teammates, maybe that's what he needs to get back into form.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the great thing about this roster as well is the incredible depth that they have through their lineup. Maybe if Hiko or Tarek isn't firing, you've got Naf and Mixwell who can pick things up. So definitely a lot of potential for that lineup. Whether or not it's going to be realized this season, I think is going to be one of the storylines that we probably are looking at. Of course, their opponents for today we're going to be looking at is Selfless, and they themselves have potentially changed a few players around. We do see, obviously, this is looking fairly similar to what we saw last season from them, but I've heard word on the grapevine that there are going to be some changes potentially for this roster, so we'll see what players are going to be coming into the actual server tonight.
Absolutely, and just so everyone's on the same page, those rumors that we've heard are potentially Slemmy and DSR coming in their place. Now, Slemmy, of course, not so long ago was on Cloud9, so that's the last time we saw him. DSR, I think, has been floating around some lower tier NA teams, and this could be his chance to break in to a higher tier team. So we'll have to see, as you said, which 5 they come into the server with, but either way, they'll be looking to do the best they can to take it to OpTic and see if they can pull off the win here.
Yeah, it is Slummy and DSR in the server. They're actually for Selfless, and it looks like we're currently midway through the pistol round. OpTic perhaps a little bit worse for wear, having only a couple of players left, so it's going to be almost a 3v1, depending on which of these sites Selfless do head in towards. They're sort of having a look in towards mid. Still plenty of time to actually work with for the moment, so they don't need to rush into anything too quickly, and no grenades to work with either left for Selfless, so they're just going to have to rely on that raw aim heading into what looks like, for the moment, probably the B site with a bit of a split.
Absolutely, and Slemmy, it's worth noting, does not have armor because he would have been the utility player. As I'm assuming the IGL of this lineup, that's what he was for Cloud9 coming in here. I can only assume he bought utility, but here comes this B push. Now Rush with a lot of work to do. He's going to go for the first engagement, actually find it nearly the second, but will get flanked out by Slemmy from the tunnels, and Naf in a 1-on-2 already. Slemmy has found himself a USP, so that upgraded pistol is going to help him out massively. Naf actually does have a smoke here, and a kit, but nice shot from Slemmy, holding the angle on the doors, rips off Naf's head, and that's the pistol round going to Selfless here on Dust 2.
Yeah, really nice shot there in the end. And Selfless, as you say, picking up the pistol round, so nice little bit of momentum to start things off for them. Obviously, coming into this matchup, we kind of thought that they might be perhaps the underdogs in a sense. OpTic definitely looking like a strong team. As we said, winning the E-League Season 2, so, you know, a lot on the shoulders here of OpTic as well, I got to say. If they don't manage to win this matchup, then, you know, potentially some questions are going to be asked about these roster changes that are being made, but still, early days. Selfless, of course, with the buy into this one, though.
Absolutely. It is worth pointing out while we're here that this Dust 2 is OpTic's pick, so if they do lose this one, they're going to lose their own map pick as well, which will not be great for them, but just 5 7s for them this round, P250 on Naf, and it's up against a pretty strong force buy here out of Selfless. 2 AKs for that long range advantage and 3 SMGs to try and mop up in the close range. And it looks like, despite all that, they're going for the long range engagement, which they do have the advantage with those rifles, going to be heading over towards that long A position. And there's no one actually getting dinked. A nice shot out of Naf in uppers, but they're going to fall back from that one, and the bomb and 4Ts now moving out long, looking to pressure this A site, and the CTs are playing retake here on short.
Yeah, a little bit of information there from that push in towards the B halls for OpTic. Of course, they get that little bit of extra damage onto no one as well, but now OpTic are going to have to deal with this aggressive push coming out from Selfless down long. Mixwell in a nice spot. One-way smoke not quite working out too nicely for him. Does get taken down. A 1-for-1 overall at the moment, as Naf did take down no one, finishing him off. Tarek around behind. He's going to probably be taken down here, but the question is, how many of those opponents can he take down before he himself goes down?
Well, for now, he's actually forced them back out into long. I like this positional play from OpTic. They know they're weak in terms of utility and in terms of weapons, and they've rotated all over the map to be able to try and flank Selfless. They have had to mostly give up the A site in that time. There's no one on it for a Rush. Is there close in the cutout, but no one there. Rush actually getting cheeky, going for the jumping. Whoa, okay. Trying to take out the planter. The bomb does go down, but Rush will hit the jumping shot on Nifty, and now it's actually a 3-on-4. Utility or weapon advantage still with the T's, but that AK has been picked. There it goes. DSR getting 2 with the UMP. Caboose picking up 1 with the AK, and now Tarek, 33 HP and a Dream, 1-on-3. He does have this AK-47. He's playing games in this smoke. Slemmy is very, very close. Tarek cannot. No, will take him down. He's actually behind them all. Tarek could do this.
That was very, very close there. Perhaps a little bit too close for comfort for Selfless. I thought, you know, once that first guy went down, he was probably going to get traded out, but he found the second kill. In the end, the spray down wasn't quite there for Tarek, unfortunately, but still not too bad of a round in the end, actually, for OpTic. They picked up all bar 1 kill, so a bit of economy damage going over to Selfless. Still, of course, they're going to be able to buy into this round. OpTic should be on the eco.
Absolutely, and you'd think OpTic will. They don't have much money, so they should be sitting here on just pistols, trying to play close range, pick them off if they can. Now, worth noting that we did just see that Peacemaker has joined the OpTic side as coach. So that's the other roster change that OpTic have made recently. In place of Stanislaw, they did lose an IGL, but they've got in, hopefully, an upgrade in fragging, or at least a decent fragger in Hiko. And they've got the tactical mind of Peacemaker in now to be calling for them. I can only assume will be there with the tactical timeouts. So maybe not as much of a loss as we first thought in losing their IGL, given they've replaced him with a fragger and a coach.
Potentially. We are going to have to see how that sort of plays out throughout the rest of the season. Now, obviously, the guys on OpTic, they managed to kind of find their way into 4th place in the standings last season, obviously before the finals and all that. They were 17-9, which is quite a decent win-loss record, so they are going to be relatively hard-pressed to beat that, you know, with the strength of incoming teams. SK, Cloud9, I'm hoping Renegades, potentially some other teams on the board there as well. I think, you know, Immortals, the likes of, Liquid even potentially could be a thing. It depends on how their roster changes are going to work out. Again, so many storylines that we're going to have to find out throughout the rest of this season. So many questions to be asked and answered even by the teams as well. So it should be an interesting season here, and I'm really hoping that it's going to be as competitive or even more competitive than last season.
Absolutely, and I think that could well be the case here. As we've seen in, well, we had after the last major last year, we only had 2 majors last year. In previous years, we've had 3, but we only had 2, and we had that longer break, and we had that off-season for all these teams to practice, with the result that in the games we've already seen in 2017, these teams have had, most of them, a lot of time off to work out, we want to make roster changes, we want to do some prac, we want to work out what we're actually doing with our Counter-Strike, and as a result, a lot of teams have come back looking a lot better. So I think we don't really have a dominant team so far established this year. I mean, we've had in previous years, we had the Fnatic era, we've had the SK era.
Well, the Fnatic era might be back.
It might be back with that roster change. We've got the original, well, almost the original Fnatic lineup back together. But for now, we don't really have that one team, which is, we're going to get in the server, we're going to beat everyone. Like, we don't have that sort of dominant presence. So it'll be interesting to see if we actually do get one team establishing themselves as the sort of gods of the scene, or if we just have a region in Counter-Strike or a time in Counter-Strike when everyone can win at any given day.
I think that would be definitely interesting. I mean, as you said, has been, generally speaking, one team which you would think should be able to win this event or such and such. But generally speaking, we don't have a very, very competitive at the top sort of a level kind of thing. But we'll have to see how that works out throughout the rest of the season. For now, guys, it looks like we've got a bit of a prolonged pause, though. So we might head to a quick break. We'll be back as soon as the game is going to be ready.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor.
Ready to win.
Fantastic flash back the animal! Epic spray them down, he decimates Tempo Storm. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold, 3, nearly 4, he gets it at the end.
There has to be quick on phase, they have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. Oh, that was sick!
Fails to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
A quick break is a good break, that's what I like to say, and we're back into the game, right into round number 3, which has started off quite nicely here for Selfless by the looks of things.
Absolutely, they've managed to get themselves these 2 first early picks on the board. OpTic are ecoing as we predicted, they have very little money. Tarek does have himself that P250. Mixwell trying to be cheeky, play the car position, but Valve removed the fire from there, so can't really hide there quite as well, and he'll be taken down. So now Hiko and Tarek left with it all to do. Really, if they can just get a kill, I mean, Nifty has an AK-47, 3 HP. If they can kill him, they can potentially steal that, and there we go, Tarek will do it, but get taken down, and no one should be able to get up there and retrieve that AK as well. There we go, he will get that. So no major loss there for Selfless, and they get themselves a pretty clean 3-0 to start us off.
Yeah, some pretty decent trades coming out from Selfless there, and like you said, the 3-0 to start things off. Not too bad. Caboose looking like he's carrying the torch for the team, 7-0-1. That's good to see. So I'm looking really for Nifty to probably step up here on Selfless as well once he does get that AWP into his hands. He was pretty good with the AWP last season sometimes, and well, I say sometimes, not every time, but if he can be on his day, then definitely can cause some troubles for OpTic here.
Yeah, you can indeed, but there's no ops on the server at the moment. Not OpTic and Selfless both choosing to just not go with those. They probably couldn't afford them with all their rifles, but they have rifles, and on Selfless they have utility. OpTic have a little bit of grenades to try and use to stop up any push from the T side, but not too much really from them. And Rush with nothing. Hiko with just a single smoke. Mixwell with a single flash, so not a lot going for them. Looks like the T is going to be grouping up here, moving towards short. They throw some flashes over the top. The bomb is here as well. Looks like Mixwell, and I believe that is Naf up in Goose, going to be the ones to try and pincer this and hold it off. They do have a player down at long as well. It's going to be Rush, so this is quite a nice setup out of OpTic to potentially hold this push off, as they've got 3 players here already, but Selfless are not fully committed here. They've got players over in upper B and lower B as well, so if the rotations get caught out by OpTic, this could be very difficult for them.
Yeah, Selfless have just smoked off the CT as well, so I wonder if maybe they're trying to fake something here, mid to B or something like that, but actually they're going to go for a drop, and they've smoked off the other side of CT now, so OpTic a little bit perplexed perhaps as to what's going on here, but it's a 1-for-1 trade overall. Not too bad there for Tarek. He gets a lot of information for Hiko. Interesting that Hiko and Tarek are both holding on the B side. Hiko only able to get a 1-for-1 there. Not quite enough in that situation. It's given up control of the B side to Selfless. It's now 3 versus 3, and a retake in this sort of a situation for OpTic going to be quite difficult considering the lack of utilities that they do have.
Yeah, and they don't have kits either, so they don't have that much time. They've got to get in there and do this now if they want to do it. Now, Selfless have not had time to move out of the bomb site, so at least OpTic do know that they're safe to get in there. Well, they don't know, but they can get in there without being flanked just yet, but they're going to have to do it now with no kits. They've got to get in there right now. Mixwell going for the first pick at the window. Rush in tunnels, trying to find out a player. Everyone on Selfless just hiding right now, trying to bait out these OpTic guys, and there it is. Yeah. They've done it. There's going to be no pick for OpTic in the first sort of 20 or so seconds of that retake, and they will not, without kits, they won't have enough time to do anything about it. Rush here could actually catch them all. That peeking, the timing on that is so important. Nice shot there, takes down DSR at least, and will get away with his rifle. But no round for OpTic. With no kits, they ran out of time and just had to give up on that retake.
I think that's fair enough, though, for OpTic. I mean, they kind of peeked in to have a look and see if they could find a pick. And if they did find a pick, I think they would have probably pushed in there and tried to take the retake. But when they didn't find that player, they knew, obviously, we don't have any Molotovs. We can't flush anyone out of positions. It's going to be too risky for us here to try and retake that B site, especially without a kit. And they go for the safer option, save those 3 rifles through to the next round. They even pick up an exit frag to boot. So overall, I don't think it's an awful situation there for OpTic. They got the best out of it that they probably could have.
Absolutely. Now, here's something interesting. We do have an AWP out on Selfless, but it's going to be on Slemmy and not on Nifty. So that's a bit interesting. Of course, Slemmy never played AWP on Cloud9 because they had Skadoodle there, the all-star AWPer, when he steps up to do that one. So interesting to see that. I don't know if that was just a spawn-based thing or if it was because Nifty's just going to be rifling while Slemmy's AWPing, but interesting to say the least. Now, the Ts have just taken some mid-control here. They've got players in upper B. They've got a player in T-spawn. They're just spreading out at the moment, playing not so much aggressively, just slowly feeling out the map, trying to see if they can catch out anyone from OpTic being aggressive. But right now, OpTic are just dug deep inside their sites with only Naf, playing passively inside CT, hiding behind the box, playing a crossfire with Tarek outside upper B, just trying to stop that mid-rush if it happens. But again, Selfless can move over towards short, and the bomb looking to be joining them. The question is, though, will they actually go short this time, or will it be another spawn drop to go over to B?
Well, it does seem like they are, you know, having a bit of a look around short fairly often so far in these first 4 rounds. OpTic are obviously aware of that. They've got that Molotov in towards that direction, but Selfless not going to be too bothered by that, as now they're starting to make their way out through mid. Not a bad crossfire setup, though, here for OpTic Gaming, so this could potentially be the round that they need. Tarek is going to lose his teammate Slemmy, picking up that kill onto Naf, and now it's all down on the shoulders of Tarek, only with a FAMAS. A difficult situation for him there, only able to get 1. Hiko probably could have gotten 2 there, but he does get traded out by no one as well, and it's back to a 2 versus 4 again. OpTic on the back foot.
Absolutely, and Hiko actually dropped the bomb there as well, and could almost got that second kill. I believe it was no one left on just 2 HP. If he just not turned away, he checked his back too quickly. If he'd actually got that second kill, he would have had bomb down, could have maybe moved in, took control of that thing, and tried to hold off Selfless, but it was never going to be easy. It was still a 3-on-4, and unfortunately for Hiko, the timing does not work out in his favor, and that means it's Mixwell and Rush now left to save these rifles again. They do have a kit and a flashbang that they're also saving, so it's definitely good to keep these guns alive. Their economy will be building now as they get towards their 5th consecutive round lost, but really, they need to start winning them here soon. And it's going to be, I think, for them, they just need to start getting this early pick. They need to get the pick first, or at least trade the early kill without just going down a man straight away.
Yeah, for a team that we thought coming into this one were going to be probably the superior team, OpTic has really not looked like it at the moment. 5-0 on the board for Selfless, and pretty much all the money they could really want. Obviously, DSR just a little bit low there, but the rest of them starting to get that bankroll built up here, and things are a little bit worse for wear on the side of the CT. So again, it's going to be a difficult round here for OpTic.
Absolutely, and they do have themselves some rifles now. They're actually, there we go, their last FAMAS has been upgraded into an M4. So they've got themselves 3 M4s and an AK to work with here. So this is a good chance. They've actually got some utility on 3 of their guys as well. So if they want to try and make a round happen here, this is a good spot to do it. But they've given up long control, choosing to play 3 players towards CT. It's now, I believe, Mixwell actually peeking long, moving back into the bins now. So they're playing a retake on A, which, of course, if they get the kills and then can fall back without dying, that'll work great for them. But if Selfless are allowed to get up here, get onto this A site without OpTic being able to do too much about it, then they're going to be stuck playing retakes straight away. And we've already seen that they haven't really been going for retakes. They've just been saving. So at some point here, they need to stop saving. And with only 2 kits, they've got Hiko and Mixwell, who have those diffuse kits. If they go down in locations where they're not as accessible, then it's pretty much cutting down the chances of an OpTic retake by half.
But a bit of a push here from OpTic in towards short. They are going to get some information off that, though. Nifty doing a good job of stalling and even taking down a couple of kills. Nice little headshot coming out from him. Can he get another one? These guys are playing with fire. In the end, it's a 2-for-2 trade overall, but Selfless have gained control of that site. As you said, it's going to be OpTic on the retake.
Absolutely, and they don't really have that many players close to them. They do have both those kits over here. They're on Hiko and Rush now. So they can get in here. They've got themselves that extra 5 seconds to work with. And they do have a 3-on-3, and it's only Rush who is tagged. So this one's pretty even. This last smoke on Caboose is the only grenade that was left in the server, actually. So now it's about as even as it gets. Now it's just a straight up brawl. Here comes Hiko out towards Long, and there's 2 players there waiting for him. Slemmy greets him with the AWP. His teammates will have that info now, but a 2-on-3.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit unwinnable now for OpTic. The AWP in the pit there is going to make life incredibly difficult. Not even a smoke available here for OpTic to maybe smoke off the bomb for the defuse. And it looks like another fairly run-of-the-mill round for Selfless. Like they've just walked in there, got a couple of kills, gained control of the site, and then OpTic have gone in 1 by 1 on the retake and been basically executed.
Absolutely, and it's not even looking like Selfless are doing anything particularly special. Like, by all means, they're playing well, but they're not pulling out ridiculous double fakes, incredibly complicated site takes. They're just playing pretty strong defaults, getting some map control. They pick a site, and they decide which one to go towards, and then they just hit their shots, and OpTic, there's not really much you can do with a bullet in your head.
No, certainly not. And OpTic, not going to be so much they can do with this buy either, unless Rush can pull something interesting off. With that AK, Tarek gets taken down by Slemmy there on the cross. And that's a little unfortunate for OpTic, but again, I guess it is kind of an eco round, so it's not going to be the worst situation. Better than having that sort of a situation on an actual buy round where you lose a player straight off the bat. So, yeah, again, it's just going to come down to Rush. If you can find some openings here, maybe can pull something off, but it's wishful thinking at the moment for OpTic, who haven't really looked like they've been in any of these rounds.
Yeah, they've not really had too much of a chance. Not like we've had any 1v1s that they've lost or 2v2s they've lost that have been close. It's mostly just been they lose the opening kill, and then they get shut out in the retake, and they have to save. It's just there's not really been that much going for them. Now, this round is a bit of a wash. As I say that, Nav picks up a very nice 1-dig on a DSR, and he's got another player. That's Caboose, very low right in front of him. All right, this is looking much better from OpTic. Mixwell with a double. Now it's a 2-on-3. The bomb is in their control, and they've got a gun at least as well. Mixwell with an AK-47. This just got much more difficult for Selfless.
Oh, certainly did, and there's another AK being picked up by Naf. So it's a couple of weapons and a pistol here still for Hiko, but it's a Deagle, so we all know how powerful that one can be. Slemmy's going to find himself an easy kill. Not entirely sure what Naf was doing there, but Slemmy's going to take advantage of it nonetheless. In the meanwhile, no one also finding Hiko, so it's down to Mixwell to clutch out this situation. It's a 1v1 now. He's managed to find that one onto no one, and Slemmy has to deal with this one with the AWP. A great tag through the wall, or through the doors even. Puts Mixwell down to 6 HP, but only 27 seconds left on the clock. Selfless, it's not an unwinnable situation, but it's still not the easiest of situations.
I like this move from Mixwell as well, going through trying to get the flank off. He could catch out Slemmy here. He spots him. Oh my goodness. I think he saw that. That was so close. Yeah. He now has a decent idea on where Slemmy is going. He knows that with 10 seconds left, Slemmy has to go be here.
The timing.
Mixwell, oh my goodness, this is so well played. He's completely read this. The player comes in, and Mixwell will do it with a 4K in the round. 2 with the 5-7, 2 with the stolen AK, and finally we have a round for OpTic Gaming here on Dust 2.
That was really nicely played from Mixwell. He got the read, and he executed it perfectly almost. Selfless going to be hurting a little bit after losing that round. Obviously, they should have the economy to buy into this one, but definitely losing to an eco like that is not going to be the ideal situation at all.
Not at all. But they do have Caboose in terms of economy still up on $1,500 after dropping for a teammate. So while the rest of his teammates are a bit low, he's there to be the bank for now. So they're going to be all right with money for now. But OpTic, double AWP, Mixwell and Tarek picking those things up, and no answering AWP on the Selfless side. So this could be good for OpTic. It just depends where they're going to be playing with those. Looks like one's going to be up on short, and I believe Tarek is out mid, holding for that mid to B push. So this double AWP could work out very well for them, but it looks like Selfless have made the right move. They're going to the only place on the map was only one player who's going to be pressuring them, at least initially. And if they get out mid, they can take out Tarek, they can move out towards B. But again, Selfless favoring short, and they might not be ready here for Mixwell with this angle.
No, it's, well, I mean, they should know that there's going to potentially be an AWP on the field. They have spotted out at least a single AWP now. But that grenade, it was a good one. Didn't do all that much damage still. Grenades in CSGO, as they are. But Mixwell's going to have to revert his position back a little bit further in towards the A bomb site. Having a look into mid now as well. OpTic not quite sure where Selfless is going to be pushing just yet, but it does look like Selfless probably setting up for some smokes here, for some flashbangs as well.
Yeah, it looks like we should have an execute coming in here for Selfless. Get up towards the A side. And with 5 players there, I assume they're actually going to go A this time as well. This one won't be a B split. There's some grenades in to try and deny the push. That's nice work actually out of Naf to try and stop that one off. And it's worked for now. Selfless have been halted. They've got, I believe that is Caboose already out. But the rest of his team have fallen back. Here goes Caboose into CT. The rest of his team will be going with him. Here it comes. The pressure is here. Naf actually finding one. Getting dropped on behind. He finds our second one as well. Nice work from Nav. Mixwell answering in onto no one. This one's not going anywhere near as well for Selfless. A 2-on-5. The bomb is down, but now Nifty, not even Nifty. Naf will drop him. Naf with a 3K in the round, actually. Very nicely played. Dancing around those smokes, dancing behind the Selfless players, and getting himself 3 of them, which means OpTic are going to avoid the immediate economic reset at least, and they'll get themselves a second round.
Does seem like OpTic might have a bit of a second wind in their sails now, so to speak. They picked that one up without losing a single player, and really making Selfless look, a lot worse than they had before. So good opportunity now for OpTic to come back into this one. Obviously still a bit of work to do, down 2 and 6, but that economy starting to build up a little bit here. Selfless still have another buy here, but this might be the last one.
Very possibly, and we still have this double AWP persisting onto OpTic. Now, we didn't see too much out of it in that round just because, really, Selfless didn't go where the AWPs were, but it's still here, and it's still going to be very dangerous. Double AWPs on Dust 2 can be so effective depending on how you play them. You can even just have double AWPs holding a crossfire somewhere and the rifles hold everywhere else. There's a lot you can do with it. It's a very versatile setup, and especially when you have an AWPer like Mixwell on the field who is so strong, you can definitely expect big things. But here comes this push towards the A side. Rush is called out. He's dropped the Molotov. He's found the first kill. Actually, he is pressured here. He's got a Molotov in his position. Tries to drop down. Caboose is ready for it. We'll take him. Nav gets one. Slemmy and DSR trade 2 back. It's a 2-on-3. But Tarek, I think he has a read here on where DSR is, just waiting for him to pop up. This grenade's going to be very nice, it looks like. There's nope, it bounced off. There's a bit high there from Tarek, but picks up the AK and gets destroyed.
Wow.
Goodbye, Tarek, and now Mixwell. AWP looks like he's going to be going with the Desert Eagle here. Has completely flashed out DSR. Not that he knows that. He knows he's there, but a 1-on-3. One player on the bomb site. That wallbang was very close, but Slemmy playing this one cleverly. Mixwell actually dropping down. He does have a kit. He's got a little bit of time to play with to try and isolate these into 1v1s, but the timing on that is very unfortunate. Just unscopes merely a second before DSR comes around the corner, and we did see a win streak very briefly of 2 rounds for OpTic, but it's already gone.
Not even sure I would call it a streak at that stage, just a couple of wins on the board, but still, OpTic should be able to afford a buy into this one. They're not probably going to have an AWP, but still, a buy is a buy. Can't really complain too much about it. Oh, they do have an AWP. Mixwell going for the glass cannon though, so no armor.
And only one smoke to cover himself with as well, so not really too much to do for him. He's got to get his first pick and get out safely, and that could be a difficult task. But for now, early pressure from Selfless towards Long. Going to do a little bit of damage and back out of that one, though. Now, Hiko looks like the pressure will be squarely on his shoulders here. Got himself a FAMAS as well. Not the greatest gun to try and hold off a rush, but he's going to have to do what he can as his teammates aren't quite with him. We do have Tarek just outside B who can be there pretty quickly, but definitely the work is, at least initially here, on Hiko, but here comes the mid push as well, and there's Naf down. Caboose getting that kill as they flank out through mid, and now Tarek, again, with everything to do, will find himself the first kill, gets the spray transfer in the second, almost the third, but not going to do it. Hiko finds 1 and 2, though, turning it around, and now Slemmy, the last player remaining, will pick up at least Hiko, but he's in a 1-on-2 here. He does have the bomb, he's got a minute to play with, but he's got a player coming in behind him, and a player in CT, and this will not be easy.
Alrighty, well, Slemmy just in a 1 versus 2 now. Gonna have to find that, and well, it's not going to work out too nicely for him. Not too bad of a round there for OpTic.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, they're actually going to win one, which is good for them. That's what they need, and they might have actually just reset themselves a little bit there. I mean, their economy should be okay. They've won a bunch of rounds in this one. Yeah, there we go. They do have a ton of money to be able to get across the board with. They'll be able to get some drops out for their teammates. Maybe not an AWP, but they will be able to buy very comfortably. But speaking of buys, OpTic going to be coming in with the double AWP again, so we'll get to see that one back up.
Well, yeah, double AWP setup, it didn't work out last time for OpTic, but I think it's going to be not a bad idea to give it another crack here. Obviously, give it a pretty early crack in the piece as well, only 11 rounds in, so if they can pull off the win here, maybe they can pull it through for another few rounds. But it does look like we've got a bit of a pause here, so why don't we go ahead and have a look at a video about the DreamHack event that's going to be coming up very shortly.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. They spray them down. He decimates Cobblestone. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. Oh, that was sick.
Failed to the challenge. 1 quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Superman shots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
Well, cutting that one short, we're going to be back straight into the game. Obviously, that's good to see. Haven't missed anything so far this round. Looks like Selfless just going to be on a pistol Tech 9 buy, Tech 9 and armor buy, sorry, I should say. Obviously going up against that double orb setup of OpTic.
And I mean, their only chance here really to try and take this round is they need to find where those AWPs are playing and run into them at close range. Like, realistically, a pistol should not beat a rifle in a relatively close range exchange. And AWP, if that AWP misses their first shot, there's much more of a chance. So really the best chance for Selfless here is to try and find where those AWPs are playing and take them out. But they've just been going for a good old B rush instead. And Hiko actually getting caught out. Not even find out where those players were. Now Tarek looking to do work from the doors. Finds one, finds two, finds three. Tarek, nice shot on the jumping slammy there. And what? Tarek with the ball game. He got the ace. He gets the no-scope. What was I saying about AWPs against pistols? I was apparently entirely wrong as Tarek picks up the entire Selfless lineup by himself.
It's always nice to have a bit of a door or a corner or something to peek around like that when you're going up against the pistols in an AWP. So pretty good result there for OpTic Gaming in the end. They only lose Hiko, and he's obviously going to be able to rebuy straight into this round. Being able to keep that double AWP set up through here for OpTic is a bit of a boost, and it's going to give them another good chance at this round.
Absolutely, but I mean, that's probably not how they wanted that last round to go, but probably not how you expected it to go from Tarek either. An AWP shutting down 5 pistol armor by players is definitely not what you see every day, especially in such quick succession. But that round is over. Next one is up here, and Selfless will add themselves some AKs and mostly full utility to be able to come back into this one as well.
Alrighty, well, Hiko just again watching that upper tunnel, but this time Selfless not too interested in that. Mixwell is going to spot the feet of one of those Ts crossing his sight. Now maybe he's going to go for the repeat. It's going to be a little bit dangerous here. Caboose watching that angle, and Mixwell is forced to back off. So nice little bit of control there from Selfless. They've gained reasonable control up towards the short area, but still, as of yet, haven't got anything too much in towards the A-bomb site.
It does look like that's where they're going to be going there. Again, they have 3 players here and 2 over towards B. Now, the last time we saw this did end up being a drop into CT spawn and a B split, so we'll have to see if they do it again. And there it is. Seems to just be the Selfless thing to do the B split. They don't go straight out mid, they go over through A, which can catch your opponent off guard. And we'll have to see how OpTic adapt to this now. The pressure is on these 2 B site defenders. It's going to be Hiko and Tarek with everything to do. Tarek already so low. Did get 1 before he went down, but now Hiko looking to do it all. Finds 1, finds 2. Not going to find Nifty, though. It's a 3-on-2. This is good for OpTic here. They've actually got a man advantage. The bomb is not yet down, but it's coming into the site now. But Nifty down on 9 HP, catching a dink before getting that kill onto Hiko. That's good for OpTic here. They've only got 1 bullet to find onto him, but Nifty is going to be holding this angle very close into upper dark, and if Rush peeks into that, if he's not ready for it, he could just catch an AWP in the face, and then he'll be back into 2-on-2.
Yeah, sadly no flashbangs available here for OpTic, but even if Rush does go down here, he should get traded. In the end, the shot is missed by Naf, and Rush is able to pick up the, by Nifty, sorry, and Rush does pick up the kill. Slemmy down now, though, in a 1 versus 2, he's got a decent position here to dance around, but in the end, Naf is going to push forward and pick him up in the end.
And Naf closing down the angle and winning that one out. It's worth noting here as well that while OpTic have been down considerably, they still haven't lost this half. The Selfless are only on 7 rounds. OpTic can still get the 8-7 here and win this half. It's also worth noting they did just manage to save the double AWP, so they're going to be keeping that going. And it's been really quite effective for them so far. Maybe not in terms of 2 AWPs working together to shut something down, but having 2 AWPers on the map with both Mixwell and Tarek playing well so far has definitely been a good thing for them.
Certainly has, and Selfless, well, their economy is well and truly broken again, back onto those pistols, and it was looking so good for them early on in this half. Now, OpTic well in place to potentially bring this one back to an 8-7 in their favor. It is going to be still difficult, I mean, 3 rounds in a row, but, you know, it's not without, or not out of the realms of possibility here. Selfless definitely need to change things up a little bit. They've been putting a little bit, maybe too much pressure on short, exploring long this time, but only with those pistols, so it has to be questioned how much they're even going to be able to do.
Nice shoulder pick there from Nifty, spotting out Naf, but will not spot out Rush, who now is going to have a bit of a hard time here with all these players peeking it, but he's got himself out the counter Molotov to shut it off. He's seen a few of them now, just going to take his time. Bit of a shooting gallery really here for Rush with no armor on these guys. He can just hit him in the head, take him down, and looking very strong here. Only Caboose with 5 HP remaining. OpTic looking really good to get through this one without losing a single player. There we go. Rush will eventually shut it down from that car position, and nobody lost for OpTic. They're pretty firmly in the driving seat here.
Yep, easy round on the board there for OpTic now. 6-7, still in the favor of Selfless, and they are going to have a buy, but this is probably, you know, their last proper buy. I guess they can buy next round, but whether or not they're going to be able to afford everything they want is the real question.
Yeah, very potentially not as much. They are quite low on money. They do have a 4-round loss streak building up, so they could potentially have some money to buy rifles, as you said, but I'm not sure they'll be able to get full utility. Either way, this double AWP still in effect for OpTic, and it's been so effective. Look at this from Rush, though. This is really gutsy, going for the mid-aggression, and they were ready for it. Slemmy catches him out with the AWP, and now Tarek could be in a bit of a rough spot here. He's isolated in by Xbox. For all he knows, this player's top mid, so he can't really get out, but he will get the pick on the Nifty and be able to fall back, throwing a flash to cover himself, or not quite actually, thought he was going to do it, but not throwing a grenade to cover himself, but will escape with his life. Back to a 4-on-4 now, and OpTic, it's good to see them answering back so quickly. They lose a player, but unlike the first couple rounds where they went down, they answer back that pick very quickly.
I think Tarek's been looking pretty impressive with that AWP. I mean, I never really felt like he was an excellent AWPer or anything like that, but certainly been doing a good job so far against Selfless. I mean, we saw that 1 5K round. That was against pistols, to be fair, but it seems like almost every shot that he's been firing, he's been hitting.
Which is definitely what you want to see from your AWPer anyway. It looks like, again, we're going to see Selfless moving over at least one player towards short now, but the bomb actually in long. Have a look at this position from Naf, though. Sitting on the other side of the doors. If he doesn't get checked, he could shut this whole thing down, but I would assume Selfless going to be checking this corner, and that nice movement around the smoke there from Caboose will take out Tarek. Now Naf taking so much damage here. There is grenades everywhere for him. He has nowhere to go. Will eventually go down, but does heavy damage care of the HE he throws. And look at this flank as well. Both OpTic players coming in behind all the Ts here. If Mixwell moves fast, he'll get out, but Selfless going to drop a player into pits. That's going to be no one waiting for this. The peak is there. Now they've spotted him. They've got to take him out. And actually, DSR coming back for support. Hiko got to find all of these kills. Actually finds himself the first 2. This could be the old Hiko that we're used to seeing winning all the clutches. Now he's got to spot. Caboose goes for the spray. Very long battle so for these players. So low. 6 and 8 HP. But still, one of them has to land one more bullet to win this one. It's going to be so close. Hiko looking for the kill, trying to complete the 1-on-3. Here goes for a Molotov, and Caboose picks up the headshot. Unfortunately, I thought we were going to see it tied up there. Hiko with a valiant attempt, but Selfless will win it back.
Well, Dust is a relatively close map. You've got to expect an 8-7 kind of a scoreline coming out. 9-6 would actually be a fairly good result, I got to say, I think, for Selfless. In saying that, though, OpTic is going to be able to pretty much afford a full buy. There is a FAMAS on NAF, but apart from that, everyone's looking pretty good. Selfless, they do have 1 SMG, so neither team with a perfect buy into this final round.
Absolutely, but it'll be, I think this one will be on Mixwell. Now that Tarek's back on a rifle rather than having the AWP of his own, Mixwell's going to be potentially the one who's going to have to make the difference here, as he is now the only AWP player for his team. And Slemmy, again, looks like he's the AWPer for Selfless now. We were expecting Nifty, but I've seen Slemmy picking that thing up, at least in this match. Maybe it's just T-side on Dust too, but Slemmy's been picking that thing up a lot more than Nifty has. But either way, the T's, again, Selfless just playing this one slowly. Looks like they're going to be positioning over towards long here. They do have 3 players and the bomb here this time, and as well as 1 player in mid, 1 player in upper dark again. So they're actually doing quite well with playing their map control and taking their time and thinking, you know, where can we spread out, where can we move to make sure that we're not going to get flanked, as we've seen from OpTic already that whenever they can get a flank off, they're doing it and trying to punish Selfless from behind.
Selfless just trying to, or just waiting even for that smoke to dissipate. Having a look at... well, having a look in towards long, and it looks like we do have a bit of a problem on our GoTV. So not sure how that round is going at the moment.
Yeah,
Who knows?
Last round of the half. I mean, both teams, there'd been no damage done, so both teams in a good position to win it, so we'll have to see.
Hopefully, I hope we get to see sort of an 8-7 scoreline. That way we get a really good, even sort of a situation heading in towards the second half.
Absolutely, and Dust 2 is one of those maps where it can be so evenly 50-50. I mean, I think statistically it's pretty much one of those maps where you wouldn't really say it's not T-sided or CT-sided. It's really the better team-sided. So we'll have to see who's going to come out of this one with the win, who's going to come out with the advantage.
I'm a little bit surprised to see OpTic having this much trouble, to be honest, on Dust. It has historically been one of their better maps. Like, I know they've had some roster changes. Obviously, Hiko coming in, Stanislaw going out, and that is an IGL going out of your roster, so maybe that's going to cause some issues. But in saying that, the core of this roster was generally pretty good on Dust 2. They've had some good results on it, and it's not really a map that Selfless seemed particularly comfortable on. So I'm surprised to see such a good start here from Selfless. I'm not unhappy about it. It means we get to see a close match, which is always going to be good here. And Selfless actually looking probably like the better team at the moment, I got to say.
Absolutely, at the moment, I would think. And Selfless, I mean, surprising me as well with how strong they've been. But OpTic, we would think, I mean, the loss of Stanislaw, sure, as you said, they've lost their IGL. But the other thing is, it's Dust 2. It's not traditionally one of those maps where you need a super strong in-game leader to do well. It's one of those maps where you can just rely on aim and a simple let's go A, let's go A, let's split mid, whatever. It doesn't have the greatest strategic depth as compared to other maps. So I'm also surprised to see that OpTic are having this much trouble. I wouldn't have thought that the change in one member, Stanislaw Vahiko, could make that much of a difference. But again, OpTic just not looking as good, and we'll have to see if they can bring it back against Selfless.
Yeah, Hiko's looked relatively impressive throughout this this map so far. I mean, there's been some rounds where he hasn't done a whole lot, but obviously we saw that almost clutch, and it could have been a thing. So he's been certainly having an impact on this game. And I think the other takeaway really is Tarek, who's looked pretty good as well. Mixwell had that one nice clutch. So I mean, across the board, it seems like OpTic are probably performing reasonably well, but I just think they need that a little bit of extra step. They need to get that little bit of a boost over the guys on Selfless. Obviously, starting off on CT side, so maybe there's something in it for them there. You know, moving over to the T side, they can dictate the pace of the game. They can go where they want to. They can take the fights they want. Potentially, that's going to be like the little bit of extra oomph, perhaps, that OpTic need to pull this one off.
Very possibly, and I mean, it should be. I mean, OpTic, again, they should be taking this one, and the fact that they're having this much trouble is not, I'm not sure we can really blame it on any one player, as they've mostly been, as you said, pretty consistent. Like Hiko, sure, there is times where he's been alone in a 1-on-3 on a bomb site, maybe he could have found 2 kills, but in general, he's been pretty good for at least a 1-for-1 trade in his position. It's not like we really have any player so far, especially on the CT side, that's been sitting there and just dying consistently without getting at least a single trade frag. So, yeah, I mean, OpTic just having a bit of a rough time so far.
I mean, on the other side of the coin, Selfless are looking pretty good themselves. I mean, their aim certainly working out quite nicely. We've seen Slemmy hitting some nice shots with that orb. Caboose looked pretty good early on in the piece there as well. So I think there are some takeaways there as well for Selfless.
Of course, and they've also had this this short play they've been doing where they go up short, they throw smokes, and then they drop in through CT head to B. That's been working out very well for them so far. They've managed to get in, they've managed to get up to B, they can do the split, they can take out the mid guy, they can get onto the B site, they can at least get the bomb down. There's really not been many rounds where they've actually just been completely shut out of at least getting a plant down. So they've been playing well on their T side so far.
Yeah, definitely. Alrighty, guys, we're going to head to a quick break. It looks like we're in halftime at the moment, so we'll be back with the second half in just a second.
You like Nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy, now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flash back the line of Apex spraying them down. He decimates Cobblestone. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it at the end.
There has to be quick from plays. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. Oh, that was sick.
Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and a nade. All of phases.
Hey Future Pros, Train is the game and we have a slick smoke to cover CT connector. This smoke is great for pushing that pesky AWPer off position, and coupled with 1 or 2 more smokes you have a great outside execute. To master this, hop up on this dumpster and nestle yourself between these 2 crates. Once done so, aim just to the right of the corner of this building and let the smoke fly. Train ain't easy, but hopefully you can find some success with this top tip. Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flash back the line of Apex spraying them down. He decimates Cobblestone. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it at the end.
There has to be quick from plays. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. Oh,
the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
Alrighty guys, welcome back, and we're into the second half. OpTic did in the end win that final round of the first half, so we find ourselves at an 8-7 scoreline. Pretty even Steven heading in towards the second half.
Absolutely, which is something you do expect from Dust 2, a bit more of an even matchup between CT and T, but between OpTic and Selfless, maybe not something we would have expected. However, we do have OpTic here with a chance to try and change that up. They are now the ones in control. They're on the T side. They get to choose where they go, who they fight, and where they fight them. So that could be an advantage for them here. For now, it looks like they're taking this pistol around pretty slowly. They do already have Hiko out towards long. They've got long control early. Tarek waiting around in lowers and moving between lowers and uppers, trying to catch out any push from the CTs. Selfless, for their part, playing this one quite standard, back towards their sights and mid, not really pushing anywhere. And OpTic now long is the place they're going. DSR going to be the first one in really a crossfire position to stop this, but maybe not, as OpTic are now falling back, and unfortunately for them, they've lost Tarek, so their map control is now gone. With the rest of these 4 players grouped up, really, all they can do is move as a unit and just try and roll trade frags.
Looks like they're going to be maybe just charging in towards that B-bomb site. Mixwell spotting someone out mid, or spotting something out mid at least. He's just trying to figure out what's going on here. Meanwhile, the rest of his team making their way over towards the B site. I'm not so sure it would be the greatest of ideas to head in towards the B through the upper tunnel, so they do opt to actually head in towards mid, at least for now. Hanging around. They've got 40 seconds left on the clock, so they can rotate all the way around if they want. They've gone over from A over to B, and they're heading back over towards A now by the looks of things, and it does seem like that's going to be where the hit is going to happen. OpTic do find a 1-for-1 trade there overall. Now it's a 2-for-1, so we're back to a 3 versus 3, and OpTic have got control of that bomb site. Selfless now on the retake.
And they've dropped that smoke to cover themselves off from short as well. And Naf playing into this little stair, the sneaky stair position here, waiting for these Selfless players to push him. And they're actually all in short. All 3 of them going to be going together here. So Naf could have a lot to do. But as this smoke fades now, here will come the first engagement. Naf has not been checked in this position, but will be. Can't land the shot. And now it's a whoa rush. That was close. Just escapes with his life. 2 on 3 to try and do this. One's already a player in CT, flanking them too. Rush detected it, going for the kill. Not going to find it. Slammy will pick up Hiko. No one will take out Rush. And that's the pistol round going to Selfless, which means they're now going to be able to extend their lead.
Yeah, a couple of pistol rounds going the way of Selfless now. They have not lost one so far, and that's obviously going to be nice for them. 9-7 on the board, probably looking towards a 10-7 or even 11-7, depending on how this one goes. See what the Ts are going to buy in response to getting that bomb down, or if they're not going to buy, even if they're just going to save through to the next one for the AKs. Looks like that is going to be the option of choice. And so Selfless quite aware of that. They've just decided to go pretty much into the full SMG buy. They do have a couple of rifles there as well, just in case, but things looking pretty good here for Selfless, rather.
Absolutely. Looking to mop up this round nice and cleanly, clean up OpTic, and get themselves a bit of cash, hopefully, by using those 3 UMPs, the SMGs there, to just make that extra bit of cash and make their buy further into the game a bit better. OpTic do have some pistols, but no armor. I mean, we do have still a Glock on Naf, upgraded pistols for the rest of his teammates, 2 P250s, 2 Tech 9s, looking to move out mid now. They should really be shredded by these SMGs, but they've actually forced Nifty back. He's on 10 HP. He's smoked out in CT as well. He could spam through the smoke and catch someone if he's lucky, but not going to do it, which means now, all of a sudden, OpTic looking better here, but Caboose looking to do the damage with this UMP, can't land the spray. Whoa! What was I saying about spray not being landed? No one finds 2. DSR cleans up 1, and OpTic, that round really fell away from them.
Well, I mean, they kind of just ran into the spray of no one, and when they don't have any armor, that's obviously not going to work out. Was a bit of a throwaway round anyway. They didn't really expect probably to pick up the win there, and they have obviously bought into this one with the AKs. There is a Galil on Naf, but he does have a little bit of extra utility to speak of, so a bit of a better buy coming into this one for OpTic. Whether or not they're going to be making use of it is the real question here, because if they let too many more rounds sort of slip away here for Selfless, then they're in real danger of losing their own map pick.
Absolutely. I mean, this round is going to be better for OpTic as they've got Selfless only have 2 rifles of their own, whereas OpTic have full rifles and 4 of them are AK-47s, with Selfless having 2 M4s and the 1 for Mars as well. So OpTic do have the weapon advantage here, but they are, as you said, at a round disadvantage. So this one they really need to win, or else they're already staring down double digit. If they lose this one, their economy gets reset. They could be looking at a much bigger lead really facing them as Selfless move up towards map point, and that's not what OpTic want to be happening on their own map. But they've looked a little bit better. I mean, they lost the pistol round to start off with, sure, but after going down, I believe it was 5 or 6-0 before they managed to get a round back. They've been looking at least better to keep this one in contention. This round, there are going to be some questions asked of them, and if they can't win this one, then they're going to be in pretty dire straits.
Yeah, certainly. They'll be probably back on the eco. OpTic, Selfless obviously rather going to be, starting to get a little bit of that economy built up. No one does trade 1 for 1. Overall, I'd have to say not too bad of a result there for OpTic as they start to make their way, or attempt to make their way in towards the B-bomb site. Mixwell has a big job to do. He finds one. Did he even spot the second player? It doesn't seem like it. Nifty will take him down, and it's 3 versus 2. Now with some B control here from Selfless as well. Caboose trying to hold on to that window. That's an excellent flash. Does get both of those OpTic players, Naf in the end, able to trade out Caboose, but it's now a 1 versus 2 for him. He's been spotted out as well by Nifty. He does take him down, though, for his troubles. And we're back to a 1v1 DSR with all of it to do for Selfless.
But 20 seconds left. Naf needs to move now, and DSR will hit the timing, coming in through the window and drop Naf. There was hope there for Naf to get that 1-on-3, but in the end did not work out for him as the timing just didn't work in his favor. The classic Counter-Strike curse of timing not working out when you really need it to. And as we hinted at before, now OpTic are stuck back on the eco. They're only going to be able to upgrade 2 pistols this time, make that, okay, they're going to buy a couple more P250s, full P250s except for the Tech 9 on rush. But a single flashbang, a smoke, some pistols. This one is just going to be a rush for a bomb plant. Really, OpTic just wants some money here. And, I mean, if Slemmy keeps pushing here, he can catch them all out because none of them so far are actually watching long.
If he makes a little bit too much noise, though, maybe he will get caught out. That's the real problem for him. And actually opting just to play safely, having a look in towards bedroom, but backing out now. OpTic do make their way quite quickly up the short area. It's Nifty to probably hold off this assault. He does have a Molotov, which he's going to pop down there, restrict a bit of the movement of those Ts, and now the pop flash comes out. Let's have a look and see how this peek works out for him. The spray is not great, but he does actually get a kill onto Mixwell. Still a 1-for-1 trade, not too great for Selfless there, but at least the backup is rolling on in. DSR finding the kill onto the bomb plant with the Molotov. And it's just Caboose to find the final kill there. In the end, not too bad of a result for Selfless.
Absolutely. Nice shot from Slemmy there to take down the player harassing him at long and dropped him with a USP long range. The bomb plant there must have been under a second from going down, but the Molotov unfortunately spreads a tiny fraction too far for OpTic. All they wanted out of that round was a bomb plant for a bit of extra money in this one, but they did not get it. They didn't get it across the line, which would have been, it's unfortunate for them. I mean, they can still buy in this one. Mixwell is stuck on that glass cannon. He doesn't have any armor behind his AWP. He does have a couple flashes though. But OpTic going for the fast long control, at least early on. There is 3 players here ready for them though. This is, at least for now, not the right move for OpTic.
OpTic have at least managed to gain control of that area, so there's a bit of a maybe doubt in the back of the minds of Selfless as to where these OpTic guys are going now. Starting to rotate back around. They look like they want to go for a bit of an A split here, having 1 player in pit and a few more coming up through short. Who's that pit player? It's Hiko. So no AWP in the pit.
Do have Hiko. Oh, I thought Slemmy was going to do more with that, but does manage to find one before getting traded out by Naf. But DSR already holding the angle. Naf going for the pre-fire. Beautiful flashbang from OpTic actually to get it out there, get the player across for the bait, the AWP shot. The flashbang did the work anyway, and Naf's going to get that kill as well. So 2K now on the entry for him. Nifty stuck down in CT that Molotov, making his position a bit more awkward. He has to move towards this site and take these fights, but he's actually going to drop the bomb planter as well. That's Mixwell going for the money, wanted some cash, but didn't have the head arm, which means he got 1 tap by that M4, and now Naf going to put this thing down. He is hidden in that smoke. They're not going to be able to kill him just yet. The bomb will go down safely, but now Hiko gets tapped out of the pit. Nice shot there from Caboose. Rush managing to pick up 1 from mid, and now Caboose has it all to do. He's not going to spot out Naf now. He will, going for the spray, trying to find it, dancing around these barrels. This fight is so awkward for both players here, but Naf will close it out, and that's going to be OpTic winning another round, and at least for now, stalling Selfless from getting further towards map point.
4 kills in that round for Naf. Nice job from him. He also takes the AWP through to this one. It's going to be dropped over to, well, originally Hiko. I was going to question that a little bit, but it does look like it's now in the hands of Tarek after passing by Mixwell. And back to Mixwell. So
I think they were considering a long pick there, but
yeah,
Tarek had the spawn, but decided not to do it. They're just going to throw a smoke over and do the standard long pick instead, with Mixwell doing that one. And there's no Selfless players here anyway. What is this stack? I mean, Selfless are on a pistol round, but I've never seen this precise way of stacking A before. All 5 players in the CT ramp. This is Interesting. I mean, if OpTic do go this way, it's going to work out for them. Or potentially, at least they could do some damage. Well, I mean, Selfless could at least do some damage. But if OpTic find this out and they go over towards B, then really there's no hope for Selfless.
Even if they head up through short, I think really the only way that this sort of a strategy for Selfless works is if OpTic push through long. Like, they're not going to get too many easy shots in towards short or up or onto the A bomb site with just the pistols, unless maybe they boost someone. It's going to be tough here for Selfless, obviously, with only those pistols. So they had to go for something, had to roll the dice.
And they have rolled the dice. And I mean, a stack is not a terrible idea when you are on only a pistol round. I mean, they've got a 4-round advantage as well. They do have the rounds to play with. They don't have to try and play this like a normal round if they had rifles. They can afford to go for this sort of thing. But
I love this grenade. Oh,
I think this grenade gets caught out. Can we have... I thought that grenade would do more damage. And actually, the pistol's getting some kills now, but the pistol's coming out from OpTic as well to clean it up. There's 3 pistol kills of their own. Mixwell and Tarek picking it up with their own secondaries. Actually, Tarek didn't have a primary, but I mean... 2 kills for Selfless is not bad for 5 players sitting in the one spot. I mean, I thought for sure that grenade was going to pick up a player or 2.
Yeah, well, it is a grenade in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, so can't expect too much. It did a fairly decent amount of damage regardless, but it is the round on the board for OpTic, and that's really what they needed, no matter how they got it. They're going to be able to buy back into this one. Mixwell again taking the AWP away. Oh, and Hiko, he's out very quickly on towards long. He's going to catch one off guard, might even catch Slemmy through the smoke. Not quite getting the spray down, but he's in a great position here just to work the angle, work the smoke, and he's going to find DSR as well.
11 HP for Hiko, but he's done so much damage already. He's also got another player he can find. Almost did it. Slemmy will eventually shut him down, but a 2-for-1. That is excellent work out of Hiko. And what's more, his teammates have gone up short and planted the bomb. So by himself, he pretty much completely destroyed any A presence that Selfless had, which means now they're in a 3-on-4 retake here. They do have 2 kits on No One and Caboose, which is at least they've got that going for them, but there's already a player here, Tarek, waiting at short to take this fight with that player in lowers. It's going to be No One. Here comes Slemmy up long. He's got a lot of players facing him. They're actually going to grab the AWP, but timing does not work out for him. Tarek and Naf each picking up a kill, and now Caboose sitting in the top of Suicide behind the box. The last player remaining. Actually could have hit that shot on Tarek and killed him had he shot. Tarek only on 13 HP, but still multiple players. Didn't want to give his position away, wants to keep this rifle up, and he's just going to be sitting here riding out the rest of this round.
Yeah, I wonder how much money the Selfless guys have here, because it depends on... Uh-oh. No, he's okay. Yeah, they don't have any money, really, so pretty important taking that M4 through to this round. If he can maybe at least get something done with that, there's a potential chance for Selfless, but obviously with a full pistol setup, things look a whole lot more dire. We know the power of just a single rifle if you can get it in the right place and if the shots can be hit.
Absolutely, but the question's going to be, can those shots be hit? And Caboose, really, all eyes on him for this round. I mean, his teammates do have some pistols, but they've got no armor. So potentially, I mean, if he can dink all 5 players, that's the ideal scenario because his teammates can mop him up. But he's going to need to get some kills here. And he's on B. His teammates, again, Selfless with these creative stacks. Looks like they've got 4 players towards short, holding long and just trying to do what they can with these pistols. These are creative pistol setups we're seeing from them, but OpTic playing a slow default. Hiko moving up by himself. I mean, there's no one to trade with him, but we'll spot out the head of Nifty, going for this kill, looking for the engagement. Throws a grenade over. That could be good, actually. No, only going to do about 3 HP of damage, but now they've spotted out all... I believe he spotted out multiple players there, so surely OpTic will fall back from this. Throwing a Molotov to try and split up these Selfless guys, moving back towards that long position, just playing their advantage here, really. And Tarek in mid, depending on the timing of his push here, he could either go out through mid or up short. No matter where he goes, he's got a potential to end this whole thing right now. This push is going to be so important for him because right now nobody from Selfless is looking at him. There's the first shot. Now they know he's here. He's going to look for more. Takes a lot of damage, actually, and DSR will drop him, but Naf picking up 2. Picking up 3. All right, Naf on the entry. He's been on fire this game. Now Slemmy has found himself an AK-47, has a chance here, but in a 1-on-4, all he can really hope to do for now, at least, is deny the bomb plan. That Molotov, they're going to force him out, and Naf will get a 4K. I think that's his second or so for this game. He's been playing very, very well on this T side, especially on the entry.
Yeah, definitely definitely his second at 4K, maybe even got more than I missed, but starting to see that scoreline really get a little bit closer here. OpTic nipping right on the heels of Selfless, 12-11. Still Selfless with the lead, but how long for is the real question for me here. Going to need to have a pretty good round here. Will the CTs? Absolutely. DSR with the AWP this time.
Which is interesting. I mean, that's not a spawn-based thing because he was actually running behind his teammate there towards long. So maybe Slemmy just not feeling it at the moment. I'm not sure what the go is there. But either way, the AWP on a new player. We'll have to see how that works out for Selfless. And that's a very cheeky angle there by Nifty. I think he's actually looking for footsteps through there. I didn't even know you could look through that spot. So you learn something new every day. But that's something that perhaps OpTic will not be ready for. It's obviously not something you can shoot through. You can maybe do 3 damage or so if you're lucky, but it's the great information play because you can tell whether or not this T is going to out through mid or whether it's a fake, and you really don't lose anything for it apart from having to be stuck in that position. But OpTic for now, not looking to go towards mid. They're positioning themselves by the looks of things up towards short. Again, playing their T side quite carefully. They are spreading out, getting map control, and not allowing themselves to be flanked. But there's a couple grenades in towards A and a fall back, actually. It looks like this one was a fake from OpTic. But we'll have to see. They do still have just under a minute here to play with. And a lot of the map too, but here's going to be this first pick. Looks like it's going to be towards CT. Nifty actually above that Molotov is safe for now, but if they check his position, it actually looks like they're looking away from him here. This could be so important. That's a really nice flashbang to catch that position, actually. That's very clever. And Nifty, he now knows they're there. And it looks like they know he's here. The wallbang coming through. He's going to have to drop down now. Tarek going to pick up no one in the meantime. Nifty going for a flash off the wall. Caboose getting Tarek back. And now these players are out mid. Nifty now knows it. Whiffs the smoke a little bit. And Nav will drop him. Slemmy looking to answer back. But Nav getting another one. He's just been so strong on these entries. Caboose now the only player remaining. Nav on a triple kill in this round. Mixwell cleaning up that final kill. But this is all just, this T side is just Nav on entry.
Well, pause coming out here. I wonder if that's a technical or tactical pause. I don't know just yet, but still, 12-12, it would be not a bad time here for a tactical pause, certainly. Selfless, their economy is, not great. They could afford, a pistol armor or maybe some SMGs, but they're not going to get a full buy out of that one, so potentially just discussing what they want to do here with this scoreline so close.
And also potentially what they need to change, because really they won what, the first 3 rounds on their CT side after winning the pistol round, something like that. And they've really not had much going for them since then. They're only on pistols now, and OpTic are here with rifles on AWP ready to take the fight to them. I mean, we might see another ridiculously creative stack out of Selfless. We've seen them sitting on short, we've seen them sitting in a pit towards long, or the CT crossover even, but surely not too much of a chance.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if there is a chance here for Selfless, it's going to be a bit of a slim one, because look at that economy that OpTic has got built up. If they lose a couple of rounds here, even 3 rounds, they'll probably still have the economy available to them, depending on how many guns they're able to save through to the next round, to actually continue buying for almost the entire half here. So it is definitely an uphill battle here for Selfless, even though it's 12-12, just because of the economic situation that they found themselves in, they are going to have some real troubles.
Absolutely. I mean, no way, no matter how this next round goes, even if Selfless win it, unless they can win it by killing all 5 OpTic players and taking their guns, I mean, even if they win it in a one-on-one, that's only 1 gun they can save, and their economy isn't great. I mean, of course, a win for them is ideal, but just due to how their economy is right now, there's not too much they can really hope to do with this one. So, I mean, this round, absolutely, they're looking to do damage, looking to steal guns if they can, but still not going to be easy for them, as OpTic have, as you said, all the economy and at this point, all the momentum too.
Yeah, definitely the momentum, something kind of key to play into this one, and that's really good for OpTic, I think, as well, heading into map number 2, which is going to be Train. That is Selfless's pick. If they can kind of sweep away the rest of this map here on Dust 2, then they'll be heading into Train with a fair bit of momentum. And that's why I think it's probably important a little bit here for Selfless to get some rounds on the board, at least make it close, if not find the win here. Because if they head into that second map with no momentum, with OpTic all firing, it's going to be difficult, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be tough on their mental state as well, because they had themselves the 8-7 half. It wasn't much of a lead, but they had a lead. And then they won the pistol as well to get themselves away moving earlier. So if they just completely lose out this game now, if they lose this one 16-12, that's going to be, I would imagine, pretty heartbreaking for them. I mean, not their pick, but they've had a lot of momentum moving this way earlier on. They got up to 5 or 6 rounds before they lost one. They've won themselves both pistols here. If you lose a map, even if it's not your pick, if you lose a map after winning both pistols, that's pretty heartbreaking.
It is. It's not a great situation there for them. But look, I think the good takeaway, at least for Selfless, is that they can compete with OpTic here. And when they move over to their own map pick, potentially there's something a little bit more into it for them. It's not a map that OpTic is hugely comfortable on. It's not one of their favorite maps, I suppose, Train. And it definitely is one of the favorite maps for Selfless, or the former Selfless that we used to see. This is a bit of a roster change, but how much of that is going to translate over to this new roster, I guess, remains to be seen there in the second map. But definitely a lot of questions to be answered still throughout this series and throughout today. We're back into the game, though. It's Selfless and OpTic still at 12 apiece, but OpTic with the far superior buy. It looks like Selfless have decided they just want to go for that pistol armor.
Yeah, and they're just going for a long stack here. So again, they're being creative with their pistols. They're just trying out stacking different locations, just playing the manpower game, thinking that 4 pistols can usually beat 1 man with a rifle. And I mean, unless that rifler is fantastic in close range, usually you'll be right. I mean, if you're going to have 1 rifle up against multiple pistols, you're either going to see a massive spray down, or you're just going to see that rifler killed after only getting 1 or so kills. So it's a nice idea from Selfless to try and shut it down, do some damage, and maybe isolate each member of OpTic if they can in the 1-on-4s. But looking at how OpTic's team play have been in terms of map control, in terms of how they move, I don't think it's going to be particularly easy for them to get too many, well, lots of their pistols versus 1 OpTic player scenarios. And OpTic sticking together here. The only player really isolated is going to be Tarek over in upper B, but he does have himself the rifle. He's only got one player facing him there, and there's actually Tarek getting a kill. Rush finding one as well. Nice damage from the pistols. Actually a team kill. Rush taking down Mixwell, but a lot of kills going the way of OpTic, and while a lot of damage done, only one kill really for Selfless. One of those was a team kill.
Yeah, I mean, they still take a couple of guns out of the hands there of OpTic, but it looks like we've again lost a player here for Selfless, so OpTic going to be having to wait a little bit more perhaps for their potential win in this one. Does look like going through to this round again, they're going to have a far superior buy. I didn't quite catch exactly how much money there was on the CTs, but I don't think it was quite enough for a full buy.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been particularly much. I mean, they were all around the 3 or 4 grand mark. Most last round, and, you know, not many buy, and not many kills with those pistols. I mean, they only got one. Admittedly, they took two weapons away from OpTic, but one of them was a team kill, which means that they didn't get the money for it. So while, yeah, they're going to be happy with the damage done, they don't get that extra little bit of money. Well, it's not much for at least that one kill. So you'd think this one's not going to go very well for Selfless.
No, definitely not. And, you know, probably after this round, we're sitting on something like a 14-12 mark. That's where Selfless is probably going to be able to... Oh, actually, it looks like they've got a pretty good buy. I must have been wrong in terms of the economy. So there we go. Maybe not a 14-12. Maybe getting a little bit ahead of myself here. And, well, still, regardless, an important round coming out here for Selfless. If they can pull this one off, bring it back to 13. Again, it'll be a buy for OpTic, but at least there'll be a little bit more of a buffer for Selfless. It hasn't started off too nicely, though. Their little push from Caboose out on towards short in towards mid hasn't worked out.
But Nifty there looking to trade that one, pushing up on short, just looking to avenge his teammate if at all he can, but not going to happen. DSR now maybe the man with the plan, looking to trade Rush, or at least kill Rush if Rush comes out here. He's holding a pretty narrow angle on these doors. And if Rush peeks this, although the flashbangs have been perfect from OpTic, they've done very well on their T side here to isolate these positions with the flashes. There's Nifty though, pop flashing himself out, throwing a Molotov, not using that position though, going to be dropping off. I thought he'd peek there behind his little pop flash, but falling off it for now. And OpTic do have this one-man advantage early on, and they're being quite sensible with it, although the bomb is isolated over towards B, which, you know, if that player gets pushed, that's going to be Tarek with the bomb. That could be quite nasty, but Tarek's been lurking quite well here, although they have lost Rush, and now back in a 4-on-4, but it looks like with the bomb where it is, OpTic going to be moving over towards B, which means no one, and eventually DSR when he gets here. They're going to have a lot of work to do, and the bomb's already out, actually.
Yeah, the bomb is out. No one, as you say, has a big job to do. He's spotted out Tarek, but does not win that trade at all. And DSR missing the shot there as well. So Tarek perhaps counting his lucky stars in the end. Maybe not counting as many as he needed to because Nifty takes him down. It's now 3 versus 2. The bomb yet to be planted with only 20 seconds left. And Hiko goes down as well. Suddenly things are looking a little bit better for Selfless, and OpTic really need to get that bomb down.
Looks like it is going to be going down now, and Nifty not able to manage to deny that plant, which means now OpTic have a chance in this one. But this AWP from Mixwell, this is going to be crucial. The close range is definitely not favored here. And Selfless looking to take this one together. Both moving towards the doors, and actually Slemmy going to pick up Naf. Now Mixwell, everything to do here. If Slemmy peeks, he could manage to get the kill. Slemmy does peek, and he'll take him down now. Trying to find Nifty, dancing around this box, spots him out, goes for the pistol. Nifty is low on health, and there we go. Mixwell will finish it up in the end. Pulls out the P250, gets himself the headshot, wins the 1-on-2. And we could almost have had a tied game there, but not going to happen.
Yep.
OpTic 14-12, and the economy, while not completely ruined for Selfless, certainly not great either.
It was a really nice clutch there from Mixwell, you know, not getting baited out by the shoulder peek and then finding the 2 1v1s. He just played that one almost as well as he could have, and certainly worked out quite nicely for them. As you mentioned, the economy heading into this one isn't perfect for Selfless. They will be able to afford a serviceable buy, I guess is what I'll call it, but it's certainly not one that you'd want to be heading into at a 12-14 deficit, considering Caboose is going to drop straight away to NAF as well. That's really not all that great.
Yeah, and definitely not the start they would have wanted. I mean, none of these guys have head armor, which is entirely okay on the CT side as you're up against full AKs and an AWP, so your head armor makes no difference anyway, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. But more important than the lack of head armor is really the lack of utility. I mean, they have 4 grenades total for their team now, and only a single kit. That's going to be on Nifty. So it's a 5-on-4. Odds really stacked against Selfless here. I mean, of course, they can still do this, and if Nifty times this spray properly through this smoke, actually will find Mixwell. All right, the smoke fades. There you go. Naf with the trade out. He's been so good recently on the entry. Does a lot of damage, but not going to get the kills. So we're back in a 4-on-4 here. OpTic really looking to win this one. They can get themselves on the map point and perhaps put a bit of an end to the reign of terror that Selfless have had over them, at least in the first bit of this map. But there's a nice flash from Naf over into short, looking to take control here. He's been the entry fragger so far, and he's been playing very well. And for now, at least, the A side is clear, apart from Slemmy down below him. So this is the right call from OpTic. They've forced Selfless into a retake, and Naf.
Nice flick.
That was clean. on 8 HP, but dropping Slemmy, and now it's a 4-on-3. Selfless here trying to stall off map point. I think DSR may well be caught out by Hiko here, depending on if a flash comes in from a teammate. He's actually just going to hide in this corner. There's 2 players here for Selfless. Gun barrel spotted from Nap and will go down. Hiko actually getting 1. Not going to get any more though. 2-on-2. Tarek and Rush up against no one and DSR. 1 player in the pit though. It's going to be Tarek waiting. The bomb is planted for him, and Rush looking to at least stall this one. There's 1 kit on no one, so all Rush has to do here is delay. If he can drop that kit, that'll be even better for him. But now, here come both these players. Spots out 1, actually. He might be playing on 4-3. I'm not sure he spotted DSR there. I don't think he did. He's not looking towards him, but he's falling back. There we go. Now he sees the head, and he's delayed him long enough. This is now impossible for DSR, and it's even less possible with his head gone. And that's going to be OpTic taking map point. Finally, it's such a back-and-forth affair. OpTic have found themselves a couple of rounds. They've now got 3 map points here on deck.
It was always going to be difficult there for Selfless on that retake 2v2 with that player down in pit. Even if they had been able to take down Rush, you know, they still would have had Tarek to deal with, and it was going to be such a tough ask for them. So we find ourselves at 15 and 12. OpTic really looking to close this one out here. It's probably their best chance. They do have a pretty good buy, and obviously Selfless, as you can see, with you know, a little bit of a lackluster buy with the SMGs. It's not ideal. Ooh. Tarek, though, gifting a free kill over to Selfless.
That's not a great start for OpTic in this round. And the UMPs, I mean, yeah, they're not as strong a weapon, but they can certainly be effective. We've seen a lot of teams very good with them. Mixwell just missing a timing shot onto, I believe that was Caboose there, who does manage to escape with the AK-47. So that's at least 1 gun upgrade and a man advantage. So this is looking better for Selfless already. I mean, this shot from Mixwell, had he taken that half a second sooner, he would have caught out Nifty through the smoke, but no such luck. That said, no one, the only player here on this B-bomb side. If he can, we get caught out. He's not looking good to do it, though. He's actually dropped 2 players already. Goes for the pistol. Will get caught out eventually, fully blind, but it's a 2-on-4 already. Nifty coming to looking to come in and do what he can. Actually gets tagged down to 6 HP. And wow, nice grenade there from Hiko. Will finish him off the damage that Mixwell did. Mixwell actually challenging the issue here. What? Mixwell, what were those shots with the AWP just nailing those players in mid? And now Caboose, 1-on-2 bomb down. This is completely turned around. OpTic, well, Mixwell completely changing this one.
Well, potentially he's going to have to find it. And he does find just the little bit of an arm peeking out there from Caboose. And in the end, it is going to be OpTic to close that one out. 16. Was it 10? I think it was 10. 12. All right. Well, we're getting too far ahead of ourselves. Still a very good win there in the end for OpTic. It was a bit shaky towards the middle parts there, but they got the job done.
They did. And I mean, while we're talking about getting the job done, let's talk about Naf. Like those entry frags on T side, they were so crisp. Yeah. He was so good at getting in there and finding out these players, taking the 1v1s and just hitting his shots really. He'd made such a big difference for OpTic's T side there.
Yeah, there was some really nice standout individual plays from a lot of those OpTic members we did see. Obviously, we've spoken about Tarek with the AWP in the first half. He had a pretty good time. And then Mixwell had a couple of very nice clutches. I think he probably clutched out 3 rounds there for OpTic. So, you know, another free 3 rounds on the board. Can't complain about that.
Absolutely not. And I mean, that one was a bit tough for OpTic, at least initially. I mean, they went down, I think it was 5 or 6 to nothing before they got a round on the board. But once they sort of got over that little bit of, I don't know if it was just, you know, first day of Pro League, you know, we've got to warm up, got to get into it. But once they got into it, then they did start to roll along. And while it was close the whole way through, eventually they managed to, after losing the pistol around the first couple of rounds, they got rolling on their second half and really just got their T side going and took out Selfless.
Alrighty, well, the first best of 1 does go the way of OpTic there. We do have one more best of 1 up between these 2 teams. OpTic and Selfless on train going to be coming up in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flash back there, let them all. And they spray them down. You decimate several stall. Second fight, and they line up again. Hold 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. And failed to the challenge. 1 quick kill and the nade. All the phases.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network. but I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Ready? Huh? Hey, boy, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Season 5, Match Day 1. Bit of a mouthful, but we get there in the end. And we've just seen OpTic pulling off a very nice win over Selfless. It was reasonably close, but it never felt like OpTic was in too much danger of losing that one.
Oh, I mean, after the initial rounds, they went down, I think it was 5 or 6 to nothing without getting around on the board. But once they started answering back, they strung a couple rounds together. I think they lost a few, but then they got back on the board and eventually only went down, I think, in that half by a round in the end. So they managed to pull it back, and then once they got into their T side, they just got rolling. And really, there wasn't too much that Selfless could do from that point forward, despite winning both pistols.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was really the takeaway there for OpTic. They'll be feeling pretty good about that one. As you said, they lost both the pistols and they still managed to win the map. So that's always a bit of a confidence booster, I think. And heading in towards this second map here of Train, certainly should probably expect OpTic to come into this one with another advantage. But it is a map which maybe they're not so happy to be on, as Dust 2. And, it's another decent map for Selfless. So, there could be something in it for Selfless.
Of course. And, I mean, Selfless played well in that last round, that last map. I mean, there was definitely good takeaways for them from this. On their T side, they played well in terms of getting out and pressuring OpTic, and they had their little B drop or CT into CT spawn drop off short through to B take that worked out quite well for them. I mean, there's definitely good takeaways from them, and I fully expect them to be competitive on this map based off the last one.
Alrighty, well, we've already seen one map go. We've still got 3 rounds to come up through today, and obviously over on the mainstream as well. They're pretty much in time with us. The first map, or the first match for those guys went 16-9 in the favor of Cloud9. No surprises to see Cloud9 pulling off the win there. As I mentioned previously, we did just see OpTic pick up the win 16-12 over Selfless. Obviously later on tonight as well, we do have NRG up against compLexity in what could be a potentially pretty close match.
I mean, we'd expect it to be based on these two lineups. I mean, both teams recently with some lineup changes. I mean, NRG not too long ago did have their mixed, I believe it was majority German lineup, but they've had most of those German players move over to, I believe it was Big now, and they've got themselves a fully North American roster. Well, I think it's a Canadian that's in there too, but an American roster once again.
Yeah. So interesting to see how that one turns out, but we'll turn our eyes back towards this matchup here. OpTic and Selfless on Train. How are you feeling like this one is going to go?
I mean, I'm still going to go with OpTic to take it out. I think Selfless did play well in the last map, but OpTic, I mean, maybe Train isn't their favorite map, but they're definitely no slouches on it either. I've seen them play well on it, I believe, quite a few times before. And sure, this is Selfless's map pick, but you have to remember that if you're Selfless, you were up 5 or 6 rounds before OpTic could get around on, and you lost. You won both pistol rounds and you lost. That's not the greatest of starts. It's not the greatest of confidence boosters. So I would be surprised to see OpTic come away with this one, and that's where I'm going to have my prediction.
Yeah, I definitely feel like, or at least coming into this one, I felt like OpTic were going to be able to pull off a relatively easy 2-0. I got to say, I think Selfless have done a better job than I thought they would. So far, they're on Dust, so I wonder if it's going to be fairly similar here on Train. I know last season, I remember we saw Selfless playing Train quite a bit, and they did take some of those teams to some very long matches. I don't think they were necessarily so successful in pulling off the wins, but at least they were able to show something here on Train, and I wonder if that's going to be the case again here up against OpTic. Given the way that we did see Dust 2 go, I suspect it should be potentially a relatively close one coming out here again on Train. But that's going to be up to OpTic and Selfless to show us. It does look like we are into the pistol round, and Selfless starting off on the CT side, always going to be nice for them.
Absolutely, and OpTic on the T. Now, this is interesting out of OpTic, something you don't see too much. We do have a pair of upgraded pistols, but instead of TAC-9s, we've got Tarek and Naf with P250s, and they're going to take some utility along with those as well. So, wanting to have some bit more favor in the long-range advantage when they would have Glocks. And this is a good start for them, flooding on to the inner site. That's actually 3 kills very quickly. 2 for Rush, 1 for Hiko. Rush getting a third in this round, and now Slemmy, the only player left for Selfless. OpTic with a very quick take and a very nice one as well, just shutting down all of the CT players on this site, and there we go. Flawless pistol round at a 4K for Rush.
Well, it looks like the pistol round finally going the way of OpTic. Obviously losing both of those ones on Dust 2, as we say, but a good start into the second map here. Selfless on the back foot on their own map pick.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what they can do into this one, but this should really just be a save for them, or at least only some pistols. They can force, but look at the buy from OpTic. They've gone aggressive with this one. They have 3 rifles, 1 scout, and a UMP, so they're looking to play the long-range engagements here more than they're looking to get some kills mopping up with those SMGs, and that's a really nice scout shot, actually. Playing the angle, there is Mixwell, and he'll tag DSR down to 45 HP. OpTic not looking to move anywhere as quickly in this round, just taking their time, feeling out the map. They do have the better weapons to do it with, and they've got a bit of time to play with as well, so I can only imagine this one will go the way of OpTic.
As of yet, though, they haven't gained too much control across the map. Starting to lurk around through the halls up maybe towards the B-bomb side is Tarek. And the rest of them just holding default for now. So not wanting to get caught off guard really by any sort of crazy rush from Selfless.
And we have seen, I mean, on the last map, Selfless on their pistol rounds, they didn't really do so many rushes as they did a lot of weird stacks or creative stacks, but look at this from Caboose, actually looking to get in here. There's a player to his left that he has not noticed, and now they will, as Hiko gets the triple kill on those pushing players, sitting in that corner with his back turned, just waited them all out, and the 4K for Hiko as well. Can even get the ace here. The last player is on his left, and he will! Nice shot there, Hiko. Taps him out, and the ace with the UMP to start us off here in this second round.
And look at all that cash in his bank now, 7.4K. He's going to be feeling quite happy after that one. It was a very nice little bit of a bait set up there from OpTic, baiting out that scout player and having Hiko just turn around and clean things up there. He's found himself on 6 kills after the first couple of rounds, so feeling very, very good about how things are going so far for OpTic. Should be another eco here for Selfless. Just the pistols, a deagle on no one, but really nothing to write home about for Selfless just yet.
Yeah, I mean, a smoke and a flashbang on Slammy as well, but a single smoke and a single flash, not really too many creative pushes or anything you can pull off with that. Not ready the rifles here coming in very strong from OpTic. I mean, there's 4 kills, almost completely unanswered. Bit of damage done, but not really anything else. And now Nifty, he could actually take out Tarek here. He nearly does as well. Lands the dink, 3 HP for Tarek, but no kill. And that was really the only chance for damage that Selfless had in that round. So OpTic will find themselves the, I believe, completely clean 3-0. So we'll have to see now. Yeah, not a single one of them has died. We'll have to see if they can continue that into this round, though, where it looks like they're going to be staying with this lower buy, and Selfless is going to be answering back with 4 M4s and an AWP.
So the AWP on the hands of DSR. Again, we saw him with the AWP in his hands towards the end of Dust, and I got to say, I felt like Slumby was perhaps just a little bit more impactful for Selfless, but they've opted to put it into the hands of DSR, so we'll see how it goes. He's going to have to go up against Mixwell with just the scout, and, well, just as I'm questioning the AWP in his hands, he does find the opening pick there on a Tarek, so can't really complain about that one just yet for Selfless.
Of course not, and they'll be quite happy with that. I mean, that's already a better start than all their last rounds have gone. That's their first, I believe, their first kill of this map so far, so they'll, of course, be looking to do more with that if they can, but the T's already looking good to go in towards A again. There's going to be 3 players here waiting, all of them around this bomb train, and I think a 4th back towards the back of the lane there. So this is not the right move. There's a long spray from Noah, not going to manage to do too much damage, but there's DSR answering with his 2nd kill of the round. Looking to get more done here. He's going to find his 3rd, could find his 4th. Surely we're not going to see another ace here. DSR already on the 4K. The last player is potentially in his sight. Let's go and get the bomb. Hiko will be spotted out by Caboose, so we're not going to see another ace, but very close. And a nice round from DSR with the AWP.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that's a little embarrassing for me. Picks up 4 right after I've questioned the AWP, but still.
Caster's curse.
Yeah, exactly, Caster's. But in this case, it was kind of like the reverse.
caster's benefit, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we'd call it.
Caster's
Maybe
buff.
someone else can think of something for us. In the end, though, OpTic are going to be able to buy back into this round. Mixwell this time with an AWP in his hand, so perhaps a bit of an upgrade over that Scout, you'd have to think. And whether or not he's going to be able to show the same sort of heroics for his team as DSR just did is now the question.
Well, Mixwell is a very mobile and dangerous AWPer as well. He just takes engagements all over the map. He's not like a static guy who just goes somewhere and holds an angle. He's quite happy to run around and take this aggressive role and try and catch out the other team wherever they may be. So we'll have to see if he can get any of that going. For now, he was over, I think he's still actually over towards, wow, he was actually find the first pick on the Nifty. AWP trades for both teams. DSR and Mixwell both getting the jobs done, removing one player from the opposing team. And 4-on-4, really, that happened instantaneously in the game, really. Both teams have lost a player, so there's no advantage gained.
Yeah, Tarek just trying to get some spam down in towards the pop dog. Hasn't spotted anyone out just yet, but a little bit of information. Oh, Caboose. Is he going to be able to catch Mixwell off guard? He needs to be careful if he re-peeks this one. Tarek watching one angle, Mixwell with the AWP was watching the other. In the end, it looks like everyone's going to get out of there alive. Although Tarek going for the re-peek, and Caboose as well is going to re-peek, unfortunately for him. Brings it back to 4-3 now in the favor of OpTic. And Selfless are going to have to think about their setups here because one player over towards B isn't going to be doing a whole lot. Oh, nice little spray down through the smoke. As you say, the bomb goes down. DSR with a nice shot there onto Tarek and trades across the board. At the moment, it's a 2 versus 2, but the health advantage certainly in favor of Selfless.
Absolutely, with Mixwell stuck on 5 HP. While he does have the AWP, it doesn't really matter. He only needs to land 1 shot, so low HP, probably best to be on an AWP. He actually spots out the elbow there, but it is a shoulder peek, and he will fall for it. Will not hit that shot, so he's going to fall back here. Hiko is going to put the bomb down on the far side of the train from Slemmy, so they're safe at least for now. They're going to get the bomb down, but in a 2-on-2 with a heavy HP advantage, this one's going to be difficult for OpTic.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's no real utility to speak of here for OpTic either, and that grenade doing a bit of damage over to Hiko. As you mentioned, a good flash onto Mixwell, but Hiko finds the first kill in the 2v2, and Mixwell finds the second. OpTic clutching it out in, well, a difficult situation, but there it is, 4-1 in the favor of OpTic now. Selfless going to be back on the eco.
26 HP between those last 2 players alive there, and they still managed to find the kills. I believe it was something like 150 HP on the last 2 Selfless players. Admittedly, one of those kills was with an AWP for OpTic, so it doesn't matter how much HP the enemy team is on, but when the HP disadvantage is so far against you there, that's a really nice round for OpTic to win. They'll be feeling good about that one here, and only pistols from Selfless. And again, another one of these stacks from them, just all 5 players on this inner bomb site.
No one's pushed quite far forward in towards the E-box. Is he going to be able to catch Tarek off guard? He probably would have heard the drop there into Pop Dog. Spots out both of those players, but now he's in a real world of hurt. He's got crossfires from both sides. In the end, it's Naf to pick up the kill. Tarek looking for a second for his team. Does go down. Hiko, though, to find the kill onto Nifty as OpTic start to push their way forward. It's not being the easiest of tasks. In the end, though, it does look like they're going to get the job done with 3 players left alive. So overall, not too bad of a round for OpTic, though perhaps losing maybe 1 extra gun that they wouldn't have wanted to. Doesn't matter too much, though, because the economy that they've got built up here on that T side. And 5-1, certainly a much better start to this this map, rather, than the last one.
I believe that's actually pretty close to, if not exactly, a mirrored score of what we had 5 or 6 rounds into the last one, or 7 rounds, I guess, into the last map of Dust 2. But that was Selfless with the advantage. This time it is OpTic. Now, speaking of advantages, the last round was pretty easy for OpTic. They're going to take down some pistols. This time, they're going to have a lot of rifles. Admittedly, Slammy is on that UMP, but they do have a lot of rifles and an AWP facing off against them as well. That AWP's going to be on DSR, who has been playing well so far. That's a nice double peek there from No One and Nifty to drop Nafly. Mixwell going to miss his first shot, spots out a bunch of players, actually. They know there's going to be a fair few players over towards this B side, but Nifty going to just challenge the issue and take down Mixwell. Very nice flash there to blind him, followed up in the close range. And now we're in a 3-on-5, and those kills out of Selfless were so well done. They've lost not a single point of HP. It's going to be Tarek actually trying to throw the AWP away. Did miss to throw a little bit. Still trying to get rid of that one. Does not want the CTs to have it. You'll get there, Tarek. 3rd time's the charm. There we go. 10 points. He wins, lands the basket. But still a 3-on-5. AWP is gone, so at least it's safe. But it's also a bit of a disadvantage to not have that one if they could have used it.
Yeah, well, really nice play there from Selfless, changing things up. You got the initial push in towards the ramp, and, well, we'll hold that thought for the moment as it looks like Rush is going to find himself an easy kill. How much more information can he get here? I don't think he's going to spot anyone else out. But in the end, still, a free kill's a free kill. You'll take that, especially in a situation like this. Still, only a disadvantage for OpTic. Again, it's going to be furthered as we only see 2 players left alive now for OpTic. Hiko, though, has other ideas. He finds the first one onto Caboose. Can he find a second one here onto Nifty, who walked right onto his sights? The spray down, not quite there, but it looks like the bomb should be planted safely. No one's not going to peek that one.
No one could have actually shot that whole thing down right there. The clock was ticking pretty dangerously low, so if he'd stopped that, it would have been the end of it. But somehow Hiko going to get away with the kill there despite being shot from the side. And actually, Tarek's going to spray him down. Cleaning up the 1-on-2 all of a sudden. They're out of nowhere. That was very nice play from Tarek. Finds the position, finds the spray, and 6-1 for OpTic in a situation that should be unwinnable.
Yeah, just as I was praising Selfless there for changing things up, you saw, as I said, that early push in towards the ramp, caught OpTic off guard, and then the team play getting the flash in towards the AWP of Mixwell. It looked really good early on in that round for Selfless, and then things just sort of fell apart. They lose a 2v4, and again, OpTic come up with the win in sort of a clutch situation. And again, I feel like I'm repeating myself so many times, but Selfless is back on the eco.
Well, to be fair, we're repeating ourselves because the same things keep happening. It's just unfortunate some of the round losses that Selfless are coming away with here, but this position from Slemmy, actually got a player above him. He's not going to find the headshot. He will eventually find it, and now Mixwell looking to challenge, nails the shot with the Tech 9. So a trade back. There's Hiko getting himself 2, getting himself 3, getting himself 4. Okay, Hiko sitting in the pop dog, shutting down everyone coming off that ladder, cleans it up, and I was about to start talking about how the teams were starting to trade back, but then Hiko traded all of them back. So there you go, 7-1 now, and OpTic off to a cracking start here on Train.
Absolutely, 7-1, especially on the T side. You really can't ask for all that much more here for OpTic. Selfless do have to get some rounds on the board, and pretty much right now is when they need to start doing that. At least they've got to buy into this round, so potential again for something here, but it looks like OpTic is going to be quick in towards the A-bomb site, not leaving any time for Selfless to breathe. And certainly looks like Selfless do need a little bit of time to breathe because things are not going their way at the moment. A 1-for-1 trade, though, could be worse.
Yeah, this could be where Selfless get back into it, but the spray held through the smoke there by Nav will drop Caboose, and it's a 3-on-4 already here. So, admittedly, it's not looking the greatest for Selfless. They can still get back into this, but they're just getting really shut down on the site takes, and then the retakes is not getting much done. This boost is creative. I do like this one. Nifty here, getting up on top of that box. It's a very nice position. Does get flashed out. We'll find the first kill, not the second, though. Hiko trading that one back, and while Hiko is left on 7 HP, it's, well, Slemmy's on 1, and in a 2-on-3, this is not looking good for Selfless. Looks like they will be falling out of this one.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best option here, but OpTic, they have a lot of economy built up. They want to chase these guns down, and they do just manage to do that. DSR goes down, and they're having a look around here for Slemmy as well. If they can take the gun out of his hands, that's going to be so important here for OpTic. It's going to really help them later on in the round, and a 2-for-1 trade overall when they were hunting those guns down. I think OpTic is going to be quite pleased with how that one's turned out.
Although unfortunate for that last rifle there. Found the first kill, and the second player, I believe it was Hiko, was so low that just one bullet would have finished him off. But not going to get it done, which is unfortunate for Selfless. And my goodness, Hiko, off the back of that UMP ace earlier, still riding high in the economy and in the kills. 17 and 3. He's on fire right now. We were talking about Hiko potentially having to be the difference maker. Maybe not seeing as much of it on Dust 2, but on Train, Hiko is on fire right now, carrying his team.
Absolutely. There's no one really being able to even chime in with as many frags as he's getting at the moment. So, you know what? If Hiko's going ham, might as well let him do it, because it's certainly working out quite nicely here for OpTic. 8-1. And staring down the barrel of a 9-1 as well, going up against this eco of Selfless, who really haven't showed us all that much so far on the CT side. DSR finding one at least, and that's the danger man of Hiko going down. So is there a chance here for Selfless? Tarek, though, looking like he wants to clean things up. Oh. He's got himself 3 kills in this round, and now just looking for the 4th to close things out. Does have to go up against an AWP on Nifty. Does have control of the bomb, so he can plant that bomb wherever he pleases, and he's going to rotate all the way over towards the B bomb site. Just give Nifty a little bit extra to think about.
And Nifty doesn't have a kit here or armor, because this was pretty much an entire eco round for Selfless. So while they've done amazingly well to get it into a 1-on-1, it's not going to be a 1-on-1 that's easier to win. Nifty now knows where this bomb is planned. It looks like he's going to work his way through the connector to get over there. But Tarek has himself 2 flashes. He's got a Molotov. He can chuck on that bomb to delay, which is going to be very important when Nifty does not have a kit. But they're actually going to peek each other straight away. Like, who's going to be ready for this shot? It's actually going to be Nifty's going to take it. Tarek did get the spray in, but Nifty dancing around, playing with that corner, will get the shot across the line, will get the defuse in too, and a 3K on him in that round. That's actually, of all the rounds to win for Selfless, they pick up that one.
Yeah, the pistol round. I don't know about that one for OpTic, but it's not going to hurt them too much, you would expect. I thought that was a little bit of interesting play by Tarek, to be honest, pushing that. He plans it in what was essentially a non-default position. I thought maybe he had something up his sleeve, and if I remember correctly, he had a Molotov as well, so I thought he was going to do something a little bit different there, but decides to actually take the duel. Obviously didn't know exactly where Nifty was coming from, but it felt like an aggressive sort of a play from him, and in the end didn't work out too nicely, and now Selfless have got enough economy built up. They saved that AWP through from the last round that they've actually been able to buy a second one here onto DSR, and this could be the turning point. OpTic really going to have to be careful going up against the double AWP. Well, they're quite careful indeed. Mixwell finding the first kill onto DSR.
He was very, very ready for that peak to come in and shuts it down. So now Nifty, the only player with an AWP left. No one actually pushing forward, trying to take back some map control for his team, looking to go into A main, catch out any of these Ts if they're here, but they're not. There is a player just outside waiting for him, but no kill as of yet for the CTs, despite that aggression. And they've still got a lot of work to do to come back from this one. It looks like OpTic will be grouping up, moving over to the B site. They are in the upper halls right now, just biding their time. Whether they're going to go out upper B, whether they're going to go down the ramp, not quite sure as of yet. If they do go out upper, they're going to be running into the AWP of Nifty. So, I mean, knowing how OpTic have been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some incredibly inventive flashbang to shut that down, a smoke, or whatever they can do. They do have a bit of utility to work with here, quite a bit actually, 4 Molotovs, so they can shut out a lot of positions. They can also delay the bomb plant. There's the smoke to allow them to get out upper, but Naf moves too soon, doesn't wait for the smoke to bloom, will be picked by Nifty. Nifty looking to do more now, but Tarek will trade out that one at least, and now he's going to pick straight into Nifty, but Nifty is distracted, doesn't know where this piece is going to come from. Will drop Tarek though, 3 on 3. Nifty looking to do it all himself here, getting aggressive with the AWP, but will not see Mixwell up on the train, and now Caboose and no one left alone. No one actually close here, too close for Mixwell, who was not expecting him, and oh my goodness, Hiko almost caught out as well. But these Ts do have their little crossfire set up now. The bomb actually safe, but Caboose gets one and gets traded. Rush staying here for this engagement, and no one will take him down. That's going to be another round for Selfless, and the advantage was entirely with OpTic there, but they could not hold on.
Yeah, so seems to be, some issues coming out here for OpTic on that B bomb side. I'd much prefer to see them making their way again towards the outer bomb site. That's where we saw them really just rolling over Selfless and having no troubles at all. As soon as they've started hitting the B site, getting the bomb down on B, things have not worked out well for them. So wonder what we're going to see from OpTic coming out here, but I hope at the very least that it is going to be sort of on the outer area as opposed towards inner.
Absolutely, but they have almost no money here, so losing this round, they're not going to be able to get too good of a buy into the next one. And they don't have an AWP on Mixwell here either. It's all just AKs and utility. That double AWP still out on the T side. May not have worked out for them so well last round. They did lose one of them pretty much instantly to a well-held angle from Mixwell, who read that peak coming. But now, look at the aggression here. Tarek actually running out through the Molotov, gets distracted, can't figure out where to shoot at, and Slemmy drops him with the UMP. So now OpTic, a player down already. Slemmy only just below 50 HP, so not too much damage taken from the AK of Tarek. Means that OpTic now to try and recover this one.
It was a really risky play there as well from Tarek, rushing through that Molotov. I mean, there was no way he could have gotten out of that one. He essentially had to win the duels. There was no plan B, and he didn't win the duel, and as a result, we find ourselves at a 4v5 advantage to Selfless. Though at least it does look like OpTic having a bit of a look around the outer area again. I do like that. Like I said, had much more success out here so far.
But for now, looking to move in to this A site. They do have a smoke there, so they can get in behind it. They've got Mixwell over in the Pop Dog already, but no one here. Sat behind this Molotov is not actually forced out of position here. He will be ready for Mixwell to come through, but Naf working his way in behind them here. And actually, there's all the kills going OpTic's way. Mixwell and Rush pick him up. Naf, this position from him is so good. He'll actually drop Caboose as well. Picks up the AWP to try and get a bit more done here. 4 on 2, all of a sudden 3 unanswered frags from OpTic Gaming on the entry to that site. The bomb's going to go down. The CTs are falling back, and that was very well played from OpTic out of nowhere. They were down a man, and they just suddenly pull out 3 kills on the entry, and they get themselves the round.
They sent Mixwell on the hunt as well, and he has done a very good job of it. DSR going down. That's the AWP. Slemmy can recover it, but isn't going to be able to get caught off guard by Mixwell. In the end, he's the one catching Mixwell off guard, and so the AWP is relatively safe for the moment. Ooh, good shot onto Hiko as well. So this is looking like a pretty, I was going to say a pretty reasonable save from Slemmy, but in the end gets taken down by Naf. OpTic not taking AWP through the next round, so we'll see if they decide to buy one.
Hiko might be able to drop one for one of his teammates. Those are the money to do so. Looks like they're just having a quick chat about that, deciding, nope, going to go with the
I would have
AK.
been surprised if they had bought an AWP there, given that they could have saved one through from the last round.
Absolutely, and it's just an eco they're up against anyway. It's only default pistols, no upgraded pistols, no utility, no armor. It's just nothing here for Selfless. So really, the AKs are going to be a better idea up against pistols in close range anyway, and looks like they're going for another aggressive A split here, straight out through Pop Dog, and multiple members of the team. Tarek gets the first kill. Molotov's in to force out these Ts. There's a grenade kill, actually, and more AK kills raining in everyone on Selfless is dead, bar Caboose. If he found that angle, pushed out a little bit more, he could deny the bomb plant, but not going to happen, and just trying to take the long-range fights here, and will go down. There we go. Naf will drop him. Nice work there from OpTic, completely clotheslining Selfless in that round. They're 10-3 already.
Certainly a good-looking half so far for OpTic. I mean, they could potentially pull this one through to 12-3 because the buy coming out here for Selfless is not going to be great. If they lose this one, it's not going to be excellent next round either. I mean, things are just really not looking great for Selfless. Their backs are against the wall, and they need to find something. I don't think 3 rounds on the CT side is enough to play with next half. Yeah, very possibly not, especially with how OpTic and indeed Hiko have been looking. They've been very strong here, and even on their CT side, I think they'll be better as well. So in the T side, we've seen already on these last 2 maps has been their stronger side, but I wouldn't count them out in their CT, although here come the trade attempts. Lots of frags going both teams' way. Tarek will manage to get 2 there somehow on 10 HP. Gets himself a 3 frag already. Those last 2 kills I don't think he should have gotten, but he does. Mixwell will pick up the SR, and Nifty now the last player remaining. Looks like Tarek is a bit fed up of us talking up Hiko, wants to get his own praise in, picking up the kills, getting it done. Nifty will take out Mixwell, but it's going to be Hiko and Tarek remaining in a 2-on-1. And if there's any players you want a 2-on-1 out of OpTic, I think it's going to be those 2. Yeah, Hiko nearly getting spotted out by Nifty, but the timing not quite right there. Tarek still lurking around through the B side, actually making his way in towards CT spawn and wrapping around the back, so he could be the key player here for OpTic. If he can get around behind Nifty and get an angle onto him, it's going to be an easy kill. Hiko, all he needs to do here is essentially just stall things out in time for Tarek. In the end, he's not going to need to do that at all because Hiko is on a point at the moment and sitting on, what, 18 frags? Could be potentially 20 bomb at the end of this half, which would just be fantastic. 18-6, Tarek right behind him at 15-7. Those 2 really stepping up for OpTic so far in this game. On the side of Selfless, it's 8 kills, and 2 people on 8 kills, 3 people on 6. Like, there's just not much getting done by them. They're getting some kills. They've had a couple of these rounds go into 1v1s, but they've just barely been able to win any of them, as it's 11-3 now. And even if they do get an 11-4 here, that's still so hard to recover from on your T side that they'd have to win pistol. I mean, they did win the last 2 pistols, or both pistols on Dust 2. They got completely shut out. That's a nice shot from Caboose, looking to get more done as well. Pushes forward, actually gets the second. That is not what you want to do if you're OpTic. They give away 2 guns there, really. I mean, the first kill, fair enough, but you've got to be able to trade. They do heavy damage with the utility there, using the grenades, taking Nifty very low indeed, but both the AKs that were dropped from those OpTic players have been recovered, and all of a sudden, Selfless are in this one with a chance. It's going to be very difficult for OpTic to come back into this one in this round. They didn't have much map control, and now only just starting to gain control of Ivy and the White Halls, and Rush with a nice kill onto no one. Still one low player, or a couple of low players really for Selfless here, so it's potential for OpTic, and we have seen them come back from deficits like this before so far this half, and geez, Selfless, they really need this round. They really do, and they've got a chance of it. They've still got one of those AKs on the board, a UMP, a 5.7, and a Mag 7. So decent chance to do damage. They've definitely got the weapons to do it with, but the question will be if they're able to catch out these OpTic players, as OpTic have really just seemed to have had their number on this map so far. They've been able to read exactly where Selfless is going to be. They've been able to get in, get the kills. So it's all going to be on frags here. There's not too much strategy left in this 4-on-3. It's just going to be who's going to hit their headshots. And at the moment, with 25 seconds left, it's going to have to start being OpTic now. There's a good start, though. Mixwell drops Slemmy. And there's all the kills actually going OpTic's way. I shouldn't have spoken up because now it's over. Really, it's only the SR remaining. Tarek will hold the spray on him, take that one out, and OpTic 12-3. 12-3 indeed. It was a very good first half there for OpTic. Getting that little bit of a clutch towards the end. And I think we're just going to head to a quick break here. It is 12-3 in the favor of OpTic, but we'll be back in the second half.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
With the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
You're it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flashback, they line up. And they spray them down. He decimates Cobblestone. Second bot, and they line up again. Cold, 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. He stands to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
G'day guys and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division Season 5 Match Day 1. We're watching at the moment OpTic up against Selfless, and we're in the second map. We're almost into the second half. OpTic starting off really nicely on train.
Yeah, OpTic getting off to that 12-3 start. They've done so well here. I mean, on Dust 2, that first map, we saw them go down a little bit. They got down, I think, 5 or 6 rounds, played 1 round. They did fight back into it, and they managed to get the win in the end, running away a bit on their T side. But they've started running away on their T side way earlier this time with a 12-3 start. I mean, is there even a chance for Selfless to come back into this?
It's a very, very slim one. I mean, option one, I guess you have to take away the pistol round. There's really no option but to do that. So that's what I'm looking for here for Selfless. If they don't manage to pick up the pistol round, then I think they're pretty much done.
Yeah, very possibly. I mean, if they do win the pistol round, they can get the following up anti-ecos, and they can push themselves up towards maybe 12-6, that sort of area. But if they lose the pistol round, they could potentially be facing down 15-3. But that said, this is where we find out right now with pistol round going live. It's going to be OpTic on the CT side, Selfless taking the T side, and this pistol round's going to be all important.
Oh, Tarek going for the early wide peek. He has spotted out one player, and he's actually got a bit of backup here as well from Naf. Looks like this is going all the way of OpTic at the moment. 2 quick kills in their favor. One goes down, though. It's Tarek getting picked up by Nifty. Still a 2-for-1. I think OpTic are going to be pretty happy with how that one's turned out.
Absolutely, and so early on as well. I mean, in the first 15 seconds of the round, they've found themselves a bunch of kills. So, again, this pistol round, if Selfless lose this, they could be staring down the barrel of 15-3 very, very quickly. So they've got to do something here to try and regain control. But in a 3 against 4, with 2 players still over towards this long position, it's definitely not going to be easy for them. And the bomb is solo at the moment, which is going to be no one by himself. I'm not sure that's the smartest move, because it's on the other side of the map from his teammates too.
Yeah, if he gets picked off, I mean, it's all said and done really there for Selfless. But he's still alive for the moment, hanging around PopDog. Really need to see those 2 players at Ivy getting some control here of the White Halls. They need to pick up Naf, or they need to find a kill onto Rush, something like that. But it really just doesn't look like it's going to happen. He's pulled out through the smoke, finds one, but that's enough there really for OpTic. When they have the player advantage, a 1-for-1 is always going to be fine. Rush in the meanwhile, dropping the bomb planter, or the bomb carrier even, not even planter at this point. And I think that's pretty much it, said and done for Selfless, unless Nifty can come up big. He gets around behind, but misses the shots onto Nifty. Onto Mixwell, sorry, who will be able to pick up the kill. And, well, OpTic on 13 now with the pistol round win under their belt.
That could have been so much worse, or even, I suppose, so much bigger there for Nifty. I mean, he got behind them. None of those OpTic players were looking at him. They assumed he'd come the other way. So he managed to get the first kill, but unfortunately couldn't get the second, which means OpTic going to be able to pick up that pistol round, and they're going to get a buy-off too.
Double shotgun.
Double shotgun, yeah. I mean, we've seen the XM out of Hiko a fair bit, especially on Nuke. He loves to play around top of the hut with that thing. Not so much on Train, maybe, but to see 2 of them on Tarek and Hiko, it speaks volumes as to OpTic's confidence right now. And I mean, they've got a 10-round lead to play with and only pistols against them. Like, why wouldn't you? You've got to go for the extra money.
They're holding good angles as well with those shotguns. Obviously, the drop down and in towards the ramp on towards B with Hiko. So I think there's a pretty good choice really from OpTic. Like you said, only going up against pistols. There is a bit of armor though on Selfless, so that could potentially cause some issues, but we'll see how OpTic go with these. I'm quietly confident.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be vocally confident. I think OpTic are going to be not going to have too much trouble with this. I mean, at the ranges these shotguns are playing, they really should, if they can hit headshots, be able to get the one-shot kills off. So we'll just have to see how it goes here. Selfless still moving along in these upper halls. It's 3 players with the bomb heading over towards B. We've got Nifty here lining up a flashbang for the lower side. It's going to be a pop flash out of the bottom of the ramp to try and get his teammates out. But Hiko with a counter flash of his own blinds up 2 of those players. Nifty not blind, but still ready to throw his own flash. And this could be just a lot of kills for Hiko happening here very quickly, but he is blind, and here come the T's. He's going to become unblind quickly enough. Starts firing, gets 1, gets 2. No, there's a team kill there. That's Caboose getting a kill on DSR, and I don't think Hiko actually got a single kill there in the end, but...
No, I think he got one.
Either way, it's a 4-on-1. No one only has a pistol. Tarek just playing a very cheeky game here with his own shotgun, jumping and firing, and there's T's everywhere. Oh, no.
Nearly the knife kill, though.
The knife kill denied. Nav's not going to be too happy with his teammates there, but also, it's 14-3. The extra bit of money would have been nice, but it's definitely not necessary at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, OpTic at the moment really looking quite confident and in control of this one. Going for knife kills, playing with those shotguns, things like that, really speaks about how strong they are up against Selfless. And, Dust 2 might have been maybe a bit of a falter, but definitely looking like the OpTic that we were expecting to see coming into this one now.
Absolutely. I mean, 14-3. There was only one chance. The Selfless have one round here to hold off match point. If they lose that one, they then have to win a lot of rounds back to get overtime. And look at this confidence out of Mixwell. Straight up with the shotgun. Takes out no one already. Look at this confidence from all of them. They're pushing everywhere. Nav can't get the spray down. Does a bit of damage. But it's... Oh, Mixwell's going to actually get caught out. Will not be able to drop the bomb. Is running with his knife out. So it's actually a man advantage now for Selfless due to OpTic perhaps being too confident. But they're continuing at it. Look at Hiko here. Moving up into the upper halls. He might catch out these T's. They might not be ready for him. This aggression out of OpTic, I do enjoy this change. There's the first headshot, and not going to find the spray on the second, actually, which is surprising. Clearly would have had that. That's now an M4 that can be recovered by the T's. We'll just have to see. Surely at this point, OpTic start to play a bit more standard. Surely these two don't push.
You would think not. Think not, and it does look like they've both defaulted back to a bomb site. Actually, Rush throwing a Molotov over towards the ramp and making his way back over to A, so giving his teammate a little bit of backup. I don't mind this either from OpTic, getting a bit of extra backup, I suppose, gambling on that A bomb site, and if they can pull this one off, it'll be another huge clutch. They've won so many so far this map, and, well, there's always potential for them to win another one. Tarek getting caught off guard, but still alive. That's the important thing. And now Rush with the peak. He's going to take down DSR. He's got an angle onto Nifty as well. And now in a 1v1, Slemmy so low, but he will clutch it out, and Selfless, oh, well, they're going to be able to survive or hang on by the cling of their teeth, or the skin of their teeth. They're going to cling on by the skin of their teeth.
There we go.
Just for a moment longer.
The question will be, though, how long will this moment last? I mean, is this the time where Selfless just wins 1,000 rounds in a row and then they win this map? Or is this, just forestalling the inevitable? 1,000 is not entirely accurate, but we're going to go with it because I don't know how mathematics works. Anyway, only pistols now out of OpTic. They can afford to take the eco here. It's not too much of a problem for them. They have such a big lead. They have 10 rounds to play with before Selfless even catch up. And there's actually Tarek getting a kill, and I believe I just heard a dink somewhere. There's, all right, lots of kills going the way of the T's. Bit of team damage there from Hiko on the NAF, but he will go down, and there we go. Selfless shut it down, only losing 2 players. So that's a better round out of them.
Well, it is what it is, really, for OpTic. They only had the pistols to work with, so couldn't hope for too much. Mixwell has bought into this one. I'm not sure if that might have been a misbuy, because it looks like Tarek doesn't have all that much money to work with.
Nope, they're forcing into this one. That's a bit interesting. There we go. There's the rest of the buys coming in. So Tarek only on a 5-7, but Mixwell on the AWP. 2 M4s up for Rush and Naf, and Hiko with the UMP. I mean, I would think they're trying to set Mixwell up to be a hero here. And we've seen it in previous rounds. He can definitely do it in previous rounds, previous games. I mean, definitely not a bad choice to have an AWP on him. But the thing is, if they lose this round, then their economy is going to be tanked a little bit, and they could be giving away more round wins than perhaps they have to Selfless.
Well, whether or not they're going to lose that one, I guess, is the real question here for OpTic. A decent amount of utilities even, so they can stall these Selfless guys out for a bit. But it's definitely not going to be the easiest of rounds here for OpTic. And for the moment, Selfless have decided just to play default, deny as much information from OpTic as they can. Playing slow.
I think the slow play out of Selfless is just purely a reaction based on how aggressive OpTic got. I believe it was 2 rounds ago when they just pushed everything. I mean, Selfless came out the better of that aggression. They managed to pick up all the kills, but, I mean, they were trying to stop the aggression, and then they just peeked straight into Mixwell, who actually could hit this timing shot through the smoke here. Going to fall off it for now, but no one already down to Mixwell at the ramp over on, well, the upper part of B there. So that's a start for OpTic. I mean, again, they need one more round to put themselves towards map point. It's definitely Selfless fighting the uphill fight here. So as much as OpTic are at the disadvantage with weapons, then, I mean, this is looking good for them. They do flash themselves down. PopDog going to get out here towards this A site. Looks to take this fight to OpTic. And here they go, actually. It is all of Selfless here. All 4 remaining players. And there's going to be a lot of work to do. Mixwell already walled out in the connector. Nifty getting the first kill. Naf picking up 1, getting traded. Trades going everywhere, actually. Bit of ping pong with kills. But Slemmy now the last player remaining. And Hiko will take him. Which means on the back of that admittedly shaky buy from OpTic, they're going to get themselves 10 map points.
Yeah, well, trades are all you need when you've got the player advantage, and OpTic certainly had that. In the end, as you say, 15 rounds on the board now for OpTic, 1 round away from closing this, well, these 2 best of ones out with 2 victories for them. So we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to pull it off here right in this round, in round number 6 of the second half, or if maybe we're going to be left wanting for a little bit longer. It's up to Selfless, really, I guess, with, you know, not a great buy.
And Selfless here to have any chance, have to win 10 rounds and then win overtime. So that is such a tall order, even on their own map pick. That is so hard. And Mixwell here dodges that flashbang perfectly, waits for Slemmy to peek into him, and he will. And again, Selfless last round, they played so carefully to stop this early aggression from OpTic. But this round, not as much of a counter, and they've already lost a player early.
Yeah, they've also got DSR down very low on 23 HP, so this is not looking too good at all for Selfless. Staring down the barrel of a 16-5 defeat after the 16-12 defeat on Dust 2. But, you know, anything can happen. It's still Counter-Strike, and 4 players left alive can definitely perform some sort of wonders.
Absolutely, but I think it's all going to be on Naf here over towards that Ivy position. His peak, his timing out here towards this long spot could be so important. He knows they're there now. They've got the smoke and the Molotov out as well. DSR, for what it's worth, cannot run through that thing with the health that he's on. There's the flash over from Naf. He's actually just going to go straight in for the peak here. Finds 1, but is aiming too far to the left to do anything more. But more importantly, he's given the information to his team, and now Rush looking to capitalize. Shows with the spray, but Caboose finishes him off, and now no one gets a kill as well. It's a 2-on-3, almost a 1-on-3 with Eco being found out up high, but he actually will go down there to Caboose, and now Mixwell 1-on-3. Looking for the first shot, we'll find that. Nice shot there. Nice work. Actually almost finds the second one too. Jumps out of cover though, and will be taken down by Nifty, which means, Selfish Guy, we're going for a little bit longer here.
We are going for a little bit longer. Selfless still hanging in there. And I think it might be a couple of rounds yet before OpTic is going to have another good crack at picking up the win here, because they are going to be on Eco for this one. I was hoping, or even expecting almost, that Mixwell was going to pull off that 1v3. After he hit that first shot, I was thinking, oh, here we go. But in the end, he went for a bit of an aggressive push in towards E-Box and did get taken down on the cross. So a little unfortunate for OpTic there, but in the end, they only have themselves to blame, missing or losing too many aim jewels. Really, that's what it came down to in that last round. So they're going to be just spawning pistols here once again.
But, you know, they're looking to do some damage. They'll be happy with any kills they can get here, really. Again, 9 map points for them. They're not too bothered. They can afford to take an eco or 2 to be able to get themselves the full buy to get back towards everything they need to put themselves back onto winning ways, as they are only 1 round away from closing this one out. And it's actually a complete B stack here from OpTic. With looks like they're moving up towards the side. I'm not sure they're going to push anywhere. They're just spreading out, making sure their crossfires are all set. But Selfless playing this one very carefully. You can see them on the map there, moving around very slowly indeed, actually. They've got a lot of players just holding angles. They're convinced right now that OpTic are going to peak them. And based on what OpTic's done in the last few rounds with this CT side aggression, I don't blame them for that at all.
Yeah, again, as you say, Selfless playing quite slowly here. OpTic at this point don't really look like they want to do anything too aggressive. They're just content to sit on this B side, and some flashbangs, some Molotovs even being thrown in towards that site from Selfless. I think it's probably a fake at this point, considering we're not seeing much of a push from Selfless in that direction. They are heading over towards the A-bomb side, and that's probably the worst situation that could have eventuated really here for OpTic. They wanted a B push, and it's not going to eventuate.
And which means they're going to have to try and rotate in and pick up some kills. And with these P250s against pretty much full rifles, that's really not going to be easy. They've got to land a couple of long-range headshots to even do the slightest amount of damage here. And here's no one looking to shut it down. Actually gets flanked by Tarek. There's 1 kill for him. Tarek pushing forward, going to go around the smoke. Actually looking to jump straight on the bomb. No kit, though. He's sitting right in front of the thing. Got to be spamming E, being very confused with himself. But looks like he might run out of the smoke again as well. He makes it all the way through. Not managing to find the bomb, though. Now getting challenged. Lots of kills coming through from the AKs, and now it's only Naf. Tarek could have forced the issue there had he actually found the bomb, but unfortunately he was mere millimeters away from it and could not find the connection for that defuse, which means now Naf 1-on-4. The good thing is at least these terrorists do have to leave this site now, as they're all quite heavily tagged with the exception of Slemmy. They've got to get away to try and survive the bomb explosion, but, you know, Caboose going to wait around long enough to take the head off of Naf, just making sure that bomb was safe, and another round here for Selfless, surely the comeback is not going to be real here.
I'm not really feeling it just yet. I mean, I need a few more rounds under the belt of Selfless before I start to believe, but you know, there were so many low HP players on that round for Selfless. If OpTic had have maybe hit a couple more shots, then who knows where that round could have gone. Still, though, went the way of Selfless, and now OpTic are going to be back on the pistol once again. This will be their double eco, and they should be able to buy into the next round. So that's the one that we kind of have to look towards, because this one again seems to be heading in a similar direction as the last one did. Selfless pulling off a couple of nice kills, but it's a 2-for-2 trade overall, so still something to play for here for OpTic.
If OpTic win a pistol round, or if they couldn't win a rifle round a few rounds ago, that's going to be very interesting. But again, surely we can't expect too much more here out of OpTic. They've got themselves a couple kills. They've done a bit of damage, but with only pistols and no armor, I mean, you'd think they won't be able to do too much else. I don't think there's any guns that can really particularly easily be saved there, and I believe DSR just ditched one of those guns to be able to swap that out for an AK, so there's one less gun for OpTic to get. Rush has found himself an AK-47, but he's going to need to do pretty much all the work here himself with his teammates only on pistols. Mixwell is in a nice position behind him, but it looks like DSR is going to be ready for it, and Mixwell actually will escape with his life for now, but now DSR knows where he is. And surely not much hope. I mean, OpTic, they're just spread out all over the map. Rush is relatively close to this site. If one of these Selfless players peeks him, he could get a kill, maybe. And of course, OpTic are going to go for this. I mean, why not? They have the economy. They've been doing the eco just for this purpose. They can go for the damage here, but I don't think too much is going to go for them this one.
Yeah, it looks like maybe they're just heading or having a look around, see if they can get some exit frags here. I don't think OpTic with much of a chance of pulling off the retake in this one. Naf, he's going to get lucky.
Knife him.
There we go. Yeah, I was hoping for the knife as well, but no one was just moving a little bit too quickly. In the end, a 1-for-1 there, you know, losing only the pistol, it's like not a big deal. I think OpTic fairly happy with that. They've actually found a second AK as well, so heading into the next round with just a little bit of extra cash in their hands. Are we going to see an AWP pulled out? Here we are. Naf finding that one and chucking it over to his teammate Mixwell.
And this could be the round right here. It's worth noting that, yeah, while Mixwell's teammates were pressuring that site, trying to do the extra damage, he was knife out running through the T-halls, going to try and find the AK. That had been moved further away from their players by, I believe it was DSR in that last round. Did manage to find that thing and keep it, which means you can chuck it over to a teammate. So nice work there from Mixwell. Not getting a kill eventually in the post plan, but is going to get himself a gun. And here's a peek from Mixwell. Actually takes a bit of damage from that Molotov, but not going to be able to get a kill towards the T's, who were so close to peeking him. 15-8 though, still a lot of work here to do for Selfless, and now that we're back on a rifle round for OpTic, surely one of these rounds, it's got to end.
Well, we're seeing Nifty here with the AWP in his hands for the first time in pretty much this entire series. He's just watching in towards the A bomb site for the moment, holding an angle. No one from OpTic too keen on peeking him by the looks of things. Really no one on OpTic too keen on doing anything at the moment by the looks of things. They're just holding back in towards their site. Selfless here are starting to make their push in towards the A site. Seems like it's going to be a bit of a split. A few through Pop Dog, maybe a couple through Ivy. Again, maybe second guessing themselves. Just pulling back for the moment. I guess they do have to retrieve the bomb before they really decide to go for anything.
Man, I would have loved to see Naf hit that wallbang. If you look on the X-ray there, of course he has no idea, but he is, or he has been at least, very close to hitting those. His crosshair is on these T's, not doing the damage, but man, it's close. They've got to be all sitting there thinking, all right, yeah, look at the bullet holes there. That's a lot of bullets coming through towards them, but going to throw some grenades out towards this A side. It looks like this is where the push will come down. 2 players down through Pop Dog now. OpTic looking to hold this one. Actually, there's Nav spamming through the smoke, gets a headshot. There's a kill for Rush as well, and his second. This could be it. Selfless now in a 1-on-5 Caboose with Rush picking up a 3K. Caboose with it all left to do. He's got to get the bomb. He has 20 seconds, 5 kills to find. This is not looking possible. 15 seconds, he's going up high. There's no players here. They've actually moved around him. He's got 10 seconds. There's no way he can win this one. The bomb is so far away. He's got to get all the kills now, and it will be shut down. OpTic will eventually close that one out.
Yeah. Finally, they managed to get the job done. There. It looked like they were going to get it done much, much earlier on in the piece there, but I think still quite a convincing win, really, from OpTic.
Absolutely. I mean, a 12-3 first half. I mean, no matter how many rounds they lose, just trying to finish it up in the second one, I believe that was 16-8 in the end. No matter how many rounds they lose, and they did lose 5, off a 12-3 start, like, there's not really too many negative things you can say about that. No. I mean, the only real negative you could say is if they'd lost that one 16-12, and they didn't. They did close it out. So that was a much better OpTic.
Yeah, definitely. They were looking pretty good there towards the end of it. Certainly looked like they got the ball rolling. They were feeling pretty comfortable there, and Selfless really just wasn't quite able to stand up to it. So, in the end, it is OpTic pulling off both the best of ones with a victory fairly comfortably in the end. And we're going to be going to a quick break, but later on, or in a few minutes, we're going to have NRG up against compLexity. So stick around.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flash back there, and they spray them down. He decimates them.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flash back there.
no kits, but Boris in a lovely position. Boris, that was sick!
Stands to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code! Two headshots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
G'day guys and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division. We're into Season 5 and it's Match Day 1. OpTic just picking up a pretty good win, I have to say, over Selfless. Now heading into our next matchup for tonight, it is NRG and compLexity. What we think is probably a little bit of a closer matchup than the previous.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys, they have both made some roster changes recently, so it'll be interesting to see how those work out for them. We haven't seen too much of NRG or compLexity so far yet in 2017. I mean, there's been some qualifiers played, there's been some matches played, but especially because we're so early in the year as well, there's just not been a lot of play that's been done.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how these roster changes are going to affect the teams. NRG, you know, with a bit of a different roster, they've started to pull on some good players, I think. We'll have to see how they go. Before we get too far into that conversation about the teams, let's have a look at our schedule and how things have been going throughout today so far. As I mentioned previously, OpTic picking up some very nice wins over Selfless there, and no surprises at all to see Cloud9 picking up 2 relatively convincing wins over on the mainstream as well. And of course, like I said, NRG compLexity coming up after those 2 Selfless games. And, well, we'll see how these ones go. Because, like, you know, we were talking a little bit about the rosters there. Breezy, Daps, Marky, Fugly, and Peter for NRG is the roster that I think we're going to be running out with tonight. And, you know, there's some definitely strong names in that lineup.
Of course, like these guys, NRG did have not so recent, well, relatively recently, they had themselves a majority German lineup, but those guys have now left to form their own majority German European team. So now we've got a new North American lineup, but all the players in this this lineup have been around for quite some time in the American scene. I mean, Breezy, Marquee, both newer players, but Daps, you know, was he's been on OpTic before, and we've had these other guys have been around for quite some time as well. So definitely some experienced players and some new talent coming through too.
Yeah, definitely interested to see how Breezy can do coming into this one. Peter as well, obviously the guy that we always look to. He tends to be kind of a dynamic player. Sometimes he can go massive, sometimes he's, you know, goes a little bit missing. So we'll have to see how that works out for NRG. But definitely interested to see whether or not this NRG lineup can perform better than the previous one. Because, you know, NRG last season, they had a decent run, but it wasn't fantastic. And, you know, definitely potential for them to increase or improve upon their performance from last season.
Yeah, of course. And that's what we'll be looking to see here. This is our first match day, as we've said. So, of course, these teams just want to do it the best they can to get established and show what they can do really with these new lineups and in this new year.
Alrighty, well, let's have a look at their opponents as well. compLexity, you know, some changes to this lineup as well. It looks like Ape going to be moving out in favor of Desi. So that's going to be interesting to see whether or not that is actually going to be the case. But definitely a team, again, that could compete, but I'm not necessarily sure they're going to have the easiest of time throughout this season.
Yeah, but, I mean, we'll see. That's the thing. We still have this whole of this season ready to go, and, of course, any team can upset anyone. So that's the exciting thing about Counter-Strike. Anyone can win.
Yeah, definitely some questions to be answered throughout the rest of this season. I think, you know, looking across at that lineup, I would have thought Ape was going to be one of the stronger players in that roster. He certainly looked stronger, or looked strong, I guess, last season. I'm surprised to see him maybe departing from that lineup. But, you know, we've still got some good names there. Android X23, I think, is one to watch. He can always, you know, go big sometimes. So we'll have to see. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
And of course, Desi is a good player as well. So well, let's see how he performs in this lineup. But definitely a decent fragger, especially in terms of NA.
Alrighty, guys. Looks like we are just a few minutes away from getting into the game. So we might head over to a quick break, but we'll be back as soon as possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Code! 2 headshots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a third. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. They spraying them down. He decimates Cobblestone. Second fight, and they line up again. Cole, 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. That was sick.
To the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
the drumming thing. It's silly time to learn to swim. Every time you look around, pain is the only what you find. You're still dreaming, head up high, try to leave him all behind. Your black eyes betray you empty. Your tears can't heal you empty. But even the years go by, you're still smiling. I hear you empty.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division Season 5. I have some bad news. Unfortunately, we're not getting into the game just yet. We do have some issues amongst the players. They're trying to figure out what server they want to play on, which server is going to be good for both teams. But for the moment, we're just going to be waiting it out, I suppose, and seeing how that goes. In the meanwhile, let's have a little bit of a talk about compLexity, see how we think they're going to be going. Obviously, we saw them last season in the ESL Pro League in Season 4. They went 9-17, which is obviously not excellent, but definitely not too bad. They got some rounds on the board. They showed us some maps on the board even, showed us some good parts. And, you know, there were some moments where they looked like a team that could definitely compete for the middle of the table.
And the other thing you have to remember is these guys, no matter how they did, I mean, 9-17, as you said, isn't great, but the point is they were in ESL Pro League and they were competing. Like there's, you know, only, this is 14 teams in North America. There's a lot more teams in NA than that. So if the fact that they got into Pro League at all is, not that I'm trying to say this is a participation award type thing, but the fact they got in there at all is impressive. And they did win some maps. So definitely good things to see from them.
Yeah, definitely hoping to see how these roster changes are going to help them coming into this season as well. You know, they've already started off the year relatively okay. They picked up wins over Liquids, over Misfits, Immortals, Splice. So there are some good teams in there. You know, Liquid and Immortals definitely the two that we looked for, I suppose, to be strong teams in this this region at the moment. I guess hard to say how Liquid is going to go after the changes, bringing on a couple of new players, obviously losing Hiko. So a lot of questions to be answered and asked of both of these teams.
Of course, and it's worth noting that with compLexity, that win over Liquid, I believe that was a best of 3 in the qualifiers to get themselves into here. It was actually no, sorry, they beat Liquid in the qualifiers for another tournament, but they did play a best of 3, I believe, to be here.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, both these teams obviously looking forward to the final, or at least attempting to make their way through to the final. If you would like to come over to the final, it is going to be in Dallas. You can check out the website, proleague.com/Dallas. Buy some tickets there, all that fun stuff. It should be a good time. I hope the final is going to be as successful as the last final was. Obviously, Cloud9 picking that one up. It was a good series against SK, and Cloud9 last season as well, looking really good. So maybe heading into this season, especially with the start that they've had so far today, we saw them pick up the 2-0. So, you know, the ball's rolling for them.
Absolutely. I mean, Cloud9, they're a good team in NA, and they're in contention for that best spot in NA. I mean, I don't think right now we really have, especially with these changes to OpTic, I'm not sure we have a clear dominant NA team, but Cloud9 definitely going to be competing for that spot. And it'll be interesting to see if they can back up their results from last season in this one.
Yeah, definitely a lot of teams competing for that spot. But again, guys, unfortunately, I'm going to have to throw us to a break. We are going to be still waiting for these teams to be getting into the server. So don't go anywhere. Hopefully, we'll have the match for you in a sec.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
You're it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. Apex spraying them down. He decimates Cobblestone. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick on phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division Season 5. And I do have good news this time. It looks like we are going to be momentarily underway with compLexity and NRG. They've sorted out the server and it looks like they're getting involved, getting into it, and hopefully we'll be into it relatively shortly. So, looking forward to this one.
Absolutely. Should be a good matchup now that we're finally there. So, be interesting to say, as we've said before, we think these teams are going to be pretty evenly balanced going into this one. So, it may end up just being a straight aim duel. See who's more on point today.
Well, Nuke and Cobblestone, as far as I'm aware, are going to be the maps coming out here. Potential for, some difficult or interesting strategies. Looks like Nuke, the first map of the day between these two teams. It's not like a puggy kind of aim style map like Dust 2. Maybe even you could liken a little bit Cache, I suppose, but more, I suppose, strategic based on Nuke.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, it's one of those maps that has come in relatively recently into the pool. So a lot of teams are still only just working towards picking it. But either way, going to be getting into the pistol round here. We're between NRG and compLexity, with NRG on the CT side, compLexity taking the T.
Alrighty, so let's have a look and see what compLexity do decide to do. Just jumping up onto the silo here. Potential for them to have a bit of a look on towards outers, though. They do have a couple of players in Squeaky here, and interested to see how this works out. Maybe send a couple in through outers. Looks like it could be an A hit, though.
But Dap's going to be coming through behind them here from the outside. Actually catches him out. Not going to land a shot, though. Does make his presence known and will be falling back for now. And that could have actually been a kill or two for him there to start this one off, but looks like these Ts are going to be working their way into the upper bomb site now. Smoke out of Squeaky. We've got Peter up on top here, waiting for this vent drop to happen, but nothing happening just yet. And now Desi moving over towards his ramp position, challenging Fugly there, who's going to be falling back, but all of a sudden, quite a lot of map control here for compLexity.
Yeah, they certainly do. Fugly has fallen all the way back into the bomb site. Breezy as well, sitting in close towards CT spawn. He's going to have a bit of pressure coming his way, and it is the form of Uber to pick up the kill there onto Breezy. 4 versus 5 now in the favor of compLexity. So they've opened things up quite nicely. They've got the player advantage and still 45 seconds left to work with as we see now compLexity start to make their way in towards the B-bomb site.
Here they come as well. These doors, toxic doors are open. They're going to clear out that area, though. There is no CTs in there. There's one in vent. It's going to be the closest one. It's going to be Peter falling back for now, waiting for his teammates to arrive so we can challenge them together. Bomb goes down. There's another kill, actually. Def going to take out Marquis. Surreal going to find Peter as well. Fugly at least going to trade that one back, but it's a 2-on-4 already. Bomb planted for Squeaky where there are 2 players, although nice shot from Daps will at least get one more. Smoke on the bomb, but sticking this defuse will be unbelievably. Game is going to do it. He's got a kit too. Fugly, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. He might just have this one. They're going to steal it away. NRG defusing inside the smoke. Fugly with the kit will go down in the end, but they'll get the round.
Yeah, I think a little disappointing there really for compLexity. They had almost everything going their way, and to see that round slip over to NRG, as I said, is going to be disappointing for them, but obviously pretty early on in the piece here for the moment, so they're going to be just ecoing this one out. They'll probably look for the AK buy next round, given that they did get the bomb down. NRG, of course, buying into this one. They do have 4 SMGs and the FAMAS, just in case maybe someone bought armor on compLexity, but as we know, that is not the case.
With the exception of Uber, who's found himself a P250 and head armor off the back of a couple kills, but there's a nice shot from Daps. We'll drop Desi with a headshot, and I think that's just going to be the story of this round, really. I mean, it should be. There's no armor except on Uber. There's a lot of SMGs on the field. This one really should just be NRG getting all of the kills here, and Daps going to spot out a few of the Ts there, trying to push, but his own Molotov will force him back. Grenade in to follow it up, though. A little bit of damage from that, not a lot. Breezy on the upper rafters, taking a fight outside. and not going to win it, but one of his teammates will do it for him. And now the numbers on the T side are dwindling, but there's a nice shot from Uber. Will at least get rid of Daps, but Fugly and Peter pick up one each, and now Surreal, the last player remaining, only a Glock as well. His teammates had the upgraded pistols. They're all dead. It's not looking good for him.
No, certainly not. I mean, there's really not much that he can do now, just with the Glock making his way, and he's been spotted out as well, and it's going to be Marky finding the kill. NRG with 2 on the board now, and obviously compLexity should be buying into this one. Looks like they are going to be doing just that. Not a lot of money, though, available for them just for those utilities. They didn't get too many kills last round. They didn't get too many kills initially, so yeah. Okay, they've got a few flashbangs and a couple of smokes, but really not a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, this round really is going to be decided just by those AK-47s and how they use them. I mean, yeah, they don't have the utility, as you said, but they do have superior weaponry. So the question will be on how they're going to be able to deploy that against what is, yeah, a mixed buy, but not a bad buy out of NRG. But that's a good way to start with Desi finding Fugly early on in the aggressive peak. Peter right behind him, but he will actually be falling back for now. There's another kill going through. Lots of kills for compLexity. Actually, they found themselves 3 already. Peter heavily tagged. Going to throw a flashbang so he can fall a little bit further back. Still playing behind this smoke, but I don't think they're going to push it. They seem to have a decent idea. He's here to compLexity, and it's really, like, this position of these CTs are not particularly good for this round.
Yeah, good round for compLexity, though. They've managed to only lose 1 weapon so far and taken 3 out of the hands of NRG. So if they can close this one out cleanly from here, then that bank is going to start to get rolling early on in the piece, and, you know, it'd be nice to start off pretty well on the T side of Nuke. Def taking down Breezy, and now just 1 player, Peter, to deal with.
That was a nice peek there from Def, just getting around and already shooting at Breezy before he could even see him fully on his screen. So a nice angle to take there and shut down that garage presence. And now Peter has actually found himself an AK, and I believe he might have spotted the head of Surreal there, but not much health remaining in a 1-on-4. Heavy spray through towards Surreal, takes him down to 62. He's got a chance here if he gets in there now, but there's already a lot of players facing him down. Does have a kit, does have armor, but doesn't really have the HP to back it up. And Desi should be able to finish this one out here. Peter not looking the right direction, and there we go. Desi will finish it, and compLexity will get their first round.
Yep, it's 1 on the board, and they do have a pretty reasonable buy coming into this one. Android should get a drop for him. Looks like Desi's going to be the one to rebuy his AK. NRG, on the other hand, are just going to be buying into this one. It's, well, yeah, it's okay. They've got an AWP. I wonder if someone has been able to give Daps a weapon. Doesn't look like it. Just the P250, so that's a little bit of a problem for NRG. They don't have too many utilities to work with either here. We should be seeing a pretty good round come out for compLexity, unless they start getting picked off by this AWP.
Yeah, this AWP on Peter could be a real issue for them. So it's all going to be down on where he's playing. It looks like most of the NRG players are going to be over inside. Not really too much of an outside presence, which means that behind this wall of smokes that they've deployed, compLexity are going to be able to move down secret. Now, Def up on the catwalk here, trying to catch out Peter. Now, Peter aiming low. If Def picks around this corner and has an idea where... Ooh, there's a flick out of Peter. He looks like he had an idea where Peter was, but neither player going to kill the other. Now, Fugly. His timing up the stairs could be so good. Here's actually a crossfire as well for the CTs. Breezy has already gone down, but Fugly did give himself away a little bit, but not too much, which means he's going to be able to fall back. And in a 4-on-4 here, this is still anyone's round. I mean, we do still have Daps stuck on this P250, but if he can get to the body of Desi and find himself a gun, then we're straight back in this one.
Yeah, definitely some troublesome times here for compLexity, potentially. They do have some control, though, across the map and starting to make their way in towards the B-bomb side, or at least hanging around for the moment. How are they going to go? Def still... It's a very split sort of a setup here for compLexity, isn't it? Like, they're not working too well together, but they're certainly getting those aim duels working. Def finding a kill and bringing it back to a 3 versus 4. Make that a 2 versus 4 as Android is actually going to find himself a double kill.
That's a nice, clean little double there. Daps did have a nice little position behind the box, playing the headshot angle as he had that pistol, trying to get some headshots of his own, but instead gets straight up headshotted himself. And now Fugly, 1-on-4, can, I believe, save an AK there if he wants it, but it looks like he's going to stick with this M4 for now. Doesn't want to make the sound of dropping that, perhaps. And he does have some utility, does have himself some armor. He'll be wanting to save here if he can with no kit. Surely there's no way he can go for this. And it looks like he's just going to be lurking around these secret stairs to ride out the rest of this round.
And not much else that he can really do here. Definitely beneficial for him to save this M4 through to the next round, but compLexity have really looked pretty good on this T side. As soon as they got the guns into their hands, they've done a good job of being able to open up those bomb sites, and, well, they started off, brought it back to a 2-2. At least when this bomb goes off, it will be a 2-2. So things are starting to look pretty good here for compLexity.
And it's worth noting, compLexity did look the better team in the pistol round as well. Charging in, they moved around the map together. They got out behind the CTs, went out and challenged Garage, got some picks out towards CT spawn, and then went in and got the bomb down. They played it very well. They had the man advantage. They were doing okay in the retake, and then they got smoke diffused. So it's not like they lost the pistol round due to just getting straight eliminated. They've been good on this, well, decently good on this T side pretty much from the start. Question will be if they can continue this though. And Desi, gonna have the Mac 10. The rest of his teammates on the bigger guns. That's a good choice if he runs into these pistoling players. If he runs into Fugly, he's gonna have a very rude surprise. But if he can find his way into one of these pistoling players with no armor, then he should be able to mop them up nice and easily and get some cash for himself.
Yeah, definitely. And compLexity should know that Fugly have been able to save that
Now they
M4
do.
through. Now they definitely do. Desi does go down, as you mentioned, as you predicted, the sort of the unfortunate situation for him, running into the only player with an actual weapon on the other side for NRG. But even still, it shouldn't be a particularly difficult cleanup here for compLexity. They still have the weapon advantage, and now they've brought it back to a 4v4. Android finding one, Def as well, going to be able to pick up a Breezy there on the rafters. It's now 2 versus 4. Only one gun still alive here for NRG. I wonder if Fugly decides he wants to do anything with this trophy.
He knows.
Just tries to save it. Looks like he's going to be able to take down Def. Nicely played from him. Let's open things up a bit here for CTs.
He saw the shadow above him, knew he could go for the pick, and did indeed get that one, but with no kit and no armor on Daps, well, no kit at all, no armor on Daps, and only a Mac 10 for him against the armor and against the rifles, that's not going to be the greatest setup. Looks like he's going to go for this one, try and work his way through the smoke and do some damage, but Fugly checking out of this round, looking to save this gun once again, keep that thing alive so his team can have something behind it, and Daps may be waiting for this smoke to fade. He's not going to be able to defuse with no kit, but just trying to find an exit kill. And unfortunately, he peeks into 2 of the Ts. They take him out, and now Fugly once again saving a gun.
All right, well, 3 on the board, 3 on the trot even for compLexity as well. Having a look at NRG's economy, they should be able to maybe buy into this one with a pretty reasonable buy. An AWP actually coming out there, going to be given over to Peter, but it's going to mean Fugly's not going to have all that much cash, so he gets a drop for him and a mag 7 in the end for Daps. So it's actually pretty good in the end. Still not a huge amount of utilities there, and obviously compLexity have got the better buy here, but I mean, I don't mind a mag 7, to be honest, on Nuke. I think it can definitely have its place.
Absolutely. If you play that thing in vents or if you play it inside hut, I mean, Hiko, for example, loves using his auto shotgun on the roof of hut. The mag 7 can be used. It's a, not an automatic weapon, but can be used for one-shot kills inside hut or inside vents. And there we go. He's going to be playing around that hut position. So it's a fairly standard position for a shotgun on this map, as the Ts have to come around a very close corner that they can't really check before they go around it. And if your reflexes are quick enough, then you can get away with a shotgun kill. So that's the plan at least, but for right now, the T's not going to be giving it to him. That's a nice angle from Peter, actually. And Hell, they do not know where he is.
Yeah.
Down in the Hell position, shooting through the catwalk. They had no idea. He gets himself 2. There's Breezy finding another, and hits the leg there, Peter. Nice flick, and Surreal left on 17 HP from that AWP shot. 1 on 5. Surely this clutch will not be a thing. Going to be looking for a player here, but look at Marky sneaking up on his left. Marky not checking him. Surreal knows that he had the time to take that shot there, so he does. Doesn't rush and miss that kill. Does get that one at least, but Peter, another kill for him, a 3K in that round. Some very nice shooting to start off with from that Hell position.
Works out quite nicely. Looks like he's going to keep it through to this round. And as you mentioned, that was a very nice position for him. You could tell compLexity just didn't know where he was. They were kind of looking up at the rafters while their teammates were all falling, and Peter got away with 2 free kills, finds a 3rd in the end towards the end of the round there as well. Not to mention that leg that he got as well over to one of those compLexity players. So did a lot of damage for NRG that round, and good to see him with the AWP in his hands. See whether or not he's going to be able to repeat that this round.
Well, that'll be the test, won't it? But we do have an AWP out onto Surreal as well. So they do have an AWP of their own to answer with. And I'd like to see this out of Peter as well. He's changed up his position. Last round he was towards Hell, and while I don't think they figured it out, he's already changed it up just in case they have. So this round, at least for now, he's going to be playing from Heaven. That spam from Fugly is very close indeed, but not going to make it through the corner to find Android. We'll re-smoke it again. Android, he's just stuck on the other side of the smoke, just questing through it, probing through it with bullets, trying to see if he can find anything out as to where these cities are. But for now, no one really pushing anywhere too aggressively on either team.
Daps content to take this mag 7 through to this round as well. He could have potentially picked up one of the compLexity AKs or something like that, but he's happy with the shotgun, and I'm still waiting to see some fireworks from him with it, but surely it's going to happen later on, or sooner or later.
Yeah, you think eventually compLexity will go through this hut where they will find that shotgun waiting for them if they do get in there. But for now, they're avoiding it, and there's some nice trades, actually. A wallbang for Surreal and just a nice AK shot there out of Breezy, which means we get a 1-for-1 trade. We're at a 4-on-4 still with 36 seconds left on the clock now. Looks like Daps might actually get a free kill here, and it's the bomb. Android is already low. We'll fall out of that one, which is the right move to make, but if Daps pushes this, he's going to avoid that flashbang, which means it's going to be dangerous here. Misses the first shot, looking for it again, misses the second as well. That is unfortunate there, and now compLexity entering onto this upper side, get themselves 2 kills already. Fugly already down to the lower side. Peter is up here and possibly able to contest. I'm actually going to be through the radio room behind him, but Surreal was ready for that angle, and it looks like Desi is equally ready for this one if Fugly goes up this ladder.
Yeah, this is a little unfortunate really for NRG. They looked so good last round, and then it all just capitulates for them here in this one, and that's going to put them back on the economy reset. So pretty important here for Fugly to take this M4 through the next round. We've already seen him be able to save it once. Is he going to be able to do it again? Well, no, considering he's picked up an AK, but he's going to try and save that one. I think compLexity are going to be pretty keen to get rid of that gun from his hands, but actually looks like they're just deciding to back out here. Fugly should get through to the next round with an AK. Perhaps compLexity not so keen on losing any more guns than they already have this round. Their economy still not yet fully built up, and so Fugly's going to be okay there. But compLexity now with 4 on the board, and yeah, no real chance for a buy in this one for them.
Yeah, I mean, Fugly has now held onto a gun for, I believe, the last 3 rounds in a row. He's been hiding somewhere at the end, keeping a rifle alive to carry it through. It's been an M4 twice, now it's an AK. And we've seen him saving, and we've seen his teammates occasionally able to buy with him, occasionally not. But we need a hero play, really. That rifle, I mean, now that he's got an AK, he's got a better chance, perhaps, than if he had an M4. But it's still not going to be. He's actually just going to be getting aggressive with that thing, trying to do the damage early for his team. Going to be holding a sneaky angle inside, but the T's are not here. They're busy setting up a bit of an execute outside by the looks of things, take some control there, maybe move over towards Secrets, do the good old wall of smokes. But nothing happening just yet here as we get past a minute 30 gone.
Yeah, it's still compLexity hanging around outside, but as of yet, haven't really thrown too many smokes. Hard to say for NRG how much they actually know what's going on here. Mark is going to have a big job to do, and he does it well. He picks up the first kill onto Def with their USP. He will go down, getting traded out there by Uber, but even Uber gets dropped down to 15 HP. He's not going to bother him too much until Desi shoots him in the head, and, well, that's a little unfortunate for compLexity. 3 versus 3 now, as we do see that team kill come out, but Desi pushing through here. He's going to try and make amends, and not quite an excellent flick from Fugly. But in the end, it's probably not going to be enough there. Surreal and Android finding a killer piece. Now he's in a 2v1 clutch, and he won't be able to get the first kill. Surreal takes him down.
Nice shooting there from Surreal with that AWP to finish out. That was a ridiculous flick from Fugly. I'd love to see that from his POV. That was, well, it looked incredibly quick. So nice work out of him, but unfortunately not quite enough to get his team across the line as compLexity now have 5 rounds. It's another buy here. NRG will get their own buy up. They've got themselves 4 M4s and a FAMAS on Marquis. Now, Marquis has gone for some head armor. Maybe could have bought himself something else with that money, but not too much else he could afford. And I assume if he is on $0 right now, then perhaps he just couldn't afford a kit, so went for some extra armor anyway. But against full AKs, not going to make too much of a difference here. And compLexity looking good so far on their T side.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, the one round that they lost to NRG, I mean, NRG looked very good in that one. But aside from that, it really hasn't been all that close. compLexity have kind of just been rolling over NRG pretty easily, I got to say, and it's nice to see NRG just changing up their defensive positions. Obviously, Peter here holding a different angle to what he has been, and he does have a rifle, which is probably part of the reason as to why he's doing that. But again, it's not really working out for compLexity here. Desi is just on fire.
Finds himself 2. Breezy does trade back at least 1 kill, and Def pretty low as well. But Desi looking to continue his entry fragging ways here. Going to be going and chasing after Peter, who looks like he's actually going to be walking back over towards him. This engagement could be all important. The timing here. Peter is going to get into vents. Looks like he will get away with his life for now without being shot in the back. Just trying to help his teammates out in the upper side. But little does he know, the T's are just crouching in, walking in here. Very sneaky, very stealthy, trying to get down to this lower side without giving it away. But this angle from Peter, if they check this, looks like Desi won't be checking the vents, which means this timing from Peter. If he hears a noise here, if he detects that something's going on, if he waits for Android to go by him, none of them have checked this corner and vents here. If he picks his timing well, it looks like he might just be able to get out there and get behind him. But for now, a very, very quiet T-side out of compLexity. But with 20 seconds left, they need to start moving, and there's the first one. Def picks up Peter. I thought he was going to be able to pull something sneaky in the smoke, but no such thing happening. Android Nice headshot onto Fugly. Uber finishes it off, taking down Marquee, and that is the 6th round now for compLexity.
There was definitely some very real possibilities there for NRG to find a pick or deny the bomb plan even. You know, obviously the bomb plan was behind the silo there, but in the end, nothing really went the way of NRG. Like everything, it looked like a round sort of still hanging in the balance, and then all of a sudden compLexity just won the round, and again, another convincing round. Android X doing a pretty good job, Uber and Def as well. I mean, Desi, I said he was on fire, but he's actually the bottom fragger for compLexity at the moment. I think they're all contributing quite nicely. NRG obviously back onto the pistol here, so we can't expect too much out of them in this round. But compLexity are definitely really looking good at the moment on the T side of Nuke.
Exactly, and it's worth saying, Desi might be the bottom fragger, but only by 2 frags, and 3 of his teammates are tied for top frag on 7. So it's not like it's not that much of an issue, really, and it's good to see that all of compLexity are out here to play today. They're all out here getting frags. It's not like we have a Hiko, an early train sort of thing last round where we was on 17 and 3 or something like that, just getting all of the frags. They're all contributing here, which is always good to see. It's always nice when a team works as a team, plays as a team, frag as a team. So they've actually found themselves some very nice positions here. They've taken basically full 360-degree control of the upper floor, at least, of Nuke, moving around. They've got NRG pretty much completely encircled inside the bomb sites, but the question is going to be whether or not they can use that control to get in and take the bomb sites. And for now, looks like they're using the full time that they have in this round to just wait out and try and catch a frag. And there we go. There's the first one. Android going to take down Peter. Again, only pistols here for compLexity. No armor. So this really should be for NRG. Sorry, this really should be a round for compLexity. And here they go. They're throwing a smoke at a lower bomb site. Going to plant inside the thing for a bit of additional safety. There's a kill from Marky, actually. We'll take down Uber. So there's a gun possible to be recovered there. But Android on this upper side looking to clean up. Will get himself the first kill. Def gets one as well. Android with another. If Fugly goes through here, Android could get the 4K in the round, but no matter who gets that last kill, this round is over. Fugly has no armor and no kit. There's no way he can get there in time, so maybe some damage possible from him, but a nice round out of compLexity.
Yeah, best case scenario again for him is just to take down one of these players and save the gun through the next round, but even that perhaps at this point is almost wishful thinking. He does have a CZ, so if he can catch someone off guard, there's chance. Oh, he's actually been able to pick up the AK there. I didn't realize there was one dropped right in the A-bomb site, but is he going to be able to get out of this alive? That's the question. The answer is no. Desi again to find the frag. That's another one on the board for compLexity. Another round from NRG, which didn't look all that convincing, given the fact that they had pistols. Can't really blame them. But this is where we need to see them starting to step up again. They need to find a round now.
Absolutely. And they've got themselves an AWP as well. I believe there's an AWP and 4 rifles on both teams now. So for the first time in a while, we've got a pretty even buy on the board. So this is one of those rounds where it's not so much on who has the better guns as it's who's the better team right now. And for me at the moment, that is looking like compLexity. They're up 7-3 on the T side of Nuke. But we'll have to see. I mean, Peter, the last round he had an AWP, playing from that hell position towards that outer catwalk, was very effective with it, eventually getting himself 3 kills, and 2 of them almost entirely unanswered. So we'll have to see if he can mirror that performance in this round.
Well, a fairly standard kind of a hold here, really, from NRG. They do have a bit of control over towards outer. A couple of players over there, not always what you'll see, but Breezy is going to find the first kill onto Def. Working out nicely so far for the CTs is this setup, but really the full assault from compLexity is going to be headed in towards at least the ramp room, but potentially also the B bomb site. And compLexity have cleared out the ramp room quite nicely. No one in that area, but Peter, this is going to be crucial.
Angle. Ooh, spots the foot. Not going to get the pick, though. Now they know that he's there. I do like this out of compLexity, by the way, this style of they're down a man. So all 4 of them just group up and move together. They go as one unit. They're all checking corners at different times. They've all got their teammates' backs entirely covered. So in that sort of position, they can't really be surprised. Again, a smoke down to them and a plant in the smoke. Android, nice shot there onto Fugly, removing him from the round, deleting him from the server. And now we're back in a 4-on-4. Bomb is down. There is 2 kits on the CT side. They've got a chance this one, but these positions from these teams are actually quite good, although Peter will find the first pick onto Uber on the retake here. So now it's a 3-on-4, and Surreal's given away his position with the AWP as well.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot here. He can get flanked around the back. An important miss from him actually there onto Breezy. Did he spot out Peter? I think he did. Oh no, he misses the shot. That's really not good for Surreal here. Is he going to be able to find a second chance? He does get the second chance, misses that as well. In the end, Peter's going to clean up too, and now we're back to a 1v1. Android, it looks like it's going to be compLexity to win the round, but oh my word, that was a little bit messy.
A little bit messy indeed. I mean, compLexity still come away with the win, but that was a bit of a chaotic retake and a bit of a chaotic hold there. So both teams sort of, just having a bit of issues with just sorting out exactly what they're doing. But compLexity will get the win due to time. It was a bit of a weird round, but they managed to hold off the post plant long enough that there was no time for the T's to defuse, CTs to defuse in a 1-on-1. That's going to be NRG falling away and deciding they can't really go for that one. Now, Android has stepped up a bit here. He is currently 13-4 for his team. So we're starting to see a bit more of that individual fragging shining through. But as a unit, compLexity still doing very well here.
At the very least here for NRG, they've managed to take that AWP through to the next round. They have saved quite a few guns through to each round, but really haven't been able to do anything with those saved guns in the next round. So hopefully, at least here for NRG, the AWP of Peter is going to be able to find some sort of frag, or at least maybe leg someone for a pistol play to finish off. We'll have to see how it works out. That's a good start. Actually, that's a very good start. We've seen quite a few kills, and, well, it looks like compLexity have just walked into a very nice crossfire setup of NRG, and in the end, that's well, a sublime round, really, for NRG. They find 4 kills, or 5 kills even, without losing too many kills of their own, only dropping 1, so they're able to save 4 guns through to this round, and that's really started to kickstart their economy.
Absolutely. They've managed to save a second AWP there as well. That round was just entirely compLexity walked into a blender. They just stepped into the crossfire of pistols, and they just melted. And now there's a double AWP facing them down. Fugly going to be taking the second one. Of course, Peter's still on the first for NRG. So we'll have to see if they can do anything with those here. There is the AWP back out on Surreal on the T side, so that is at least good for the Ts. There's a flash high from Android. Going to pop behind them so they can move forward. Down is out of position, and they've actually already had a couple of engagements. I know there's a few players around here. That's a nice Molotov to stop them off. There's Surreal finding the first pick, but now Breezy looking to answer back here. Still waiting for someone to jump up on the slower. They're not going to be doing it for now. They're still just around this red container, at least Surreal is with the AWP. And Breezy, this push could actually catch out Surreal.
NRG really need to win this round. They can't afford to be reset again, and it just seems to be going the way of compLexity once more. It's 5 versus 3, but yeah, NRG last time they won the round, they got reset. This time they win the round. It's looking like they could potentially get reset again here. Fugly, though, does at least pull 1 back for NRG. Needs to maybe find another one before compLexity get too far ahead of themselves. It's 55 seconds left on the clock, so compLexity do have a fair bit of time on the clock to work with, but they've actually got quite a lot of map control as well. I was about to say they don't have too much map control, but then I noticed that player lurking around outer. It is Desi. He's just in a fantastic position here behind the rest of NRG, and he's going to catch Fugly out with that flashbang. Wasn't able to get the kill. In the end, a 2-for-1 trade overall. Still, it's back to a 2v2, and now a 2v1. Uber doing a good job of trading those frags for his teammates. Desi rejoining Uber, and it looks like they should be able to get the bomb down quite safely on the B-bomb site.
And now Fugly, everything to do as well. He does have an M4 available to him, which he will pick up. That is a better gun for clutching a 1-on-2 than perhaps an AWP, but he's got a player above him as well who is waiting for him, and that's Desi with the read. Had a good idea of where Fugly was, waited for him to come through, and did take him down. Don't manage to save an AWP for the T side, but they do win the round, and that's really not going to be good for NRG's economy. Yeah, Desi going to be buying up that AWP. I think it was into the hands of Uber. Nope. Now, well, it was in the hands of Uber. Now into the hands of Surreal. So we'll see how he goes with that one. Going to be going up again against Peter, who has managed to find himself with an AWP again. But NRG, 4 rounds on the board on your CT side of Nuke, and compLexity with 9 on the T. No matter how this round goes, really, I feel like it's a good start for compLexity. Absolutely. compLexity, worst case scenario for them right here is a 9-6, which I think they're still going to be happy with here, starting on T-side Nuke. So that's going to be good. And, of course, if they can win the next 2 rounds, an 11-4 would be amazing. The timing on that from Desi, by the way, not seeing that CT behind him, that was very close indeed. But I think a bit of smoke did manage to block him off, and that was Dabs just peeking out for a second, but staying alive for now. And really, again, map control being taken here by the Ts. We've got Def all the way up on the rafters behind. Desi moving towards the secret stairs, but Def, he's actually been able to get in here for free. Wow. He could catch out this whole thing. This position from him is so crucial right now.
Needs to be a little bit more confident, push in there and see if he can spot the player, but wasn't able to do that just yet. In the end, Android is going to find Marky. He's going to catch Peter off guard here. Surely Peter doesn't suspect that there's a player hanging around near towards his own spawn. Looks like it's... Oh, that grenade wasn't quite on point. Still, though, it's information there for compLexity, and information wins games.
Whoa!
Def didn't have the information that Def was sitting next to the vent there, and we're back to a 2 versus 3 now in the favor of NRG. Desi, rather, taking down Daps, who was on the reload. We're back now to a 1 versus 2. Desi doing a good job of pulling this one back in the favor of compLexity. Though Peter has an angle. Oh, Desi almost got a collat there.
That could have been... If he won that round with a collat, that would have been absolutely nuts. Unfortunately, he fired a second too early, I believe, and didn't get it across the line. But he's still got a chance in this one now. Going to be breaking the vent. He's walking around, not making any sound, trying to mind game Desi here. He does have a kit, so he's got a bit of time to play with.
Oh,
and
did Peter? No.
I don't
did he
think
spot
Peter
the foot?
spotted him. That must have been so close. He actually might have. Looks like he might be trying to play around behind him here. The bomb timer is
He's going to have to
ticking
break
down.
the glass. That's the problem. As long as Desi doesn't step back here, he's okay.
Ooh. Ooh, again, the timing just so close. And now going for the no-scope. Lotto's going to get the flick. He's so close there. Chasing him down, looking for it. And Desi will get the kill. Peter already tagged so low from his prior engagement. That was so nearly a clutch from him.
Yeah.
But not quite.
If that glass was broken, Peter probably would have won that round.
Absolutely. The only thing stopping him from going through there was he knew he would make a sound, and given that his entire movement in that clutch previously had been entirely silent, he didn't want to give away his position, and breaking that glass, he had to do it to get in there, and unfortunately it gave away his position and he missed the flick. It was so close as well on that quickscope, but didn't get it across the line, which means now compLexity 10-4.
Yeah, and unfortunate now for NRG, they don't have the real, they don't have the cash to buy into this one properly. It's just going to be the pistols and the armor, so compLexity should be able to pull this one off, and if they can set themselves up with an 11-4 half, that's going to be excellent. Even a 10-4 half, I would say, is excellent, but 11 is going to be just that one better, and can't complain about an extra round on the board at all for compLexity, as long as they're able to pull this one off.
And it looks like they're going for it. There's a nice shot from Def. Will get traded out by Breezy, who's now been spotted out. Surreal going to throw that Molotov to force him out, but not going to go for the peek. Nearly hits the shot as he's jumping away, but not going to do it. These teams now grouping up, moving down Secret. Desi running in, takes out Daps. Here goes the entry for the teams. Moving into this lower bomb site. The bomb actually still down at the bottom of Outis. So they've got to go back there and get that thing, but they do have a player close to it. That is Uber, just waiting around in that area. He can go and get that bomb whenever his teammates are ready. In the meantime, they're trying to get some frags on the board here. They're already in this lower bomb site. Fugly, heavy damage on Desi. I believe he was already tagged. Still does a lot more work, but not going to get the kill. And now, bomb in hand, these teams are going to be moving down towards this lower bomb site, and it's just the 5-7s of Marquis and Breezy to do this one.
Yeah, they really needed that kill with that CZ. If maybe he wasn't moving, he might have been able to pick up the kill. That's a good shot, though, from Breezy onto Desi. Still, though, not going to equalize the player advantage. Still a 3 versus 2 in the favor of compLexity. The bomb does go down now as well, so the job even more difficult for NRG. They don't have any kits to work with, so I think this one is going to be a little bit difficult in the end. Breezy goes down to Android, and that is that. Android finding the final 2 kills of that round. It is going to be 11-4 in the favor of compLexity after the first half. We'll head to a quick break, but we'll be back with the second half in just a sec.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Alrighty, and back into the second half. Looks like we've missed part of the round here, but it's certainly... Oh, and what am I talking about? What am I talking about? Why did I even say that? Gun's still on the field. That's embarrassing. But luckily, we haven't missed any of the round. So
Exactly.
That's the important part, isn't it?
I mean, unfortunately, we've missed what was evidently a pretty neat 4K here for Android. Going for the epic warm-up ace, but conveniently, pistol round isn't usually played with rifles, so we'll just be waiting for this warm-up to end. I can only assume it won't go for too much longer, guys. We'll be straight back in here with this game. Come on, Android, get the ace. Oh, denied. That's unfortunate. 4K, but not enough. But here we are going live again with the second half with pistols this time.
Yep.
11-4 for compLexity, starting on the CT side now. It is such a long path back for NRG, but if they can do it, it has to start in this round right here. This pistol round is all important for them.
Yeah, exactly. And we said that the same thing about Selfless last map on against OpTic on Train, where they had to pick up that pistol round, and well, they didn't, and they didn't win in the end. So NRG are surely going to be hoping they're going to be able to pull this one off. They have gone for pretty standard buy, you know, just with the armor and one person picking up the utilities. Nuba's going to fall back. He gets lots of information though, so we should see a pretty quick rotate for compLexity here, or at the very least, they're going to be aware that there will be a push in towards the B site.
That said, though, here comes Breezy up in the roughs on the upper side, but a nice shot from Android takes him down. Whoop, bit of team damage there. Obviously very trigger happy here is Android, trying to get these kills. He knows where both these players are. He's just playing around the sides, trying to isolate him. Gets himself another one, actually, and now looking for the last kill. Marky's position is known, Android. That was some sharp USP work there from him, getting himself a 3K in the round, and that's going to be not the pistol round that NRG wanted at all, only getting one kill before Android shut him down.
It's looking like compLexity is going to be completely demolishing NRG here on Nuke, but they do have to close out these remaining few rounds. It is NRG obviously going to be just sitting here with a pistol buy, not even really a buy, to be honest. Okay, they're buying pistols now. But regardless, they're not going to be buying too much into this round. It's the AKs for next round that they're going to be looking forward to. compLexity just going to be probably rolling over this one quite safely, but I think next round is where we're going to have to start to really see them work for their rounds.
Absolutely. That's this play from NRG right here is, as you said, it's just they're putting emphasis on the next round. The next round is the one they want, and these pistols actually could do some damage here, but the double peaks coming in from compLexity. A bit of team damage going back and forth there between the rifle and the UMP, but they are shutting it down. There we go. Surreal whips out the USP again. He's been so good with that thing. Def finishes off Daps with the UMP, and I'm not even sure that was 100 total damage done to the compLexity side there.
Well, whatever it wasn't enough for NRG. This time, though, they do have those AKs in their hands, so they'll be hoping for a little bit more. I suspect it'll probably be a bit of a slower play than what we saw there on the pistol round as well. I think NRG just wanted to get that one out of the way. And compLexity looks like they've pretty much fully bought into this one, although they've saved a few SMGs through, which is not a terrible idea, to be honest. They do have quite a lot of utilities as well. So feeling pretty confident, I think, is compLexity here. They've got a lot of rounds to play with, though. Def should probably go down here. It's a good pop flash. Not able to really work out for him in the end, though.
That's interesting. We didn't see a tactical pause before this round either. Usually a team this far down who knows that their next rifle round is going to be an all or nothing might call a pause so they can have a chat about it, figure out what they want to do. But so far it doesn't look like NRG has needed it. They've got out and they've got themselves their first kill very early on and taken no damage in return. So this is a good start for them. But again, with so far left to go to catch up in this one, they need this round. They need every round they can get, honestly. But with the rifles, this is the best chance they have to come back into this one. It just depends on where they're going to go. Right now, they're playing some map control. They've got complete control of outers. Look at that, 3 players there moving in towards Heaven and Hell. Going to check CT spawn as well. There is no one there, but this is very nice coordinated movement here from NRG.
Yeah, getting some good map control across the board. Android ready for the peak, though. Does drop Daps down to 10 HP. Not quite enough damage to pick up the kill, but it's useful damage, that's for sure. Peter, though, able to find Uber. In the end, Daps is going to be taken down, but you know, you have to feel like compLexity are still on the back foot in this one.
Absolutely, the Dart are player disadvantage as well. I mean, they're looking to change that here, but that's not the way to do it. As Fugly takes down Surreal. This flank from Desi could be excellent, but it's now only him on this flank to try and do all of it. He has 3 kills left to find. Might find the one on Fugly there, trying to get the damage done through the wall. Breezy up high, he'll take him down. He actually knows where these guys are now. I think Desi has a chance in this one. He does not have a kit. He does have a few grenades to try and work with. Molotov into Hut to try and force them out of there. But all right, sharp. Peter comes out and nails the stutter step shot, takes down Desi, and puts an end to any hope that compLexity had in that one.
Yeah, and that's exactly what NRG needed. They needed to find that round. If they hadn't, this would have been all over, but now they're still hanging in there. 5 rounds is not too many up against the 13 of compLexity, but it is something at least, and compLexity now going to be forced onto a pretty reasonable buy, in all honesty, but the utilities is what's kind of lacking for them in this round.
Exactly, but Surreal getting into, aggressive early on outers here, holding this angle. They're actually trying to bait him into an AWP shot there, but he's not going to fall for it, not holding an angle far enough out to see it anyway. And that means no early exchange here. It's worth noting Daps is stuck on that Tech 9. If one of his teammates dies, he'll be able to pick up their gun, but of course, he doesn't want their guns because he wants them to be alive to use them.
Yep.
Either way, NRG moving over towards Secret here. Def could shut this whole thing down depending on how this peak goes for him. Breezy was ready for that. Yeah. Sharp aim takes him down. We've seen a lot of that from Breezy in his time before on Selfless. Now on NRG, he's always been a sharp rifler when he's on point, and seems like he's going to continue that today.
Yeah, I don't think that's what you want to see when you peek up in towards outers. 3 little heads there ready to shoot you. Obviously, they were in a good spot to get shot, but he was just not quick enough on the draw. Peter finding a kill onto Desi as well. This is looking like NRG, a bit of a resurgence on the T side. compLexity having some struggles.
Oh, I thought there was going to be a chance there for, I believe it was Android at the end, but gets shut down. And compLexity, as you said, having trouble. They look so good on their T side. Their CT so far looking a little bit shaky. Admittedly, they've only lost a couple of rounds here. They do have a lot of rounds to play with. They only need 3 rounds to get it over the line, so as opposed to the 10 that NRG are going to need. But right now, their momentum is all with NRG. They've got themselves these rifles. They've even got that stolen M4 and Adapt, so he didn't have a gun last round. And only pistols here for compLexity. There's no armor at all. It's just 3 P250s, couple USPs, that's it.
Alrighty, well, just the pistol rounds, as you say here, for compLexity. So not a whole lot that we can really expect from them.
Especially with
Surreal's got a little bit of information there, though. He spotted out those players on outer. So is that going to allow compLexity to find something here? He's going to rotate across underneath Hell. Breaks those windows. I mean, there's not much that he can do here with those smokes, and it actually looks like NRG is just going to file their way in towards the A-bomb site, which is probably a good decision for them. Android is going to get caught out, trying to make his way in there. Peter watching the rotation, and a very nice round, really, all things considered, for NRG.
Exactly. That was very well played from them. They figured out pretty quick their opponents were only on pistols. They left Peter in outer while they aborted their plan of going through secret, and well, it looks like they were going to go through secret. Went in through the mini hut outside and went and put the bomb down, and then they left Peter there, cut off the rotation, got himself a kill, and leaves just Uber, the only player remaining. Does have a P250, so, you know, he's got a chance, especially if he can find Marky. He can get a kill. Marky only 15 HP, and Marky's actually the player looks like he's going to find here if Uber moves now, but now he's going to face down against Daps, and Daps is ready for that. There was a chance had the timing worked out for him, but as usual, we have the X-ray, we have the map. We can say we'd like timing to work out all we like, but the players
don't know.
Not in the same spot.
Yeah, exactly. And all of a sudden, 7 rounds on the board now for NRG. This is starting to look a little bit better for them. It's still not a comfortable position at all. They do have a lot of work to do to get back into this one, but they are certainly going about it quite nicely. Again, it's going to be compLexity on the buy, but it's really not the ideal buy. There's not that many utilities. There's a UMP there on Uber as well, so they're going to have to be on point if they want to deal with NRG in this round.
And they're going to have a problem with Daps as well, who is essentially, in practice, just been upgraded to an AK, because he does have that M4, but there is no head armor on the CTs, which means he can one-tap them just as well as an AK can. So that's a good situation for him to be in, because now he's on level footing with his teammates. Not that I think it bothered him too much anyway, especially with all the utility they have here. This one's going to have to be something quite special out of compLexity if they want to have a chance of doing this one. For now, fairly default play from both these teams here. NRG taking control of outers. It's Breezy just watching that garage position, trying to see if anyone's going to peek. There is no one there for the CTs. They're all waiting inside. And here come the T's, actually. Def, this position going to be all important. He's lost his teammate, but are they going to check this corner? They will. Gets the spray, gets 2. Looking for Marky now. He's going to be the next one there, and he'll drop him as well. Now Peter, the last player remaining. He is in this outer position. They know where he is now, but he'll be traded out. There we go. 14-7, and Def out of nowhere, saving his team.
Great stuff from Def. He's really stepped up in that round, and as you say, now 14 on the board for compLexity. They're getting ever so closer. NRG will be able to buy into this one. They'll be able to afford a naught, but looks like they're just content to go with the 5 rifle setup. I liked what NRG did there early on in the round. You know, they were trying to isolate or figure out where the CTs were. They were using their utilities well, but it just didn't work out too well in the end. They didn't figure out that there was a player sitting behind that vent, and Def took advantage of it. Now compLexity in a real good spot. They've got a little bit of momentum back in their favor. NRG have to step up in this round.
Absolutely, and I thought there was going to be an early pick chance there for Surreal. I think you saw that T jumping through his scope, but didn't take the shot and fell back, I believe. Nice grenade there by Def to go through that door, I believe. I'm not sure if it was already broken, but it's definitely through there now. And Outers control again for the T's. They're playing this one very methodically, and last round, you know, as you said, in the start of the round, it definitely looked good for them. They did lose control of it towards the end because that corner being checked by a low HP player meant it was an easy kill for Def and then an easy mop-up for him from there. So, again, they had the right idea. They did check the corner, but a low HP player just meant they got taken out. So we'll have to see what they can do here. That's a nice shot from Surreal. That was a headshot as well. Peter will trade him out, but there's a 4-on-4 already. Peter continuing to move through the outside here, looking to do what he can for his teammates. But, I mean, compLexity's still going to be feeling pretty good about this one.
He's in a pretty good spot to catch out Marky here. Daps as well, starting to push in towards the A-bomb site, but this has not worked out well at all for NRG. They've just been completely crushed by compLexity, and they need to do something to come back into this one, but it's not happened at all. Unfortunate for the Bag 7 not to get the one shot there, but in the end, it is compLexity to close out another round. 15 on the board for them. NRG in a real struggle street. They don't have too much money to buy into this one. They'll be able to get a bit of cash or a bit of weaponry, but not perfect.
I'd like to point out there, we saw as well, we saw a Sawn-Off come out on the T side. What's the bet? That's on Daps. Vents. I mean, surely he's got to play Vents. I mean, it works. I've seen it work before, especially in Australian Counter-Strike. We've seen a bit of Nuke. We've seen people playing, you know, in the Vents with a shotgun. It's always amusing to see when it works for them, but the question will be if you can make that thing work, because you've got to get into the Vents first. But there we go. He's done that. And now he doesn't really need to do too much for his team at this point. Doesn't need to take the bomb site necessarily. His job right now is to just be the troll in these Vents, to wait for people to come his way and block them off. In the meantime, we have had a 1-for-1 trade. Uber and Fugly out of this round for now. Nice spray from Surreal, but too early. He even anticipated the moving to Secret, but just did it too early. There goes Daps, though. The Sawn-Off done, and now it's a 3-on-4. compLexity looking good to finish this one out here. They only need 3 more kills to win Nuke.
Yeah, it's surreal. He hasn't spotted the cross, but obviously compLexity is going to suspect that there is something going on down towards the B bomb site, and they'd be correct in their suspicions. NRG making their way in that direction. Desi doesn't have a huge amount of HP to play with here, so he does need some backup from his teammates who look to be all up towards the A bomb site for the moment, and Desi, I think correctly, just going to hide in this smoke here. He might be able to catch Breezy off guard if the smoke fades at the right time. He catches him, and that's a nice kill there for compLexity. He might find a second, actually. No, it's Peter to close out that kill, but I think it's all said and done. In the end, it's Surreal to find a double kill, and it is going to be compLexity to close out the first map of Nuke.
Yeah, that was well played by them. I mean, we saw them eventually get going. They had that very dominant first half and admittedly lost their way a little bit. That we had a bit of a comeback train going on, but in the end, they managed to get back in control and close that one out pretty convincingly.
Yeah, there wasn't really like a standout player there as well. I don't think necessarily any of them were a cut above any of the other teammates. It was a really good team performance there. I felt like all of them were contributing.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some very nice play out of Android, especially with that pistol round as well. That was incredibly sharp from him. But a real team effort, as you said, and I think that's what contributed to them. Now, the question will be if they can continue that into this next map.
Yeah, a lot of the rounds that NRG looked good in, I think, was specifically Peter looking good with the AWP, and they didn't have the AWP in his hands too much, so hopefully for them they can get the AWP into his hands a little bit more on Cobblestone, which will be the next map. For now, though, we're going to head to a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes, though, with Cobblestone.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division. And we're at the moment having a look at NRG and compLexity. We've just seen compLexity pull off a pretty nice win on Nuke. Now heading on to our second map, Cobblestone. I think they're probably sitting in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, probably. I mean, especially mentally. Their first half, I believe, was an 11-4, and then admittedly they lost a few rounds following that one into the next half. But they managed to recover, and they managed to win that one, I think, something like a 16-8. So it was a nice map out of them, and they do have all the momentum here, both mentally and in terms of rounds won, because they've had the last streak. So the question will be for them is, well, it'll be if they can come into this Cobblestone map and if they can get the pistol round. I mean, they've been good in their pistol rounds. If they can get that and continue with that and get started off rolling, because they seem to be a pretty momentum-based side. Like, once they start, they're pretty hard to slow down.
Well, let's have a quick look before we get into the game at how things have been going today. Having a look at our schedule. Earlier on today, we did see on this stream, OpTic picking up 2 wins over Selfless. On the other side of the broadcast, we did see Cloud9 picking up 2 wins early on in their piece, and then seems like things are going pretty well for SK2. So nothing too surprising coming out of today just yet. compLexity with a good win just previously, 16-7 over NRG, and we are now just waiting on the second map to be ready here between these two teams.
Absolutely. So it'll be good to see how this one goes. I mean, we said coming into this map that we thought it was, or into this matchup before we started the last map, that we thought it was going to be pretty 50-50, that these teams would be pretty evenly matched.
Yep.
How do you feel about that, given what we've seen on Nuke?
Yeah, well, look, I think maybe it's probably fair enough, given the fact that NRG have had a lot of roster changes, compLexity not quite as many, that maybe compLexity coming into this one with a bit of an advantage. They did look a little bit better drilled as a team there on Nuke, so, I think given that performance that we've seen on Nuke from them, probably heading into Cobblestone, I'm going to give them the edge on that one as well.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you there. I think it's the same. We saw good trade fragging, good movement as a team, and just nice team plays in general, really. It wasn't so much one star player carrying them through. It was a lot of consistently even fragging, which was nice to see. So I think if they can continue that on Cobblestone, then this should go their way as well.
Yeah, and definitely I think the great thing about this compLexity lineup as well is that they're all kind of firing at once. So if, maybe someone, let's say, for example, Def doesn't fire this round, we've got Android X, we've got Uber, we've got Desi, we saw them all fragging. Even Surreal was getting involved at times with the AWP. He probably, for me, was the quietest one of that compLexity lineup. I felt like the Riflets were probably doing a little bit more work. On the side of NRG, I think it was the other way around. I think Peter was probably the most impressive, but even then, he wasn't getting so much done, and I think we need to see a little bit more from almost everyone on that NRG lineup.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Peter. He did have quite a few very good rounds there. In particular, the one I would highlight would be the round where he was in hell on CT, looking out towards that T-Raft position. Yeah, he had his AWP, and he got 2 kills before the T-side even knew what was coming their way, and then eventually managed to get, I think, 2 AWP shots to finish off Surreal from memory, in the end, the leg, and then the finish. So he did certainly have some nice rounds, some nice picks with the AWP, but I think out of him, we're going to need to see some more consistency. And Cobblestone is definitely a map that is friendly to AWP play, so we'll have to see if he can step up.
Yeah, definitely. compLexity, they didn't have the greatest of runs in Season 4. They came in 11th in the standings with like a 9-17 sort of a win-loss record. So they're definitely wanting, I suppose, to improve upon that standing. They started off quite nicely today. If they can continue this form throughout, maybe take a round or a map or two off some of the top tier teams, then potentially we might see them improving on that result.
Absolutely, and that's, of course, going to be the goal for them. And it's worth noting that I believe they played against Liquid or someone in... Oh, no, they played...
It was
Liquid. Relegation best of 3, yes.
Yeah, it was Liquid, I'm pretty sure.
To get in here. And they've had good results against Liquid, against some other good NA teams as well. So they're definitely not a team that we expect to see lose everything. It's just they're also a team who are looking to prove that they deserve to be here.
I think there's a lot of teams like that in the North American Pro League. I mean, we've obviously seen some of the Aussie teams go over there. They've had some pretty good performances last season. I think they're going to be trying to improve upon that. Specifically, Winterfox, they've brought in a new player. And that's something, I guess, that we'll talk about later on when we do get into matches with Winterfox involved in them. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how that roster goes with their new player.
Of course. And the Australian lineups, of course, we're interested in seeing as Australians. But it's interesting to see all of these teams who are looking to prove themselves because, of course, in this league, you've got your very well-established teams. Of course, over in Europe, you've got a lot of big orbs coming through. In North America, we've got our Cloud9s and our our Team Liquids and our OpTics, like the big organizations with the big teams who you expect to do well. But you've also got, one team for me who is definitely a new team coming into here would be Rush. They're a team of newer players who I think are relatively newly banded together, and they're coming in here looking to stamp their mark, I guess, in this league.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how the rest of this league, this entire season really turns out, because there are a lot of question marks over a lot of the teams. Not necessarily question marks, but we're not so sure where we're going to place them just yet, so we're going to get a bit of a better idea as to how things are going to be going. But unfortunately, for the moment, I think we're going to have to head back to a break. Looks like this game is, a few minutes still from getting underway, so we'll jump back on the music and be back as soon as possible.
Hey Future Pros, Train is the game and we have a slick smoke to cover CT connector. This smoke is great for pushing that pesky AWPer off position, and coupled with 1 or 2 more smokes you have a great outside execute. To master this, hop up on this dumpster and nestle yourself between these 2 crates. Once done so, aim just to the right of the corner of this building and let the smoke fly. Train ain't easy, but hopefully you can find some success with this top tip.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Alrighty guys, and welcome back. It's NRG and compLexity on map 2 into the pistol round, just in time to catch all of the action. Looks like Desi, there we're back. Desi is going to have a look in towards mid there and does spot out Peter. There's compLexity on the T side, making their way up through in towards the A-bomb side, but actually backing out now and deciding to rotate off.
Yeah, Def will take that engagement with Peter and will find that kill, but here goes Fugly on the flank, going down through danger, trying to catch out the T's if at all he can. A little bit of damage done in position given away, but nothing else yet. Nice shot from Marky though, waits for Def to walk into his sights, and now Fugly, pressure on him, not going to find the kill. Came close, but not going to be able to do it, which means it's a 3-on-4 here. Marky again engaging the T's from behind, but not able to get the kill, which means 4-on-2. Breezy has to get this done, finds one, will not find the second, which means Daps, last player remaining. That was a bit of a chaotic pistol round as frags going all over the place in every direction, but we finish out in a 1-on-3.
It did feel like compLexity had a bit of a better handle on it, though. You could always see there was kind of an NRG player got isolated. There was a couple of compLexity players there to deal with it. There was always 2v1s, or almost always 2v1s in the favor of compLexity. And generally speaking, in that kind of a situation, you will always win the duel. Now it's just Daps finding himself in a 1 versus 3. I mean, there's no reason not to go for this with Clutch, but, well, I mean, maybe if he wants to save his kit through to the next round, but I think that's a little bit far-fetched.
I mean, I'd like to see him get in there and try and use that kit, but still trying to clear out. He knows a lot of his teammates were killed from behind. He's trying to clear every single corner that he can. He's going to get peeked anyway. Android, again, sharp with the USP on the pistol round, managing to steal one away from the CTs and use that to good effect, which means compLexity continuing their round-winning ways from the last map will start out winning the first pistol.
Certainly will, and obviously a good start into the second map here for compLexity. They keep that momentum going, and they'll be able to buy into this one. It looks like, from what I'm seeing, the CTs are going to be buying some pistols there, but nothing too major just yet. No armor or anything like that. They do have a grenade on Fugly, but really I don't think that's going to be doing all that much damage. compLexity with pretty much full armor across the board. Yeah, they do have full armor across the board. So NRG, I suspect, going to be relying on the aim. Peter's boosted up in a nice spot here, but generally speaking, it's rarely common. Fairly common, sorry. And he should be cleaned up quite easily as he is.
Ooh. Marky not being spotted out somehow. Mill managed to escape with actually 2 kills there. That's way more than he should get this situation. Looking for more, will eventually get shut down, but wasn't spotted in the corner of the bottom of danger there. I think he was hidden behind that smoke, and the T's were not expecting someone to be there without having moved before that time. But now it's a 3-on-3 here. Fugly is down on 8 HP, and there's been no guns managed to be picked up by the CT side yet. But Uber's going to jump straight into Daps, and okay, Uber
probably should have found the kill there.
Pulls out his gun once he lands from the jump and finds the headshot onto Daps. That was unfortunate for Daps. He does heavy damage. Uber on 11 HP, but not able to secure that kill, which means now it's going to be compLexity. Looking like they're going to go over towards his B side, and there's nobody there for the CTs to stop them.
Yeah, it's the best possible situation, really, isn't it, for compLexity? They will get the bomb down for free. 42 seconds to get that one down, but they're going to figure out, obviously, pretty quickly that the B bomb site is pretty much uncontested here by NRG. They will get the bomb down. They've got lots of utilities as well. A couple of smoke, well, 3 smokes and 2 Molotovs as well. So it's just going to be even easier for compLexity, and there's probably no troubles for them to close this round out. I mean, they don't want to lose any more guns from here on out. I think that's the key takeaway, really, for compLexity.
Yeah, of course not. Although I do like from compLexity that even though they do have a man advantage, they have the gun advantage, and they know that, they still take it slowly. They use their utility like they should, clear out the angles, get in there, and take their time getting onto the site so that they can actually get the bomb down safely and know that the CTs aren't anywhere near. They could have just rushed in there and been killed by potentially a CT in a blind corner if there was one, but they took their time, they played it properly, which is nice to see, and really nothing more to do in this round for NRG. I mean, Breezy's managed to save himself a UMP, but that's all he's going to get away with. There's not going to be any more kills here as he's all the way in T-spawn. The Terrorist's going to have to run an awful long way away from this bomb site to engage with him, and they're going to find Fugly first anyway.
I mean, in reality, a UMP is probably not the weapon that he would have wanted to find if he was going to find anything. He would have been looking for an AK, ideally, but wasn't the case. A UMP is better than nothing, I suppose, but heading into this round, NRG, again, going to be a little bit poor on the economy, so it's probably more likely we're just going to see some pistols coming out from them than anything else. compLexity aware of it. They've decided to go for a couple of MAC-10s, Desi and Def, picking those ones up.
Bit of toss being played with that UMP, throwing it between a couple of players, but they've ended up giving it to Peter, which I like because as their AWPer, he's going to need that extra cash to be able to buy that thing. So giving him the SMG, getting a chance to farm some money. I mean, of course, any of his teammates could use it and drop for him, but giving him the money to do it directly is a nice touch, I think. But only pistols, no head armor to speak of. These MAC-10s on Desi and Def can potentially just have a field day here on these CTs.
Well, Fugly's going to be a crucial player here, pushing through the smoke. He's going to catch 2 off guard. Only able to find 1 kill there. Uber trading him out. Fugly and Breezy actually going down there quite easily for Uber. He didn't even really lose all that much HP, and overall, it's a nice looking round here for compLexity, only losing 1 gun so far, and Uber is just on a tear. He's picked up 3 kills this round. I think he's looking for more. He wants to get that extra cash with the SMG. Surreal will go down to Peter. To Daps even. Well. But yeah, as you say, an AK picked up. That's not too bad. Uber's probably going to find this kill onto Daps. All he has to do is spray through the smoke, but in the end he backs out. Looks like he's not too willing to take the risky play. And in the end, compLexity will probably win this round quite easily.
Oh, Daps, please get a knife kill. Please get a knife kill, Daps.
Oh, he's surely got this.
He's so blind. These guys have no idea he's behind him. Desi might turn around. No, 4-3! Gets the knife. And that's going to be 2 AKs saved if they can stay alive here on NRG.
That's huge.
Is never something that should happen. And you get the kill into Def as well. Daps, a gun and a knife kill. So much
look at the money.
So much gain there from NRG. They lost the round, but they just won the financial game.
Yeah, I think they essentially lost the war but won the battle. I don't know, lost the battle, won the war. Whatever way you want to say it. They have definitely come out of that round better than they probably would have expected, and compLexity have definitely come out of that one worse than they would have expected. So that's turned things a little bit on their heads, but really, it doesn't matter unless NRG can capitalize upon it. They need to win this round.
Of course. I mean, it's always nice to have things go your way post-round, or after the bomb's gone down, you can't defuse it. But at some point, you do need to actually get a round win on the board, and that is certainly the case for NRG here. Looks like you do have 3 players stacked over towards this B site, though, which is where the T's are going. There's 3 players here. The bomb is here. This could just be, of course, their default. It's a very common default on Cobblestone to play over towards B first, have the bomb over there, and then a couple of other players spread out to try and find some picks. We'll have to see if they do end up committing here, but if they do, NRG are going to be ready for it. The majority of their team now, 4 players over on this side of the map. Marquis playing in the bottom of drop, has a lot of grenades coming his way, but this first peek is going to be so important here. He actually spots ahead of Android jumping, not going to fire yet, still playing around the smoke. We'll get the first kill. Not going to find Def though, but that's a nice shot to start off with for Marquis. Going to fall back and help his teammates now, but early damage done.
Yep, certainly. I'm surprised actually Android didn't spot him out there or something like that. Maybe the smoke perhaps obscuring his vision just a little bit, but in the end, it is, as you mentioned, a pick for NRG. And 4 versus 5, compLexity now have a bit of work to do. It should be an early rotate across here for NRG. They've already got 1 player hanging around in connector, so that's a quick rotate. They've actually got 3 players on the bomb site here. compLexity really in a difficult position here. Mark can find a second one for this round. Desi at least able to trade out Fugly, but across the board, this looking pretty good here for NRG. An easy kill in the end for Breezy. The angle not checked by Desi. That was just Def even left alive here for compLexity.
In a 1-on-3 as well. The bomb is down. He's got to go and get that thing. He's actually looking for the first kill here. Breezy trying to contest. Will go down. Def's got himself the first kill, but 13 seconds. He's got to get the bomb. He's got to put it down. He actually has a chance here. 9 seconds has to go down. Now he's getting pushed by Daps. Will he plant the bomb in time? Just going to get it down, but Daps around the corner will take him out. And almost a chance there for Def, I believed, but unfortunately, time constraints, had to plant the bomb and got taken down immediately after doing so. So there's a round for NRG, finally.
Yes, still a reasonable amount of cash on compLexity here, but I'd be surprised if they risked a full buy. Looks like it's just going to be the Tech 9, the Armor, or a couple of those players. Desi probably saving a little bit more than the rest of his crew, but of course NRG sitting pretty happy with a full buy coming into this one. So potential for 3-2 here at the end of that one, but compLexity should be able to get a buy into the next round. Obviously getting that bomb down last round did help their economy just a little bit. If they get another one down this round, that would be obviously perfect for them.
Yeah, that's obviously what they're going for here. They've got themselves some pistols, a little bit of armor, some smoke, and some flashes. This is they're just trying to force their way out into a bomb site under cover of all of that utility. But they're going to be running into a blender no matter which way they go. There is a lot of rifles ready for them on this NRG side, and Breezy actually could be caught out here looking the wrong way. He gets flashed out. We'll get the first kill, and the second actually gets taken down by Surreal. While fully blind there from Breezy as well. That was nice work from him, but the bomb being planted inside the smoke looks like what compLexity wanted in this round is being achieved. There we go. The bomb is down. That is the goal here. They are being shut down pretty quickly after that. There's Def running away, not looking anywhere towards the action, and Fugly pulls out his pistol, takes his time, calm as you please, taps him out. So in the end there, a triple kill for Fugly, but compLexity did get the bomb down, which is going to give them a nice little boost to their economy in this next round.
Yep, bit of extra cash. Can't complain about that one. Probably would have liked to have seen maybe one more kill there for compLexity. But as you said, they got their mission accomplished essentially, and they will be able to buy pretty well into this one. So should be seeing another nice gun round coming out here. And compLexity, you know, they probably want to fight back into this one. They started off the map pretty well, but NRG have started to bite back at them, and we'll need to see compLexity pull ahead once again if they're going to have a fairly similar result as to what they did last map.
I do like this pick from Peter here towards long. He throws his Molotov and then throws a flash, so he can peek over the Molotov. Molotovs are hard to see over when you're scoped in with an AWP. He's just trying to mess with the vision of any T-AWPer who was holding the angle there. There was no one there for him, but it was a nice peek and a good idea, I think, and I'm sure he can catch him there eventually. Now, Marquis, down in this drop position again. He's played here once already, and a dropping Android will headshot him. That's not the same outcome we had last time, and there's an attempt from Def to get the next kill. Daps here actually being pressured already. Android pushing him, and will find the kill, but he'll get the...
Not much he could do about that Molotov.
Post-mortal, posthumous is the word I'm looking for, kill with the molly, which means now we're in a 3-on-3 here. The bomb is moving back over towards that A site, and we do have Desi already looking to move up towards A long by himself, and the CTs are actually rotating over to B. They've bought this, at least for now. Fugly moving back into the connector. Will he go towards drop or will he move back towards A? It looks like Fugly has not bought it. He's going to be moving through here, but he's going to have 3 players in his face. Now the smoke has gone across the doors. There's the Molotov to deny the murder hole. He now knows that this is going to be an A hit. He's calling his teammates. They're on the rotate. That spray through the smoke. Not going to land, though. Bomb going to be in on the site and going down now with 32 seconds remaining by the looks. There it is. Which means now it's a 3-on-3 retake. The T's have a little bit of time here to get into post-plant positions, but the CTs are knocking on their doors already.
Yeah, great thing for complexity, though, is that they do have a bit of extra HP to play with on this one. So unless they get caught out by the AWP, they should, in theory, have the advantage. Although Breezy and Fugly are just going to storm in towards the bomb side. It's all down to Uber. He's given away his position, and I thought he could maybe just hold on to that shot for a little bit longer, and he might be able to clutch something out. But in the end, it is going to be NRG pulling that one away. We're back to a 3-3 now. After a very good start for complexity, NRG have really just brought it back.
Yeah, the double pick turning out to be too much to deal with there, which means, as you said, 3-on-3. Difference is now we're not going to stay at a tight scoreline for very long, as this should be a really quick round out of NRG to clean this one up. Worth pointing out as well that the top fraggers on both teams are both on 6 kills. Peter having a bit of a rougher start at this one, down on 0, 1, and 3, but when he gets that AWP into his hands and he's able to get some kills with it, as he had it last round, but no one went his way. Couldn't get anything done this round, though. Looks like it might be a chance for him. He could actually flank mid here, provided, of course, that Daps doesn't just get all the kills and steal all his fun.
Yeah, pistol armor, though, here for complexity, so they do have some sort of a way into this round. If they can get a little bit lucky, maybe catch a couple of those NRG players off guard, get a gun, then there's a chance for them. Obviously, it is a slim one, especially given the fact that they've lost so much HP already. Android down to 21, which is not too great for him. But NRG, as of yet, haven't been able to pick up a kill, and that's the important thing for complexity.
Yeah, complexity still looking to stay alive in this one. Actually swapping out some pistols there. Getting a Tech 9 onto Android, I believe. He's in lower HP, so an understandable swap. But here is Fugly sitting right on this one. They're actually boosting over the smoke. If he goes around this corner, he could be caught completely off guard by this position from Desi. But of course, when the smoke breaks, it's actually a run boost! I didn't see that one coming, but it's not worked out for them. Unfortunately, the rifle's now cleaning up. There's Def actually getting 2 Deagle kills. That's a nice way to get back into it. But a 2-on-3, rifles on deck. NRG are here ready. That spray is actually very close there from Breezy, but Mucky moving into the open, looking to finish up these 2 remaining complexity players. They are very, very close to him. That grenade going to be off target, thrown over towards long, where they are no longer. But, whoa, okay, Def, nice shot onto Mucky. Def just looking to do this all himself, has all 3 kills for his team so far in this round.
Well, potential here for him to get the ace, but only 25 seconds left to work with in complexity.
Angle from Breezy.
There's no way really that they can cross this safely unless Surreal picks up the kill. What is going on? Complexity looking good to maybe close this one out. Surreal does go down, but Def does have an M4 in his hands. 10 seconds left to work with. He should get the bomb down if he hightails it over towards the site, and yeah, he's got that in time, but Peter's probably going to wrap around the back here and cleans up the kill in the end just in time. But complexity, they did make a pretty good run of that round, and they've hurt the economy a little bit of NRG. The rebuy is going to come out. So if they can win this one, then they're going to be right back into things.
What an effort from Def, though. 3 Deagle kills for him, and then Surreal somehow getting a P250 headshot through the door. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but he does it, and the 1v1 will be won by NRG, but complexity perhaps getting way more done than they should have on only a pistol round up against a full buy. But now it's full buys out of both teams, full rifles and AWPs for everyone. Lots of utility. This is just going to be an all-out brawl here.
Definitely is. Waiting for complexity to push in, though. NRG have got a pretty good setup for it. 4 over towards the B bomb side, only 1 towards A, so they've read the situation pretty well if complexity do indeed actually make their way in this direction. As of yet, though, complexity held off by the smoke and the utilities from NRG. Not too keen to push in there too aggressively.
Not just yet. Surreal boosted up here on the side, looking around with that LWP, trying to catch out somebody peeking around the boxes or stairs. There's going to be no one there for him to find just yet, though. Speaking of boosted, though, Fugly up on the tree box, waiting for these Ts to come in. Maybe playing a bit of a crossfire bait and switch setup with Marky. But for now, he's actually going to have 2 angles to look at here. If he'd thrown that Molotov, that would have been very nice. Would have landed right at the feet of those boosting Ts, but not going to throw it. Speaking of Molotovs, there's one out into connect to deny that under window Taz position. But Marquis still playing close to this drop, and it's all going to come down to who gets the first kill here, really. And Breezy, considering making an early issue of it. There's a flashbang in, pushes up. This peak's going to be so close. They haven't spotted his shoulder. I don't think he goes for it. Will get taken down instantly by the AWP of Surreal. Peter, though, doing one better with the AWPing, finds himself 2 kills, potentially going to repeat for more. The bomb is down, isolated way up the end of B long, and the CT's dropping T's back and forth now. Only Surreal remaining. Android did get 1 before being traded out, but Peter picking up the 3K with the AWP, takes out Surreal, and that's 5-3 now for NRG.
Yeah, NRG starting to look really good here on Cobblestone. compLexity, as we said, started off well, given that they picked up the pistol round, but so far NRG have just been walking all over them once the gun rounds have started, and we need to see compLexity step up here and fight back with some rounds, otherwise they're in danger of really starting to let this half go.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if they can do that one here. compLexity do have a bit of a buy into this one. I mean, Desi stuck down on that Tech 9. He's going to be entering fast through drop by looks of this. Actually, I'm not sure if Mark spotted him there or not. And Desi gets the kill too. Fugly busy trying to do what he can, backing away from that Tech 9 for now. But Desi going to be able to pick up the AK of Marquis as well, which means he's now equally as equipped as his teammates. But Fugly going to drop Uber. There's Desi to clean it up, and Breezy gets double picked. That's better coordination out of compLexity. It was a bit 1-by-1 at the start there, but they clean it up, start getting the coordinated picks in, although Daps taps out. Desi gets taken out by Def. Now Peter playing out in the connector, AWPing in through the doors, trying to do what he can. I mean, he still holds the cross to the bomb site right now, but he's just given that up, which means now the bomb can go down. And that's not going to be a good situation for him. Had he held that, could have maybe prevented the bomb plant, but of course he had to be worried about his flanks coming in through drop. He's still got to clear all these close angles and then find 3 kills, and Android, I think, is going to put paid to him.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that he can do here, realistically. I think it's probably the correct decision just to save this gun. Ooh.
This could be very close, actually. Android moving in here. I think he spotted him out, going for the spray. And so much damage done. We'll eventually take him down, and we'll be able to get through and steal that AWP as well if he wants it. There we go. We'll grab that one. Can throw that thing now over to Surreal, who is their team's AWPer. Just waiting on that to... There we go. They're going to swap guns. Surreal's going to have himself an AWP. And just like that, the economy from NRG is really not great here. compLexity back in this.
Yeah, obviously compLexity have been doing a fair bit of damage on their own eco round, so NRG haven't really built up the economy just yet. As soon as they lose a round, they're going to be back on the pistol buy. So that's a pretty good result, really, for compLexity. Their hard work in those pistol rounds, in those eco rounds, has started to pay off here, and now they should be able to find themselves a free round win here if everything goes to plan. Def starting off nicely onto Peter. Daps is going to be taken down by Desi, but there's a couple of quick kills in response for NRG, and that can't really happen for compLexity.
And Breezy there has himself an AK now. I thought he was going to push through that smoke for now. He's just waiting it out towards A long, but he has got himself that bigger gun, which means that if he can get over to this B site where the T's are going and help his teammates out, he could potentially make an impact. The issue for him, though, is going to be, it looks like he could even just be saving that thing at this point. He's got to get over there really now, before the bomb goes down, the T's get too much time to set up, because it's not going to be an easy retake, even if he has an AK, as he has no armor. Aim punch going to be a massive issue for him. And his teammates in their pistols are not going to be able to help him too much. And there's actually no one on this B site. They're just now boosting Fugly up into drop. He'll be able to grab himself an AK as well. So that's a nice, a good little trade there. They don't have B site control, but they do have a second AK, but they've lost Marquis, which means now it's the AKs of Breezy and Fugly to try and do this one up against 3 from compLexity.
Yeah, but again, do you even go for the retake here? They don't have a great economy. I think it is the correct decision once more, just to save those AKs, and it looks like what they're doing is going to be backing out towards the CT, or towards the T spawn even, and trying to hang on to the AKs. compLexity not too keen to hunt this one down. Their own economy is not looking that crash hot just yet, but these 2 extra rounds on the board is certainly going to help.
Absolutely. I mean, any round is a good round, and they'll be happy with these AKs being saved. Of course, the money is going to be good for them. They just got completely shut out, though. Admittedly, it was an eco round, so getting shut out isn't too much of an issue. And this is a good outcome for them to come away from this with 2 AK-47s. But that said, compLexity have just tied this back up. We're back at 5-5. And all of a sudden, despite NRG coming back into this, getting themselves a bit of a lead, we've got a game on our hands here, Offish Guy.
Yep, definitely. 5-5 at the moment, really hanging in the balance. compLexity, are they going to be able to push through this one, or is it going to be NRG to pick up the map win, bring it back to a 1-1 overall? Hard to say at the moment. It's really hard to kind of pick the difference between these two teams. I think they're both performing equally. It's going to be who's got that little bit of extra oomph that's going to be able to push them through.
Despite what we saw on Nuke, which was definitely compLexity outperforming NRG, that could well have just been a Nuke thing, as Nuke is one of those maps that's more recent in the pool. There's not as many strats, I suppose. There's not as much experience for these teams on it yet, and they're trying to do what they can, but Cobble is already looking more evenly matched, and while I'm saying that, Daps finds himself 2. Peter gets a couple kills as well, and now Surreal, the only one left. It looks like NRG are not happy with not having the lead. They want that back, and they've instantly tried to capitalize on it, and this push from Fugly is so smart. He knows exactly where that player is and will take him down.
Double AWP set up.
That's the double AWP, as you say. The double AWP out for NRG now. Those are going to be on, I assume, Fugly might keep it. He might throw it over to a teammate, but definitely Peter will have one of them. Looks like Dab's going to be picking that thing up, and Fugly will get himself another rifle. So this double AWP setup on Cobble especially, it can work very, very well because you can realistically do an AWP on long A, an AWP on B, long B, and then rifles in mid and in drop, and you've pretty much got the entire map locked down as long as your AWPers can hit their shots. I mean, of course, that'll depend on how NRG decide to do it. Looks like they're still doing their standard stack towards B, but Peter getting aggressive into B long will take down Desi very early.
compLexity once again just sort of falling apart here on the T side. They did go for a bit of a force buy, and they certainly would have wanted a little bit more out of this round than the one kill that they've already gotten here. They need to get something more. Android is going to walk into the spray of Fugly. Not going to deal too much damage, but Surreal is going to go down. Peter as well is going to find another one, and this is looking like another excellent defense from NRG, only losing one gun in that one. compLexity need to go back to the drawing board, and perhaps they need to draw on it all round long because they are just going to be on a pistol round here. Bit of time to talk about what they're going to do to figure out how to break this double AWP setup that NRG now have.
Because it's been so effective for them as well. The defense from NRG has been very strong. Speaking of NRG, we have Fugly sitting on top of the scoreboard, 12-5. The rest of his teammates all on 9 kills with the exception of Breezy, who's on 8. That just tells the story of how consistent and how good this NRG side have been playing. I mean, all of their players, with the exception of one, within 1 kill of each other. It just shows the consistency and the strength and how well they're playing together as a unit right now. I'll have to see if they can continue this, but for now, 2-round lead, surely going to extend to 3 here. Only pistols, no armor for the compLexity side. These rifles on NRG, and to a lesser extent, perhaps the double AWP should just mop up.
You would think so, but stranger things have happened. compLexity definitely potential to win this round. It would be disastrous, really, for NRG if that were to be the case, because it would put compLexity back into a good position in this first half, where at the moment they're kind of in a little bit of a difficult position. You know, they could lose the rest of this half and be down 10-5, which would obviously be not too great, but still a lot of things to come here. Still plenty of rounds to work with for both of these teams, and this is working out quite nicely, all things considered, really, for NRG. So only again, just losing that single gun. They'll be feeling pretty happy with how things are going here. 8-5. If they can take this to 9, I think they'll be pretty pleased with themselves.
Absolutely, but as it is, they've already won out this half. They've got themselves the majority of the rounds on the board. And sure, to go to an 8-7 from when you've had a lead like this would be a bit disappointing for them, but no matter what, they've secured themselves the victory in this half at least. And of course, they were looking to extend that to more. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if they do, based on how well they've been playing on the CT side at the moment. Although, compLexity are coming at them with a buy now. Admittedly, there's not as much utility on the board, but I think it was just dropped his AK for some reason. But there we go, pick that thing back up. Not as much utility on the board, but they've still got a chance to get in here. And if they can get in and just start out-aiming NRG like they were doing a bit on Nuke, then there's a chance for them. But Marquis, he's been pretty good in this drop position so far. He's been here pretty consistently. He's got Fugly out in the Taz spot to back him up. If they just decide to flood down drop here, the T's, they could be completely shut down. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm a huge fan of compLexity, again, going towards the drop. They've tried it quite a lot throughout this first half, and it's very rarely been working out for them. Surreal is going to go down in the meanwhile to Peter, but more importantly, focusing in on that drop position, compLexity have actually picked up or managed to put 2 people in that direction. Finally, an aim duel goes the way of compLexity. Desi picking that one up, immediately traded out though, so really not too bad at all for NRG for now. Absolutely, a very good start for them in this round. And Marquis still playing in the bottom of this connector here, looking to get done what he can. The T's are going to go into this B site now. It seems they've been pretty committed to this B side here, this compLexity T side, but Daps holding the correct angle, looking towards drops. He's already got people out to his right, but Breezy trying to deal with them. We'll get at least one. Daps picking up the trade and a nice flick on the last kill as well, dropping Android 9-5. NRG looking strong on their CT side here. Certainly are. 9-5, as you say, and well, that potential 10-5 is very, very much looking like it's going to be a reality here for NRG. Just going up against the pistols and the SMG of Surreal, but compLexity's buy coming into this final round of the half is obviously not ideal. Yeah, and they're going against a very full buy again. I mean, I think we've seen this double AWP in effect for NRG for 3 or 4, maybe 5 rounds in a row here now. They've had it for a while, and it's been very, very effective for them. But finally, we're getting a good old B rush. compLexity moving quickly, trying to get out there and do the damage early on. A lot of spray coming through, actually, but compLexity will come out in the better end with that now. 2 AWPs and an AK left to do this one. A boost up on a tree boost. Marquis looks like he suspects it coming. He's going to be backing away for now, just avoiding flashbangs, dancing around, trying desperately to find another kill if he can. All right, completely through the smoke. Takes out Desi. Now it's a 3-on-3, and Marquis still here, being a massive nuisance while his teammates worked it in with the AWPs. Oh, again. Oh, I thought it was Marquis, but it was Peter. In the end, would have been a pretty sick shot. But regardless, the kill is the kill for NRG, and that's what they need. Daps going to be able to find Uber and also able to find Surreal there. So, at the end of the first half, NRG looking pretty good here at 10-5. We'll head to a quick break, but we'll be back with the second half in just a second.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code! 2 headshots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a third. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division Season 5, Match Day 1. A lot of match days coming up after this one, but this one's certainly shaping up to, or it has shaped up almost to be a good one. We're nearly towards the end of things. Just one more half to go here, and really looking like NRG at the moment have a bit of an advantage on Cobblestone.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw them get a bit beaten, I guess, beaten down on Nuke. But on Cobble, they've had a much better half here. As you can see, starting 10-5 on their CT side. They now take the T. We go into this pistol round here. NRG are going to be looking to take this one and continue their advantage, really, over complexity. It looks like it's going to be a relatively quick B play here.
They're making their way towards the drop, and as of yet haven't really contested it just yet, but it definitely feels like that's the area that they want to go to. Android is not going to have a great time with a USP in close quarters like that. He's just decided he wants to back out. The Glock's a little bit more powerful, but in the end, he does get taken down by Daps, and across the board, we're seeing a lot of NRG players pop up on that scoreboard. All that kill feed even. It looks pretty good for them here in the pistol round.
Breezy just tagging him through the door with the Glock spray. Surreal knows he's there now, and he's not particularly happy about it, but a lot of work to do, a 1-on-3. He knows there's one player close. He knows it has to be one on site, but he probably has no idea where Peter is, and that's a nice shot onto Breezy. 1 down, 2 to go here for Surreal. Going to need a 4K to round out this round. Still a player on the side who's now shooting at him, spins around. He's convinced this other player is in drop, and unfortunately, he's going to be incorrect. Will get taken down from behind, but a very nice pistol round there out of NRG.
Yeah, certainly was. And, well, it's exactly what complexity didn't need. They needed to find that pistol round. They've decided actually to force buy into this one, so a bit of a risk. They had a few rounds to play with, but they've decided they want to get the ball rolling here and now, if at all. And so it's an important one here for complexity to pull off this anti-eco, or this eco, I suppose, really, for them. What am I saying? This force buy for them.
There we go.
As they could, if they lose this one, really start to put themselves in a bit of a hole.
Absolutely, but they've got themselves some armor and pistols to work with here. They've got, you know, a couple CZs, a couple 5.7s to try and make this one possible. But Breezy, already boosted up, is so ready for this peek from Uber. He's waiting for it. He is going to miss the shot, but does the initial damage and knows there's at least one player over there. Now Desi trying to peek out into B long, capitalize on one of these players if at all he can. Peeks out in the open, actually wide peeks into Daps and Breezy, and will go down for his troubles, which means already complexity doing a little bit of early damage, but they've just lost. They've lost a player. Uber's on half HP. It's really not looking good for them here.
Nope, definitely not. Complexity pretty much needed to find the first frag. That's how you kind of get your way back into a round like this. You find the first frag, you get a gun, you make use of that gun, and slowly but surely these little things start to add up, but that's definitely not what has happened here for Complexity. It's been the exact opposite. NRG have just slowly but surely been picking them apart one by one, and now only 3 players for Complexity left alive in this round. What can Android do with the 5.7 at close range? Not enough. Uber, though, trying to make something of it. Still not going to be probably all that much, really, for Complexity in that round. They only got a couple of kills, and NRG quite content with how that one has gone.
Absolutely, and NRG are also powering their way towards taking out this map here. They're already 12-5. They need just 4 more to finish it. This round should be a pretty easy one for them, as we shouldn't see too much of a buy out of the CTs. So realistically, we're looking at them being at 13-5 when the first gun round gets underway here. If they can win that, Complexity are in a lot of strife. I mean, this round, it's just a pistol round. They're not going to expect or do too much, I would think. Just try and get a gun, maybe save that if they can, or just do damage, really. But right now, this is all NRG. After the last map, not what I would have expected, but this entire thing is just being driven by NRG right now.
Certainly is. Certainly is. Complexity, their struggles are very, very real here on Cobblestone. And Obviously, with just a pistol buy, this one should be 13-5, and well, that's when you start to really get a bit worried here for compLexity that they're going to be losing this round, this map. And like we said, I mean, we thought this was going to be a relatively even matchup, so a 1-1 would not be a surprise at all.
But the nature in which we see that 1-1 is interesting. I mean, we would have thought, you know, if we're going to have an even matchup, we'll see two sort of high 20s in number of rounds. Now, we've seen two pretty uneven games so far. I mean, 10-5 is better than the 11-4 we had on Nuke, but already NRG pressing their advantage, just as we saw compLexity do last map. We might get two pretty dominating scorelines here.
Potentially. NRG certainly setting themselves up for something like that at the moment. Android has spotted out Daps, and oh, he's got a bit of backup as well. Poor old Daps is going to have to deal with 3 players rushing at him with pistols. Not going to work out too nicely for him. But in the meanwhile, the rest of NRG have managed to gain control of the B-bomb site. So you'd have to think, even though compLexity have found a couple of kills in this round, they've picked up a gun or two, but you know, it's still a difficult situation for them here, trying to retake this B-bomb site without any utilities, without a kit. I think NRG should probably have this one on lockdown.
Absolutely. I mean, they are going for this to try and do some more damage, but Fugly just sprang away, getting himself to Uber, tried to take that fight with the AK, no, has realized it's not worth it. He's going to be running away and saving that thing, and Def with the UMP, perhaps not as important for him to hold on to this one as they should be buying in the next round. He'll just be looking to do some damage on the way out, if at all he can. Does have Fugly coming towards him. If he can kill Fugly, he can get a gun. Right, there's an AK for him. There's actually no one else on this bomb side. If he had a kit, he could defuse this right now. Unfortunately, he does not. But he will be able to stay alive. Bradley gets far away enough away from this bomb with that AK-47, and that's a nice round out of compLexity. I mean, yes, at some point you have to win rounds, especially when you're down 13-5, but a complete eco to come out with 2 AKs is good.
Yeah, definitely. Probably better than what they might have expected to come out of it with. But as you say, the rounds are the important thing here for compLexity. NRG really looking good here on Cobblestone, and compLexity are just struggling a little bit. So they are going to get a pretty decent buy into this one. Android taking away the Mag 7, probably, you'd expect probably holding the drop room with that one. NRG have been heading over towards the B side pretty much all the time so far on the T side. So I can expect to see them heading in that direction again, trying to work that area of the map and then seeing what can maybe come of it later on down the track.
As you predicted earlier, we do have Android with that Mag 7 holding the drop position. It's a nice spot for a shotgun. It's one of the few places on Cobble that really works. It's really made with shotguns in mind, I suppose. It's very easy to have a big effect with them there. As a lot of the rest of this map is more long range, so it's harder to find those nooks. You can tuck yourself in with a shotgun and wait for a T to run into you. But he's still going to have them jump on his head, and he's going to have to hit the shots as well. He's just playing a round drop here, not actually waiting underneath it. He's waiting for them to run around the corner, but still a very nice close range fight for him. He's got this pop flash ready to go if these T's should decide to push it, but it's just going to be Daps throwing the basic drop denial nades to stop any CTs from being under there so they can at least get down safely. But there's still a lot of CTs toward this B site if NRG do decide to commit. Nice shot, Fugly obliterates Desi. Android now flashing himself through as a player behind him. He hasn't spotted. We'll take out one and get the second as well. That's what we needed to see in the drop with that shotgun. Android finding 2, which means now Breezy, Peter, and Marquis have to somehow pick up the pieces of this round.
Yeah, and, well, they need to find it pretty quickly because they've only got 30 seconds left on the clock as well. There's Molotovs coming in their direction. There's still a decent amount of utility here for compLexity, a couple of flashbangs, a grenade, so they can definitely stall things out. And NRG, they do find the first kill of this sort of late round situation. Breezy and actually Marky finding a kill there as well. It's Android to trade one back, and it's a 2v2, but with only 15 seconds left on the clock, this is a difficult situation for NRG.
It is. They need to get on the bomb site and start putting that bomb down, well, pretty much now, and both the CTs are holding the crossbar onto the site, and they will find one Peter with a nice shot to answer back, but I'm not sure he's got enough time to plant the bomb. He doesn't. This round going to be going to compLexity barely. There was half a second in that bomb plant at most, but compLexity will manage to win it. Both players there content to sit out and save their guns, and now we're going to have a pause coming in here.
Yeah, pause indeed. What I'm told is one of the players on NRG, their headset has stopped working. So, you know, that's always not too great considering how important sound is.
Important in Counter-Strike,
you
know.
So maybe that could have been potentially something that influenced that round there. Maybe NRG, you know, if that headset was working, you know, it was so close. It was 1 versus 1. Maybe the little things could have gone their way.
I mean, potentially, if it was Peter's headset, if his isn't working, then they're saying, hey, man, we've got 10 seconds. You need to go and plant. If his headset isn't working, then, you know, of course, he doesn't know he has to plant. Maybe he hasn't noticed the clock. Of course, we can only theorize because we don't know what's happened there. But hopefully that one won't take too long to fix.
No, apparently it's a relatively short pause, so we shouldn't be here too much longer. But I still think NRG is looking pretty good here in the second half. I think they're probably ready to close this one out relatively shortly, despite dropping a couple of rounds now to compLexity.
Yeah, they're certainly looking much better on Cobblestone than they have on, well, than they did on Nuke, I guess. They're looking stronger. They're playing together as a team a bit more. They're all fragging, and they're looking good. So hopefully for them, they'll be able to close this one out and we'll have a 1-1 in this series.
It's definitely looking like a bit of a different team on both sides. I mean, NRG is looking so much better here, and compLexity is not quite hitting their shots. A lot of the aim duels are going the way of NRG, where on Cobble, they were going the way of compLexity. Sorry, not on Cobble, on Nuke, they were going the way of Cobble. So they were going the way of compLexity. I haven't eaten since 8 AM, so things are a little bit touchy at the moment. But for now, NRG getting back into this one. 13 on the board. They are looking very good to close this one out. Not in this round, perhaps, unless Peter can maybe come up big with that AWP, but we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. I mean, even if compLexity can win this one, which realistically they should, there's still a long way back. There's a long road to recovery for them to get back into this one. So they've got to be in a pretty good place right now. Like, yes, maybe this round they don't have the advantage. Sure, Peter has the AWP. They don't have a lot of other guns to back it up. But they do have a massive round lead that they can work with here. Here comes the executing on the B side. Actually, this team's already streaming into the site. Well, there we go. HUD will come back there as the T's get in. A couple frags come on through, getting in towards this site. They can put the bomb down now. This is looking a lot better for NRG than perhaps it should.
Yeah, I like this setup really from NRG. Getting those pistols in the close range. They've got Peter sat up on the platform there. Just with that, sniping down the entire long range angles that he can get. But definitely a decent setup here from NRG. If they can make use of the advantages of their weapons, they can find the win here. They've picked up a couple of guns as well, and this is really not looking good for compLexity as well. At least they're able to find one there onto Breezy, but now it's a 2 versus 1. Def in a clutch situation. He's got so many angles to watch. Peter misses the shot, and that allows him to pick up the kill onto Fugly. And now 1v1. Peter needs to hit this shot, and he does. It's the round for NRG in a pretty clutch situation, but all things considered, I mean, NRG probably shouldn't have won that round to begin with. compLexity back again on the pistol buy. This is going to be 15 on the board for NRG.
They had no business winning that round at all. I believe it was an AWP, a Galil, a MAC-10, and a couple of pistols. That in no way should beat, you know, a full buy. Of course, this is Counter-Strike. Anyone can win. More specifically, this is the classic NACS where everyone can win. So it's good to see that NRG still has fighting spirit in them. But for compLexity, that's got to be pretty crushing.
Yeah, definitely. And just the pistols and armor here for compLexity to work with now. So yeah, things are looking a little bit grim for them, I think is a fair way of putting it. NRG definitely with the advantage. And Uber getting tagged up as well. 17 HP on him. compLexity really in a bit of a hole right now they need to climb out of.
And it's not going to be easy for them. But I like this. They're boosting Def up into drop with that CZ. There is a lot of players on the other side. Actually catches out Fugly on the jump. Does 50 damage to him. That's a nice start. Unfortunately, I think he was maybe hoping to actually be able to sneak into drop a little bit rather than just jumping up and instantly having to fall back down after being discovered. But damage done is damage done. And that's what they need with these pistols. They need every player low so they can finish off the kills. That said, though, there's still 5 NRG players in this server. There's also 5 compLexity players in this server, but NRG looking much better off in terms of both the buy, the strategy, the momentum. Really, everything is going their way right now.
Definitely. And you can see NRG starting to push up a little bit here as well, gaining a little bit of map control. Surreal might have spotted out Breezy there, and he's just going to hightail it all the way back in towards the A-bomb site. Def has a big role to play, needs to find a kill here, but he won't manage to do that. Did get a lot of damage across, so maybe someone else on compLexity can clean that up. Surreal does find one, Android finding another, but I just think there's too much gone here for compLexity. NRG have got the map control, they've got the kills that they need. Oh, Android's going to need to come up big. Peter, though, is going to shut him down, and it'll be 15 on the board now for NRG.
And compLexity here, not looking like they had too much to do there. I mean, they had a couple of frags on the board. Surreal managed to get that nice, I believe it was Surreal, got that nice quick shot as they came around the corner on him. But he got too greedy going for the AK on the ground. Wanted that, didn't realize there was another player, and coming around with the AWP, Peter just took his head off. So that was really, I think, the only chance they had of getting another frag that they didn't get in that round. Maybe he could have got that kill, picked up the AK, then done some damage, but unfortunately for him, went for the AK just a fraction early. Not that he could have known that, of course. And now, there's so much damage being done there. Desi, 20 HP after stepping into the spray of Marquis. It's not looking good here for compLexity to do this one. Only pistols. They do have some armor as well, but it's really...
Well, it's very much the same situation as last round, isn't it? And we saw how that went. NRG with a pretty comfortable win in that one. I mean, maybe things got a little bit out of hand towards the end there, but it still felt like they were going to be able to pull off that round. And I mean, given the start that they've had into this one, 20 HP on Desi, I think NRG are in a pretty good spot to close it out here, 16-6.
Absolutely. And even if they do somehow manage to lose this round, NRG, they've got so much time to play with as well. If they lose this one, they've got a further 8 match points to play with here to take the win against compLexity. So I think really, even if compLexity do win this one, it's going to be a case of just stalling the inevitable rather than making the comeback happen. But I've been wrong before, and I could be surprised again. compLexity going to see what they can do in this one, as NRG are taking it really slowly here. We've had, a minute go by, and really we've only had damage exchange, not a lot else.
No, not too much. 45 seconds left on the clock now, and NRG will have to start to make a move. It does seem like they're heading in the direction of the A-bomb site, so they've kind of figured out that compLexity have kind of got a bit of a stack over towards the A-bomb site. Breezy will take down Surreal. That's early information for compLexity, but at the cost of one of their players. It's obviously not what they would have wanted. Desi is trying to find something with the Deagle, and he does. Now, can he find anything else? Ooh. Yes, he can. Another head goes away. It's Fugly at that time getting picked up, but on the board is Uber, 1 versus 1. 14 seconds left. How long is it going to take Peter to run over to this B-bomb site and get the bomb down? He should have just enough time, and that's going to cause Uber to have to come in here and deal with an AWP.
Now, I thought Uber spotted him on the rotate there, but maybe not. And Uber could potentially walk straight into the AWP of Peter. He's ready for this. The timing could be so close. Throws the flash, to deny Uber vision. But this one is just going to have to be so well played by Uber. He needs to win this one to keep his team alive in this matchup. He might actually find the angle on Peter here. Peter is stuck behind the box, actually peeks out. Now Peter knows where Uber is. Not going to be easy. Smoke on the bomb. Uber touches the bomb, moving out of cover now. Now he's fighting with Peter, and Peter knows he just has to hide here. Going for the engagement. The spray comes through, and Peter will close it out. Cobblestone 16-6.
3 kills there for Peter in that last round. A nice final one, just dancing up and down on the stairs, making life a bit difficult for the clutch. But in the end, he pulls it off, and pretty good result for NRG there on Cobblestone after dropping Nuke. 16-6 is quite a good score.
Absolutely, they definitely came back into that one. They looked much stronger on the way through, I suppose. They had their 10-5 first half. They got that advantage, and really, they never really lost it. They just kept on pushing through.
Alrighty, well, let's have a look at how things have gone throughout today. We've seen some fairly standard results there by the looks of things. 15-5, I wonder if that's actually 16-5 for... Okay, apparently it's still live for SK, but they should be closing that one out 2-0. Cloud9 closing their games out 2-0, and over on our stream, we did see OpTic with their own 2-0, and then a 1-1 between NRG and compLexity. So I think things pretty much went the way we would have expected today.
Yeah, essentially. It's nice to see the Brazilian matchup going on, although SK winning it over on the mainstream with SK versus Immortals. Of course, the Brazilian teams playing against each other. It's like it's a pride matchup, that one.
Yep.
But, it's been some great games today.
Definitely has been some great games. Looking forward to tomorrow as well. We're back tomorrow and on Friday. So, well, Friday for us, Thursday for America. So, should be a pretty good week here of Counter-Strike on the B stream of the ESL Pro League North American Division. We are going to go and say goodbye for now. That's all of us, all done for today. But we will be back tomorrow, as I mentioned, at the same time as today. Until then, have a good one. Bye.